Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Saturday afternoon. Mr. Magic Mark Boyle, Brian Cumming. That was a swift start there, and I am absolutely delighted to have the Scottish champ, Scottish under-23 champ, Scottish doubles champ. The list goes on. Gio Edgar.
All right, Stevie.
Absolutely buzzing, mate. How are you feeling about this weekend, and how have you started?
Didn't start too great last night, to be fair. Didn't play bad or anything, to be fair. He played Morgan, he played really well. He broke well, took his chances. I had a couple of slack ones, but nah, not really any complaints. I didn't do it drastically wrong.
We actually spoke about it in here. Because of the kind of form and the way you've been playing, I've said it to you, I've said it live on whether it's the IPA, Salter, I think you're the player of 24. And when these minuscule mistakes come, and it's probably harsh to call them that, it seems like the world, you go, whoa, Gio's made an error there.
It'll be highlighted.
Yeah, exactly, because you get into that routine of being so flawless, and which is not easy to do at any stretch, any level of Q sport. So, but no, I thought his break was really good. I thought he was ruthless when he jumped onto some of the opportunities. But
he was brilliant, mate. He was good. I've not really got any complaints. I played a couple of bad ones, but other than that, it was just kind of wee flicks were good, my way layouts weren't great. But nah, we didn't get any complaints, to be honest. I'm still battling. So
when are you back on?
6.
6 o'clock.
I'm back on at 6.
So Brian, he had a bit of a scare last night. He was always in front, and then next thing you know, he was 7-all, and he looked like his head had gone. The camera was going to the outside table, and he didn't look comfortable. But then he's got over the line.
Who was he playing?
I'm not even sure who the guy was. I didn't know him. I could check the draw actually, but I wasn't sure who he was. But all of a sudden, Brian was. You could see in his demeanour he wasn't comfortable. He'd missed a few chances.
It's hard to not let it get to you. It's especially out there. It's not easy. These guys make it look easy. Your Boyles and that, but it's definitely not easy.
There we go. I think I've got the draw up now. Clicking on his name. Liam Pedley, yeah, so from 7 each, but he was always quite far in front, and then all of a sudden it was 7-all, and it did look like he was gone. And I think scrappy frame later, he's kicked on, but
that's all I can take. It's easy to let it get to you, but you've just got to keep plodding away. Chances will come back to you eventually. Maybe not in that match, but he's still been in if he lost it. You've just got to keep going.
We actually spoke about was it Marshy that was in? Can't remember if it was Marshy that was in for the match, and it was Corey, and I was speaking about is there times when you go far behind in a tournament like this where you start to consider, right, do you know what, I've got a second chance?
Oh, of course. Oh, no, 100%. I was thinking that last night.
Yeah, no, that's because when the match started, there's a lot of players, and they're not at the top end. There'll be guys in here that go, it's quite good because I've got 2 chances, so if he beats me, they're not even considering winning. They're just thinking straight away if they get beaten.
That's a problem.
And Corey's saying, well, that doesn't even cross my mind. Right away, you just want to win, but then obviously there comes a point where you go,
to a stage, 100%. You don't want to be just thinking, if I lose my first game, I've got another chance. But when you're 9-3 down and the guy's got a tap in, it's always nice to know that you're still in, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
It does feel a bit, but it doesn't feel good, but it feels a bit better, at least. That it's good because you're still actually in the main event as well. It's not as if you go into a plate, you know what I mean? You go in, and if you win your games, you're just back into the knockouts if you get through. So
Robert Stephen was in for one of the later games last night, and we were talking about the fact that Gav's the defending champion of this. Robert beat him 10-0 in the one.
I'm sure he did,
and then Gav went on to win it. So if there's ever an advert for double elimination,
that's probably it. Imagine getting beat 10-0 and winning it.
I remember Mark Farnsworth was saying to me down in Newcastle, he's like, the problem with Gav is he never believes or probably the good thing, he doesn't believe he's ever done anything wrong. So when he comes off the table, he's not beating himself up. He's just thinking that was nothing to do with me. my opponent got lucky. I didn't get any run.
I wish I could think like that.
And so he just shakes it off. I mean, that 10-0, a lot of people are they're probably out of the tournament at that point, but
Aye.
Gav's thinking, I did nothing wrong there. It was just one of the things, but
I wish I could think like that.
it's definitely a good mindset to have.
I got a bounce out and I'm trying to figure out if it was my fault or not.
I've clipped the wrong bit of the pocket.
Aye, maybe that was my fault. I just hit it too hard.
You have to think here, though. Brian Cumming had a really good chance there.
He just played these. He tried to. I don't. It's easy to see what he tried to do. He tried to stun into Mark's yellow and just leave himself the red to the left middle, but he didn't actually have to stun it in. He could, if he just rolled onto it. Because the tables are playing so slick and slidey, it's the white swings wider.
Yeah.
The faster it is, so he would have been alright if he just rolled it in. But he's tried to stun it in and he's got his yellow tooth in and snookered himself.
Is it the old trying to be too perfect, being a bit greedy rather than just...
Mark wasn't perfect there, and he's definitely no perfect here either.
He's going to have to take his medicine.
He just had a bit too much angle in that yellow though. It's a bit in between actually. It's you either want to be straighter or you maybe want more angle. So you're cutting it in thinner with side. It was kind of in between.
It looks like he's got a
screw
bit
too.
Yep.
He's played it well. Good line and great pace. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a good shot. There's actually a couple of shots yesterday. I don't know if you've seen any in any matches. When the cloth's brand new, it's almost impossible to play against it. And there was that instance there, trying to run off the cushion with loads aside and check it back.
You don't get the check.
It just doesn't happen.
It slides too much. When you play with Hunters a check, it just comes off normal. As if you've played it with no side. You can get the running side, but the check side's really hard to get. You need to be going straight at the cushion. If you're going at the cushion at any angle, it's still going to go the way it was going, really.
And that's a massive bit of insight, because we've seen it yesterday a few times. There was actually a shot Scott Gillespie played, he ran it round, and then there was maybe a couple of matches later and following, just like Mark played there, just following it round the cushions, letting that slide and that kind of slickness take control of the cue ball rather than trying to play against it, and it can make you look daft at times.
Aye, 100%. When you're struggling, the brand new tables are a scare to you, because it can really make you look really bad sometimes. But it can make you look really good when you're flying, when the balls are all flying in from everywhere and the bags play a bit bigger, sliding in. If your white balls, if you're feeling good, your white ball's good, it can make you look even better.
Brian won't want to let Mark get too far ahead here. He's not been playing a hell of a lot, I don't think, or have I been missing him? Brian Cumming, I know he's got a young family now and he's had a lot of stuff on, but it's good to see him in this. Talented player when he's involved in the game. He likes to toss a shout out for a money match every now and again, doesn't he?
Aye, it's been that for years, isn't it? I'm the opposite, I'm trying to hide away from him.
It's something I've never ever played in. I've considered it once or twice, thinking there'll be games out there for me, and then another year passes and another year passes. It's like
playing a different game, mate. It's totally different.
Yeah.
Totally different. Totally different. They're good when you're winning. I mean, I've not tasted defeat in them. I wouldn't imagine it's very nice. I'm lucky enough the 3 I've played, or the 4 I've played, I've won them all. But that's a different type of pressure. It's no nice.
Yeah, I've heard a few people say that. And then there seems to be some of the madmen out there that just, whether they're at the top end of the game or not, they just love playing for money.
The thing is, I love it at the time. See at the time and the crowd, and I like playing to the crowd and stuff like that. But seeing the lead up, it's like you don't want to play. You don't want to turn up. But when you're playing, it's good. Once you start playing, it's good. See, once you win your first frame, it's all right.
Yeah, that's you. You're playing a game of pool.
Aye.
In the lead up to the nonsense it comes with.
It's terrible, mate. It's terrible.
I'm trying to figure out if we're actually on here.
We are.
Definitely. Usually gives you
I know, that's why I was looking. Might have to refresh that.
Usually just crosses over the TV, but I'm not getting anywhere here. Maybe check with Craig just in case. Yeah, definitely on, perfect. Ideal. I think you're probably spot on. Just needs a refresh on the other screen, but
We're definitely live. Marking again here. Would I like to have been straighter on this? He's wanted to play this off the cushion, off the red, but he wanted maybe it's kind of where he is right now, but the opposite side of the table, in between where the black and the three reds are at that side. He kind of wanted to be right in the middle.
yeah.
So he's near enough straight, or he's the other side and he can run on off the cushion. He might have to play this hard and stun across half one, but the red he's hitting could come into play, and it has. Oh, has it? It has. He's maybe got away with it.
Oh, I think he's just on that. He is. His hand is up.
Yeah, I did think that red was going to come into play because he's hit it harder, but he has got away with it.
Yeah, there's random acuity or whatever it is saying that Brian was 5-1 up and then Liam went 6-5 up in that match. It did look like Brian was in a bit of trouble, but he's managed to go over the line.
Thought he'd run that too far there. It's fine. 2-0. Popped that into the middle.
Yeah, a bit of fortune.
Yeah, it's one of them. If it's snooker's you, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I know.
But if you're on it, it's fortunate. You know what I mean? It's you can't really win in that scenario because if it did snooker him, you would think it's a bit unlucky. So it's one of them. It would have definitely would have liked to have been straighter on his second last one, because then nothing could have went wrong at all.
I'm just watching Ryan playing right now, and speaking to Preston a minute ago, and I says, who do you play next? He says Ryan Davey. He's playing Ryan Hopkinson, who's a very good player, so
It's 5-0.
that is no gimme.
My big mate Dom in the background, sitting down, checking his cue. Up 6-4.
Against Grant Snow. He looked as if he was playing alright yesterday as well against Dan, up to a point.
I mean, it was. I think he was leading, wasn't he? I think he was maybe up 3-1.
It was on one of the other stream tables, and
Yeah, it was.
we were kind of getting to see a bit of it in here, but it did look as if he was.
He's a good big player, though.
Yeah.
Gary McLaughlin is.
What is the reason behind the Dom? Because, do you know, I had always, because of the Dom, I had always known him as Dom, and then when I'd see his name in
Everybody knows his name's Gary.
in the draws, and I'm going, I don't know who that is. And then and I'm like, no, that's Dom.
Aye. It's, you need to ask him. It's not my place. He'll tell you it's a long story. And it's definitely not a long story. He just doesn't want to tell you.
We need to get him in for an interview.
We actually told Dunster in Isle of Man. It's the first person he's told in years. He told Dunster, and Dunster keeps saying it to him. It's funny.
No, a bad break.
His break is.
It's frightening, isn't it?
To be fair, mine's has been no bad recently, but that's ridiculous. Mine's is good one day.
It just doesn't look like he's. There's times where he looks like he's smashing them, and there's other times.
Just
looks
depends
like he's barely touching
how
them.
the table's playing on it,
Yeah.
maybe. But his breaks are always consistently decent.
He seems to time
Farnsworth.
it so well and catch that specific area every single time that the balls just want to fly everywhere. But
His break's really good. It's hard work in that break. He's practiced it. He's perfected it. You know, it's not as if he's just smashing them. He knows exactly what he's doing. So obviously you still need to be a bit lucky to get one down. But
a number of years ago, but I was in. I can't mind if it was a King of the Hill type thing. It was in Players Lounge. Mark was in. He was on the table just next to the gap that you walk through to the bar, table 3 or whatever that one is. And I was noticing him just setting the balls up and breaking, and he did it for an hour. And then he just put the balls away, and I'm looking over and going,
Didn't even play a shot.
"Hey, what was he doing?" And then it kind of dawns on you, and you think, when people say, "Oh, what a break Mark's got," I'm not saying he does that all the time. That was a number of years ago, probably 6-7 years ago, but he was doing that back then, and then it's no surprise that his break's so good.
Aye, exactly. That's what you've got to do.
It's mad when you consider a lot people like myself will complain about the break, and you'll work on so many shots in the game of pool, and probably the most important one right now is the break-off shot. And
Aye, definitely. It's at this level, 100%. I mean, if you break and the layout's good and you get one, then just finishing all the time.
Yep.
All of us, really. It's just it's kind of the normal now.
It is. There was actually a couple of frames last night, and there was a lot of people, Tiger and guys like that, and they were loving it because there was quite tactical battles. Ryan and Jake Villeneuve, and obviously they're on a 30-second shot clock. It wasn't like they were taking forever, but it was just the way the frames had panned out. And a lot of people going, this is great to see, because
It's a bit refreshing sometimes. Aye.
You'll have a breaking dish over and over and over, but just something a bit different in there. And probably for the purists to see some of the shots, and 1 minute Ryan's favourite a frame, then Jake's turned it round, then Jake's, and it was just good to see the thought process that you don't get to see as often as probably a lot of people would like. But
aye, the only really thought process you see now is how folk are taking out finishes.
yeah,
really.
exactly.
Because that's all it really is. I mean, I know myself, I'm basically just going for them no matter where they are. I'm just going for them. Like, it doesn't really matter where they are now. I think it's just that normal, that's the way the game is. You don't really see many frames, like even like this way, where Mark and Brian here.
Oh, that
Mark could have went off the break, but he had these two reds were always a bit awkward, but he actually played a safety, and now Brian's covered that yellow, the yellow into the red. Now this frame's kind of turned into a bit of a tactical battle.
The semi-finals of the Scottish last week, your match and Morgan and Fernie's match, I don't even know how many dishes there was. I think there was 14 between Ross and Morgan, and I think your match it couldn't have been far away.
But I don't think it was, no. 9, 7, so 16. Must have been maybe 11 or something. 12.
It
was quite a lot.
Absolutely absurd, the amount of dishes that were going on in the two matches. And it was Dave McLaren had put on, he says, I think there was 22 plus, and then I'm thinking, so Morgan's were all up 7, and he had said Ross's 7 of Ross's were dishes as well, and I'm going, well, that's 14. And then I knew your match with Scott, but it was just
I think
a festive attacking pool.
We definitely had at least 5 each. I'm not sure how many, but it was definitely 10, I'm sure. I remember because I don't really put the run-outs up on the scoreboard and that, but he was putting them up. I can't really remember exactly how much, but there was quite a lot.
The standard was just, and that's the benchmark that we look at these days. How many big finishes there is, and as you say, then that was probably quite refreshing. Even though the match took a bit of time, it went 10-9 decider. So a lot of good pool in it, a lot of good shots. Just maybe not the attacking flair that everybody's used to seeing, and it was quite refreshing.
Boyle's played 2 really clever shots. His last 2,
putting the 2 yellows up there.
His first one, maybe folk would have thought that he didn't mean it, but he definitely did. He's played the red flick to the far middle jaw to nudge half ball in the yellow, knock it towards the left cushion, then he's played the red into the yellow. Another one there to knock it up. It's I'm not sure if that red is potable or not over the top left.
It looks very tight.
If it is, he's only 1 shot away from a finish here after he brings these 2 out.
We sometimes don't take into consideration that the cue ball is a tiny bit smaller, so it might just about sneak in.
It's definitely tight.
Mark will be in no rush. He's big favourite here. As Brian can pull out something.
He's actually been a bit fortunate there, Mark. See this red that's came to the bottom middle of the table? It's blocked the long double to hang the bag on that bottom yellow. Which, if Brian gets that over the bag, I would say Brian goes favourite.
Yeah, exactly.
But obviously he can't play that now. And if he plays this, if he plays the NL shot, Mark's just gonna roll the red over this pocket now, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
unless that red goes, he can go for this. But
he get caught with the time there. He was hurried up just a touch, but
I'm forgetting about the time, and I literally played last night.
It's only in certain moments.
Yeah, this red's not potable because I'm sure he would go for that if it was from there. Because if it was going to be potable, it would be from where the white was, right there. And I mean, all these balls are out, so he definitely would have went, surely.
You might be able to go next. Maybe play the red inside the yellow. Not the red, not the yellow away, but I don't think Mark will be in any hurry here.
Not sure, that's just finishable. Depending how this goes. I think this red's a bit... this yellow, sorry, seems a bit far out from the middle. Because you want to be...
Yeah.
The yellow's a big ball, the yellow that's in front of the two. You can play it with left to make a bit of the angle. But there's no really guarantee he's going to be...
It's just where the
cue ball
might slide wide straight away after contact.
It did. You had to play that with left hand side and soft to
so
get the angle. Yeah, so it drifts past it. But even then, if he wouldn't have been on much, I don't think. He maybe could have, if he hits the red and hits the yellow and pots the red, and maybe get a snooker behind the yellow that was there. But he's definitely a massive second favourite now in this room.
It's probably the beginning of the end. Not just getting his ducks in a row. I said that last week, and next thing I was getting messages saying that was unbelievable, that ducks in a row comment. It was because there was 3 yellows in a row, and I was like,
didn't mean it.
Aye, just one of the. It looks like he's getting his ducks in a row, and it was just 3 yellows right next to each other, and then it was genius apparently.
Has he played on the plant now? Well, it's like the red inside the yellow, as you said. Or has he played? I don't know what he's played for. He's in the middle of both. He's on everything here, I suppose. But
if you're at the table, what are you thinking here? Are you playing that shot, or are you
anything but fling this frame away? Because I mean, just look at them. Because if you go for this and miss, it's the only way you can lose this frame. Do you know what I mean? Short again.
Short again.
You don't want to be playing it last. Will he fin off of it and get into it? He's looking at it. Fin off it, cushion first, flick the yellow, half ball, and the way back up. It's guaranteed to be on the hanger. That's exactly what he's playing. I don't like this, to be honest. Don't like it. I don't like it anymore. Might have to... It's not ideal.
Is he going to have to drop this in and take the long red? I don't think he can get
I don't
the
think
right side of it.
I don't think he can. Is he jacking up? No? I don't know what he's doing.
Banana.
Would have been impressive, to be honest.
Especially on a new cloth, that would have been exceptional.
Very impressive. It takes the reaction just far too fast. I mean, that's barely come off the cushion and went straight back to the cushion.
A big shot here, and as you said, Gio, the only way he could lose it was to maybe go just a touch too early and not get it.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Total. Just touch the one at the top left here. Or you just take the one in the middle and go for it. It just depends where the white's going after this one in the middle, I think. Yeah, he's touching up.
Yeah, that's clever.
I think it's just the percentage shot.
Yeah, I mean, even
unless
if Mark hits it or pots it.
Yeah, he's not going to go in the black.
Yeah, he's in trouble, so...
The only thing, unless Brian could have potted that yellow and got the yellow onto the yellow that was closest to the red, like straight away, perfect, in knowing that was going to happen. But if not, then you may as well play this shot.
This will be some shot. This is going to slide. Yeah, no chance from there. Maybe in a couple of weeks that shot's on. But not today.
I wouldn't even pot this red if this yellow goes past it. I would move the black out. I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, it looks. I actually think it
Looks
flew
like it.
past
Yeah,
it,
that's
but
what I mean. So I don't. I would have just moved the black. I suppose it doesn't really matter. I suppose, but
you're looking at the yellow right now. It's easier than the black, even though the black's
yeah,
relatively
exactly.
easy.
Yeah. And it was even easier with the red there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was practically unmissable. I just hit it towards the pocket and it can't not go in. But I mean, it's pretty simple anyway.
Yeah, it'll be hard pushed to make a mistake, but I like that. Just trying to make things a bit easier, especially when you've got that free shot.
When you've got the free shot, you may as well make it as easy as possible. And I don't think Mark's red wasn't causing him any problems, so there was no need to move it. It was actually making it easier for him.
Yeah.
That red being there, it was making that yellow down there unmissable. I mean, it practically was anyway, but it wasn't causing any bother. I know that the blacks shouldn't cause any bother either, but you'd rather it be over the bag.
Yeah, and you were spot on. Absolutely spot on. The only way Mark loses it is to go, be aggressive too early. Fair enough, it could have come out a bit different if he lands on that plant early, but as you said...
Yeah, he just landed short on the kind that he wanted to land on the red that was kind of on the bulk line. He wanted to land on it pretty much where the white is just now, but down a bit, to play the red off the top cushion into the yellow, kind of full ball after hitting the cushion. It was plant that one in and leave the red over the pocket. But he's landed short a couple of times.
Brian not trusting Yvonne with the rack here.
I don't like that. I've done it myself, but that's... I'm not actually. I missed Brian's last break. To be fair, maybe the last one didn't split very well. I don't know, but I would only be checking them if I'd had a couple of bad ones before. If you know what I mean, I wouldn't just be checking them for no reason. But maybe the last one wasn't great.
You can't complain about the way they've opened.
That's away.
And he's got the last ball, moving at pace.
See that. This is kind of how I felt when I came to the table after getting a ball from a break or a dry break last. These are just really awkward.
Yeah, the balls might have opened clean. They've all travelled all over the table. But
I suppose now I was looking at reds here. That yellow passes the black. He has to play yellow to the middle and then play the double. But then he's got to play a long yellow unless he can swing the white round. So he's definitely got to play the double in his next shot. So it's maybe not as awkward as I thought it was. No, never mind. He's coming down too far.
Still a bit of work to do.
I don't like the double from there because you're hitting the red and might go to the top cushion. Like catch the cushion, catch the red, maybe even go towards the two reds over to the right side. He has to be straighter in the double. But not too straight that it's a double kiss. That looks perfect.
Yeah, getting on it early.
Yeah, it looks absolutely perfect. That's it, just stun back to there and then just cue the one into the bottom right and you're out basically.
Always trying to get the double early. Never an argument for leaving it to last. Is it just one of these get the awkward shot out early?
Always early. For me anyway.
Yeah, no, it's one of the reasons I getting guys like yourself and stuff in here that's playing at the very top right now.
Always that's exactly what I would have tried to screw back. He might have had a bit too much angle, but if he was straighter on the yellow to the middle, I would have come back for the double straight away. But I suppose it's not bad doing it the way he did there because it means he doesn't have to come back up for the yellow that was at the top of the table. But he's missed the long one. That's a surprise. I didn't think he would miss that.
We've got the luxury of seeing a slight replay. It's not a replay, it's just when you guys get to see it.
Just too hard.
Yeah, it looked like he just took a swing at it and jumped.
Yeah, just kind of stun it dead. Just cute, nice, soft by bottom, kind of. He's power stunned it rather than just flicking it in by bottom. Oh, what a shot! Wow,
what a shot!
Wow, that's incredible.
Touch of class from Mark Boyle there.
That is incredible. See, I know our pool table's small, but the distance away to cue it that straight for it to come back straight like that is so hard, especially when the tables are this slick. Because if you don't hit that bang on perfect, he could have went straight into the red. He could have went straight to the other side of the table. It could have went anywhere.
Well, that's the big thing that anyone watching might say. Well, he's just simply screwed back.
No, that's such a hard shot.
Even a tiny trace of accidental side, and that cue ball is sliding one way or another.
Even just anything and not potting that red in exactly the bit of the pocket that he did. That was a really hard shot.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal.
And it's just it's at that pace as well.
Yeah.
Even his next shot, to leave the white on the cushion there, perfect on that red. He's absolutely been perfect in this finish here. So it's going to be 3-1.
3-1, and Brian,
he'll be kicking himself.
Yeah, that's a massive opportunity, and he's done the hard work.
Oh, you don't want to let guys like Boyle get away from you. You need to stick with them for as long as possible if you want to have any chance. You need to be with them or in front of them. If you're behind them, it's even 3-1. I feel this is a long way back.
It's like Mark's not going to make loads of mistakes, so you need to have yours to a minimum.
Exactly. Mark might not make a mistake. You know what I mean? That could be losing the lag to Mark. Could just be game over. I mean, that's just the way the pool can go sometimes.
I played Mark in the Scottish Seniors semi-final last year, and I was 6-0 down before I blinked. I managed to get back to 7-6, and then he's went dish reverse. But the only thing, Mark started to hit a few dry breaks, and I was just dishing, and I managed to claw back. But then I remember driving home going, doesn't matter who you play, you can't give him that kind of a start. But he was just ruthless, and it was like no mistake pool until a few dry breaks, and then managed to get back in. And he's a ruthless player at the best of times, never mind when you give him chances like Brian just gave him.
I think I've started to catch my record back up to Boyle, to be honest. He beat me a good few times when I was younger. I remember he beat me in a West of Scotland final.
When I was younger, you're still young.
Younger. He beat me in a West of Scotland final. I think I was about 14. He beat me in the Scottish final. The first time I beat him actually was in this tournament last year, and I was 3-1 down to him, and I won 10-3. That was the first
turnaround.
That was the first time I beat him.
Get this break again.
But just getting any result off of somebody like Mark's hard enough. Never mind when you're so used to see getting over the hurdle, when you're so used to losing to them.
Yeah.
When you're coming through, I mean, you're going to these tournaments, you're just losing to them. It's so hard to, even when you feel like you're good enough to beat them now, it's still so hard to go over the hurdle to actually beat them. It's a mental block.
Exactly.
It's hard.
It creates a kind of a mental image. It's like that. The people talk about muscle memory. So your brain remembers the habits that you've got, and when you get used to a habit of getting beat off certain people, it can be hard to break that habit. And
it's even just hard. Like I beat him the last time I played him. See if I played him the next time and he beat me. Like my brain would be telling me you're never going to beat him ever again.
Aye.
I mean, it's always in your head. Everything is in your head. Like if he beats me the next time, I'll go, I'm never going to beat him again.
No,
that's just the way it goes, and it's like that with everybody. It's just the way your brain works, really. But you've just got to keep kind of battling through it.
John
basically.
McFarlane, he said a number of years ago we were in, I think it was juniors, and he says, you know the mad thing here, Stevie, you could probably throw a blanket over 40-50 guys in here, and ability-wise, very similar. He says, but the difference is what's between the years.
Aye, it's a hard thing to overcome it, but you know if you're doing it or if you're not, if you're getting these results in the tournaments and you're winning the tournaments, then you know you can do it.
Yeah, exactly.
But even then, once you're doing it, it's hard to actually think that you can do it again. It's never ending, really.
So the consistency you've built this year, getting some massive wins, has that created not an invincibility, right? Because that's nonsense. But has it made you think?
I still think sometimes like, what if I never win it again?
Ah, really?
No, I mean, it's mental. It's absolutely mental. I know
that shows you how mental the game can be in your head.
That shows you how mental it is. You think to yourself, like, what if I never win it never again? It's mental.
It would be not a bad start. Up to what are you, 20?
20, mate.
So,
Mr. Boyle, it must have been a bit tight.
Up until 20, won numerous titles. If he never wins another title, the chances are, mate, you'll still have won more than 90% of people that play the game and try and win tournaments. So.
I suppose. I think
you will.
I will win something again.
The dedication. I'm a massive believer. I mean, I coach the kids at football and I had not a bad kind of young football career at one point, and I just think that the rewards you get come from the hard work you put in. And I say to the kids every single day, listen, if you want to be better, have to work harder. It's as simple as that. You need to work harder than the guy across from you, the guy next to you, the guy coming behind you. It really is that simple, and people think there's some kind of magic wand. It's you put the work in, you get what you deserve, and that's where I honestly, and I've said it, I mean, obviously I've named you a million times as a player of 24, but the previous years I get into here, it didn't just happen by magic. Do you know what I mean? And
it was hard.
Credit where credit's due, and you put the you told me in Coventry that when you went to Ibiza, was it Ibiza? Magdalene, whatever it was, you went away on holiday.
I was away on holiday. I remember
it was the longest
talking
time
to
you had been away from a pool table since you were 12.
Maybe something like that.
And I was like,
it felt alien when I came back playing. I was like, I forgot how to play.
a couple of weeks away, but even that, just to dig in and love the game as much.
I knew that was a big shot for Brian though. That 2-1
was huge.
Because just simply because the chance he missed in the last frame, I knew that was a massive shot for him. No, but like you were saying, you just need to keep working hard. I mean, all these guys I'm competing against, they've done what I've already done.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But I still have to be doing it. I mean, I'm not saying these guys don't play. There's some of them that do, some of them that don't.
Of course.
Even the ones that say they don't probably still do.
I mean,
but they definitely don't play as much as I'll be playing anyway. Put it that way.
Exactly.
But they've done the hours that I'm doing just now.
No, about 3 or 4 people said that yesterday. Gio should get involved in either 9-ball or Chinese 8-ball. And it looks like you've got quite a few potential managers out here that want to guide you, mate.
Everybody seems apparently everybody.
There's opportunities out there, and you know that yourself, and they'll come your way.
100%.
But the good thing that you've got, over 90% of people right now, is you've got time. You can make your own mind in due course. But
I've got options, mate.
Exactly.
You've always got options, but the 9-ball, it's not for me. Chinese 8-ball, it is. I think I'll have a go.
Aye.
I'm thinking about it. I've still got work to do here, you know what I mean?
No, that's it.
I've still got hunnels to win. I'll try to win, at least. But I mean, if the chance comes in, I would definitely consider playing Chinese 8-ball. I would love to, definitely.
There you go, Hoodie.
I've just got to be able to play it.
That's a tough thing. I've seen Renzi managed to find someone for Junior that's got a table at home, and he went for a game.
Right? Aye, good.
He put a few Facebook posts on, and then somebody's gave him a message, and he ended up finding, I don't know where the guy stayed or who he actually was, but he's basically contacted him saying, look, I've got a table at home, you're welcome to come, and they went and had a game. But
brilliant.
I often wonder why.
There did used to be a table close to me, and you ever heard of the Davis Club in Ayr? It's a snooker club.
I remember there was one through, I was going to say,
there was
your neck of the woods.
There was a Chinese 8-ball in there, but now it's just dismantled into parts and it's not actually assembled. But it's still there. So we're trying to get that on the go.
I've always wondered why. I mean, I know they're supposed to be quite expensive and stuff, but if you throw one into a club, even just one, like the average Joe will come in with their kids or whatever, and they'll go into the American pool tables, they'll go into these, they're just in for a game of pool family-wise, so you'd like to think the table would be in use anyway. But if it's a case of people that are going to take it serious and they don't want anyone messing the table, then all of a sudden that becomes different, because it's a lot of money just to be covered up for somebody to go and practice on. So
100%.
Oh, Brian.
Yeah, he's up against it, Brian. He's struggling, and it's not a nice place to be struggling when you're out there yourself.
Yeah, especially
I know the feeling that
you look across and it's Mark Boyle next to you.
It's not even that, it's just cameras, people watching, big tournament. I mean, he'll probably not care, to be honest, but he'll not be feeling great anyway, because he could be actually maybe before one up here.
No, he actually could.
You know what I mean?
Maybe should.
It's had chances.
It's weird how we talk about mentality. Anytime I'm on stream, well, the IPA one not so long ago when I played Dan, when I played Mark on the semi-final, I've played Jonesy in the final one here. It's mad in my head. I'm going, just don't make a mess of this here. Don't look like an idiot. So just I don't know. You maybe switch on a wee bit to an extent because you don't want to make too many mistakes. But there's obviously times when the mistakes just keep rolling up, and there's seems as if there's nothing you can do.
The way I feel with matches like this, when you're playing guys like Boyle, see when you're Brian here struggling, every chance gets harder and harder, but you actually keep getting chances. But see if you're playing really well and you're taking out all the chances, you might actually not get a chance.
Exactly.
It's just, if you need to be in the right place at the right time sometimes. Sometimes it happens for you and sometimes it doesn't, but that's how you've just got to keep playing, because sometimes things just happen for you on a day.
That's a good point, actually.
And if Brian was playing well here and he's getting chances, he'd be taking them and he would be winning here, but you would have to keep going. But when you're struggling and you're getting them and you're missing, it makes it even worse. Sometimes when you're really struggling, you want the guy just to finish it and beat you.
It's mad how often you'll hear people coming off and saying, I actually felt really good there, I just never got a chance. And then there's the other times when you
get 100 chances but you don't feel good,
and you're just having a
100%.
nightmare. And it seems to be going that way for Brian right now, but he can't say to this point he's not had the chances. He's had a few. The last thing you want to do is give Mark Boyle frames.
He just gets stronger. Mark does. It's like a front runner. See if he's in front of you, there's not really any catching him, really. When he's in form. See, when he's flowing, it's as if he could just get further and further away from you all day.
Yeah, it's going to be a long old comeback if Brian's going to do anything here.
He looks a bit straightish here, actually. I think he has to come down for the black into the left middle. But he looks straightish. Is he his bottom? Look, and he's stunning back foot in the bottom right.
Wow.
Or he's went mental. Wow.
Now, I think he could have dropped and got that same angle.
He's not on that. Surely. Nah, he's not.
I mean, he could have just dropped it.
That means he could have played on to that back. I mean, the shot he played wasn't... Let's see if he landed to like the left middle bag. I mean, he is perfect, but that's the zippy cloth. I mean, like, how fast that came back there.
Yeah.
I mean, he did hit it a bit hard, but I would definitely think he played for it in at the bottom right.
Yeah, it's just came flying off, but I'm a bit surprised he didn't just drop it in and then take the black to the bottom left.
Thing is, right. See if you are Brian here, these chances actually look hard to you. after missing a couple of chances. I think he's a bit out of position here.
Yeah, there's no doubt. That's not the way he was going.
It's a bit out of position again.
Well, he's going to get them, but maybe just got that feeling inside that he just wants to get the frame no matter how he gets it.
That might help him. He's put his arm through a couple there. That last one into the middle it could easily have jumped out, or he set that really hard.
Young Stephen Allison, Liam Dunster, 3-1 to Liam just now.
Who would you say is the hardest player to beat, Stevie, that you've ever played?
The hardest player. There's a couple of people that it's like kind of mad ones now that you've got a bogey type players.
Mm-hmm.
And Anton Riley's been one for me.
Right.
I've been 5-0 and 5-1 and stuff up on Anton in races to 7, and then some of the craziest stuff in the world of pool happens and your head ends up fried. But it's probably a kind of tough question. There's a lot of guys. I've only played Liam once. He won that match. He beat me 7-4. I've played Dan Davey once. I won that. I've played Mark 3 times. He's beat me 7-6, 7-6, 9-6. I've only played Gibbsy once. I've had some good matches against some good players.
I think we've only played once, haven't we?
Aye, that was in West of Scotland, wasn't it? And
twice in. We played in Isle of Man as well.
Oh, so we did. Aye, so we did. Aye,
twice in.
Aye, the West of Scotland and is that the last 16 of the quarterfinals in the ballroom ages ago? Is that the one? Did you win it?
I might have, maybe. Can't even
I
mind.
actually think you did. Something's telling me you did, or you were in the final or something anyway.
But I played that many tournaments over the years. They all get past you. Sometimes you actually forget what you've won.
It was a few years back, and Vinny was running the West of Scotland at the time.
Aye, that was years ago. I can't even remember. I did win a couple, I think.
I think something tells me you either won it or you were in the final at least. It was either the last 16 or the quarters, but it was.
I know Mr. Boyle beat me in the final with the one in Airdrie. I won one this year. I played him one this year actually. I played him one. Yvonne started it this year, didn't she?
That's right.
I played him one and I won it. It was in shooters. But I've not been able to make the rest of them. But they were always good tournaments.
Aye.
Back in the West of Scotland, they were like kind of my biggest tournaments that I was playing in when I was younger.
I played one this year. It was in here. Gibbsy beat me in the last 16, and then he beat Johnny in the final.
Right. Oh, I played in that one as well. Gibbsy beat me. Gibbsy beat me in the quarters, semis, something like that. I think I was up like 5-3 and he dashed 4 in a row, beat me 7-5. Oh, cheers, mate. It's ideal. I remember that. He beat me in the IM in here as well. He done the exact same thing. I was up 5-3, dashed 4 in a row. No bother. Brilliant.
It's good when you get to that level, innit? When
he's the guy I've got the worst record against, Gibbsy. But I think the hardest to beat is Dunster. Even though I've actually beat him quite a few times, but I think
Robert Stevens said that last night because
he's
someone
just the
asked
hardest
that
to beat.
question.
He's the hardest to beat, mate. Definitely. But my worst record is against Gibbsy. I think I've only beat him twice, and it's been in the Scottish the last 2 years.
I've put that day in here. He beat me 7-3, and we actually had a few tactical frames that I ended up massive favourite, and then it was go and roll in the finishes, and I just made a couple of silly mistakes. And after it, he was saying, he went, Stevie, you actually had me on toast a couple of times, and it was just a lazy shot. That's what he called me. It was just lazy because you can use the full other side of the table.
Aye.
Then you just drop, and you just went down, and it was only thinking about it after it. And I'm going, I never felt like I was playing it lazy, but it's obviously a mental thing where you're just going down.
I think it's, see, when you're in tactical frames and then been fudging for so long, no pot and balls for so long, playing snookers, hanging bags, and then see when it comes to actually rolling a tap in, sometimes it's like, oh no,
Aye.
you forget how to do it.
It was mad because I gifted him probably 3 frames in that match, and then we looked back on it, and he said to me, right, he went, you actually did. I mean, I was leaving with Paddy not long later. He said, Gibbsy came on and said, Stevie was brilliant there. He didn't deserve to lose with that. He just played a couple of really lazy shots.
Aye.
That's the way he described them, lazy shots. But as I say, I wasn't as if I was just hanging over. It was just, just no actually going round and having a look to where's best to leave the cue ball, and just maybe taking things for granted. But and he beat me 7-6 in one of Maxie's tournaments years ago. I think it was one of Maxie's in, which used to be Dazzy's place. It's Liam's now. It was in Hustlers a long time ago. I've only played Liam once. It was in the Saltire. I actually played quite well that day. I beat Wade Morley. Jack Whelan beat me 7-5. I should have beat Jack. I rattled a black in and screwed off a side cushion and followed it in. And then he's played one of the most outrageous doubles.
Jack's quality.
Honestly, I've got the game. He can't win, and I'm pointing obviously to the screen to you. He's got a ball there, and the white were here, and he doubled it in the middle. And the white it rumbled off the two, but the next thing he's on the black, and I'm going, I cannot believe he's just doubled that in.
I've played Jack 3 times, and every single time has been 7-6. Twice to him, once to me. The 3 times I've played him.
He's got a touch of class, Jackie.
He's quality, mate. He's really good. He's ruthless. And a tactical frame here, Stevie.
Yep.
Since you were talking about them, they're treating you. It's good for me, passes the time there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the
Big Dom 174.
Go on.
Oh, Big Dom.
That's a good one. I went home last night and had a friend request from Grant.
Grant Snow. Never actually spoke to him. I know he beat Dom in a tournament recently, in fact. I said that to Mella. Can he lose to the same guy twice in a row? Thanks, Greg. Just Greg. Cheers, mate.
When are you back on?
6.
6 o'clock for Gio. And Mad Maz, no, I haven't ever played a money match. I've actually declared that I would be interested here and there, but it's just, I kid myself on the amount of...
What, give me a start?
Mate, I'll say I'm up for that. And if I was to say to the missus, by the way, I'm going to start putting in some time, I've got a money match coming, and she would be like, when have you got the time for this? You're between playing pool, running football teams, working, family, and I go, but don't worry about it, plenty of time for all that. She goes, what about us? And I'm like, what do you mean? I come home to you.
Every day.
Oh.
Brian's playing DFs. Love it. Boy was laughing. Love it.
You'd be surprised the amount of times that chat function will go.
It's not a DF, it's a T. I call it a TF. It's a tactical foul. It's not a deliberate. Well, it is a deliberate foul, but he's not hit. As long as he's not hit Mark's ball deliberately first, then it's not loss of frame. I didn't really gain a minute, and Boyle's just going to hang it now.
I think Mark's saying to me, you're just going to pot it again.
Mark is a tough one to play with that.
He probably doesn't get enough credit for his tactical nous in the game as well.
I don't even mean he's obviously he's really clever. You know, all these top players are clever. I mean when he's when he's kind of having a laugh with you when you're playing him and stuff. It's hard to sometimes not like put you off, but relaxes you a bit where you maybe start taking less care. You know what I mean? It's.
I noticed.
He does it a lot with everyone, but that's just the way he is. I mean, I don't think he means anything bad, but
I was playing him when he beat me in Saltire, and I went home and watched it, and I'm thinking I've got a chance to win it. I'm 6-5 up, and I'm on a finish, and I've played outstanding the full match, and I've took these perfect to a point, but I had it mapped out in my head. But instead of just dropping the ball in, like would have made life easy, dropping the top, drop to the side, black in the middle. I'd always planned on screwing back past one of Mark's reds and then just putting the thin nick to get closer to the black. But I didn't land to play this shot, but I still tried to play it and rumbled it in the pocket. Mark takes the finish and dishes the last one, and that was me beat. But I noticed in I had a laugh in the middle of the match for him. When I went a couple of frames up, Mark turned Terminator. And I actually made like a kind of joke, and he didn't even flinch, and I went, okay, it's all serious here. But then, but I kind of, I looked at it and I went, well, that's that professionalism. He's obviously at the time saying, well, no, I'm in a game here, Stevie, so we'll have a laugh after it. And I was like, I like that.
Nah, I don't know. He does it to you, you can do it back to him.
No, true.
I mean, he does it a lot, so I mean, I don't see any ball with doing it back. You know what I mean?
No, that's a fair point as well, right enough. I just at the time thought, fair enough.
He's doing it there the now. You know what I mean? But it maybe just depends what mood he's in.
I think it was maybe one of the points when he's thinking, wait a minute, here he might beat me.
Aye, maybe.
And then all of a sudden it's... But I remember I was talking to Renz after that. I says, I actually went, you know what, fair enough. Maybe for Mark the time for joking had gone, and I had no issue with it at all. I just thought, but... Oh, he's at it again?
No. Bowser. Stuart Bowie, the loss of turnout in internationals is vile. It's not the greatest, and it's not.
I remember the first couple of times I watched that, and I'm shouting at the telly, going, what's happening? And he's snookered. And I'm going, how's that even... I honestly had my head fried.
It's basically just...
Talking about DFs, that's...
I think it's just go for the finish or don't.
No,
you basically just have to go for it. I mean, I think that's the reason. That's what they're trying to do.
Aye.
But I think there's better ways to do it. There should be some penalty, surely.
No, exactly.
There's got to be something. I mean, you can't just...
just play a foul.
Not even that. It's like, see, even if you're snookered and there's no total. No, so you always need to come... You always need to have a cushion after the ball. So pretty much every time you're snookered, you have to just smash it.
Aye.
So if you smash it, fly the ball around the table, pot free your opponent's balls that are hanging over pocket. I mean, it's just no penalty for it. I mean,
no, that's probably a good...
It's crazy.
If you put something like
I'm speaking for experience. I played in it
not exactly.
for a while as well.
Well, Mark's giving away
Mark's
2 shots.
Mark's playing tactical fouls now. But now I don't like slag them.
No, but maybe if in that case you say, right, well, when you play that deliberate type foul that you don't get 2 shots for, is the only occasion when you get a total snooker. When if you get out of it, you don't need to hit a cushion. But as you say, there's got to be some kind of penalty.
There's got to be something.
Listen, fair, that's the rules that's in play there, and that's each to their own type thing, isn't it?
I start.
Oh, he's an off. Oh.
I don't think black ball rules are perfect either, in my opinion.
No, we actually spoke about some of the things.
I don't think they're perfect. I think if you break and pot the black, should be respotted. Same rules, international rules. If you pot a red or a yellow, you play on. If you don't, your opponent plays on. I think if you break,
if you break and go off,
should be one shot.
Be one shot. That's the one rule that everybody seems to agree on.
Yeah, I think it should be one shot.
Corey thinks if the white goes off the table, it should be 2 because that's just a badly cued shot. Whereas
I'd maybe go as far. Brian's an off this time. He's an off this time. I think I'd maybe go. Well, I mean, we're not going to bring in the ball and hand rule, are we? But
no.
Maybe if you go off the table, the white anywhere, one shot. If you get off, one shot behind the line. I don't know. You could play about with it, but
there's definitely 1 or 2 things that could.
Who would you say has best break, Mark Boyle or Tom Cousins? Tom Cousins.
I've seen Tom's to an extent, but people ask me and I say Gareth Abbott.
No, I'm Tom Cousins.
I watched Gareth doing the break and dish challenges. I'm on the same kind of group, and I've never seen anything like this in my life.
The thing is, Boyle's break is ridiculously incredible as well, but I don't know. There's not many players that have got good breaks.
23 break dishes out of 25 breaks. Gareth. 23 out of 25. I'm watching going, there's something not right here. I'm looking to see if the bags are bigger, if there's honestly. I'm like,
there's magnets in there.
It can't be real, man. And then I got asked the question maybe 2 or 3 weeks later. It was one of the IPAs and somebody wrote in the chat, who's got the best break? And I went, Gareth Abbott. I just watched the guy breaking dish like the maddest, but honestly his break's a weapon. But I suppose a lot of, I think you've got a great break. Mark's is obviously unreal.
My side break's better than my down the middle. I only started going down the middle like last week. And it worked alright, I suppose. Yep. But I'm a side breaker, usually. I mean, I have done for years. I've not really went down the middle for years, but I don't know, I wanted to change it up a bit. But between Boyle and Cousins, I don't know if Boyle's takes more skill or Cousins does, because Cousins is smashing them down the middle every time and coming straight back, but Boyle's smashing the second ball every time and pretty much getting the white the same all the time. I don't know, to be honest. I actually don't know.
The big thing is, when you ask 100 people, it's mostly the 2 names that they say, so
it's probably 50-50, isn't it? I don't think there's not really any facts to back it up. It's just opinion in it.
You need a lot of.
I mean, you've got a bit of facts there with Hibbert, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, if it wasn't for watching and being involved in that group and getting to see, because Gav's on it, Arfan Dad's on it, there's a lot of good players involved in that group. Gareth is his break. Obviously, it's on his table, and he's on it day after day. He's probably hitting the exact same point and the cloth and everything. Because I've seen myself, I don't know about you, but you go from table 1 to table 6 in a venue in the break. You're doing everything the exact same, but the balls just aren't breaking.
Every table seems to break different.
Yep. So
Bowie, Mellon would have the Boyle break band. You should hit the front ball first. Less in-offs. The reason I side broke for years, and I would still revert to it if I had to, is because you do go on off less.
Yeah.
But if they change the rule to one shot, if you went on off in the break, then I think everyone would probably break down the middle, because I mean, going dry is pretty much the same as going in off. Sometimes you'd maybe even prefer to go in off than actually go dry. But my reason for side breaking was less in offs 100%. But
he's went right in off.
He's went straight in off. I don't know if you should ban the cup break. I don't think so. But I know Chris Mellon has moaned about it a lot of times.
And the thing for me that doesn't make sense, if it's that much of a weapon and advantage,
why is he not doing it?
Exactly, why is everybody not doing it? It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know.
As I can assure you guys, I cut break 90% of the time, and my break is awful. So it's definitely not an advantage for me. Every now and again I revert to the front, and then...
See, it's annoying with my break, because my break's either like ridiculously good or just ridiculously bad.
There's no in between.
It's just like, I mean, last week it was unbelievable. I just broke roll-ins every frame. I mean, no, you still got to finish them, but when you're playing well, you fancy finishing them.
Definitely.
I was just, I mean, every time I came to the table, I just looked at them. I thought, these are roll-ins here. I thought I'd finished them before I even played a shot. But all the times it's like you just break and you sit down, and it's the same for the other guy. The other guy comes to the table and he goes, I can't finish these, man. Tap in as well. Or you break and just leave nothing. But you know, sometimes, I don't really ever remember like breaking dry and leaving nothing. But if you break and get a ball, sometimes you leave nothing.
No, that's it. How often you walk away from the table and look back, go, right, it's not the worst dry break I've ever had.
Anywhere in Scotland you would recommend for trying different cues before buying? Alan Reynolds, Dunfermline. My sponsor, Tom Classic Cues. I have to put my sponsor in before anything else.
Mate, of course.
Tom Classic Cues, Alan Reynolds from Rosyth even.
Yeah, it's definitely worth going and having a look and a go. I don't know.
I'll list other places. You've also got On Cue World.
Yeah.
With the McKinnesseys. And how's here, Grant Finnegan?
Yeah,
Not
Grant,
right?
I've actually got one of Grant's cues, a Prestige Cues Scotland. They are phenomenal, but you can come in here, and the guy that's obviously worked.
I've heard Green Bay's is good.
Green Bay's is a phenomenal place. I know a lot of guys that have been down there. Craigie Martin swears by it.
Never been, but I've heard it's tremendous.
But there's a few places, and to be fair, most people and most sellers don't mind giving you a shot to see if you get the feel for the cue. There's obviously places where you go to that's not going to be the case, but there is a few in Scotland.
Well, the cues used from Scotland's number 1, 2 and 3, Morgan McInnes, Liam Dunster and myself, is Tom Classics. So contact Alan Reynolds.
And if you want a cue from Scotland's number 37 or whatever it is, get a Prestige Cue Scotland. I might have even dropped for 37. That's not been my year on the table, that's for sure.
It gets like that, Stevie.
That's just been one of the years on and off the table, but
aye, that doesn't help either.
When you come through the other side, you cannot count your blessings that you're still waking up in the morning. You've got your
left to fight on all day,
mate.
Left to fight on all day. That's what I felt when I got beat last night. I'll have to fight on all day. I've still got tomorrow. Another tactical exchange here.
Strange shot, I think, from Mark, because
he's definitely going to be snookered, isn't he? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah. Slightly baffled there. There's even a hit here. Brian's going to have a chance.
He's going to have a chance. Brian should... I mean, it's 5-2, and if Brian comes back to the table here and takes out the finish, it's 5-3. No worries, Jamie. It's... Oh, tie it up. Oh, he's not. So, I mean, if Brian gets these, it's 5-3. And how many chances has he missed?
Exactly. You could actually argue...
How many chances has he actually missed?
He could be... I think he could be maybe 6-1 up here.
I don't know, it's... I mean, Boyle's had chances as well, of course. I think the two frames Brian have won, it's only been the black on the table, remember?
Oh, no, I know.
So Boyle's had chances in the two frames as well, but I mean, you've got to look at it for both sides. Brian's had... I know Boyle's up 5-2, and he's took more chances than Brian, but I think they've actually had the same amount of chances. Yep. I think maybe both of them have had a chance in every frame.
We had a moment last night where... You know Stevie Windies, didn't you? Stevie Cochran.
Aye.
So... mad, absolutely stone mad, comes over to me and Robert. Me and Robert are in here doing the comms, and he chaps the window and opens the door and says, "Unbelievable, I should be 7-5 up here." And we're like, we look up at the screen and we look, Stevie, it's 5 each. how should you be it's only been 10 frames. And he's like, and he looks at us and goes, I know, but I should be 7-5 up. And he was so serious about it and walked away, and me and Robert were like, this can't be real.
This can't be real.
How could you even
7-5, 10 frames.
Absolutely. He beat
Surely,
Fairley.
did he?
He beat Fairley, aye.
You should have been 7-5 up after 10 frames. It's incredible.
He ended up beating Fairley, and there was a bit of controversy as well. Hard to see.
Was there?
He was bridging over the ball. It's actually, Paul had a look at it on the security camera, and you can't really tell, but Ross thought that Stevie's arm touched the ball.
Oh, has he made it? Stevie, has he made it?
Is he just?
I don't know if he's made it.
Oh, he's had a wee smile at Mark there. Might be just on it.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, he's. Ross has said that he felt he touched the ball, but you see Stevie bridging over, and then he kind of lifts his arm like a reaction
a twitch,
to it. Yeah. And Ross has said, look, I think you've did that because you touched it there. And Stevie's going, no, I didn't. But Stevie obviously won the match anyway. I think it was 10-9 the decider.
Fairly the troublemaker. He's a into ball these days, Fairly.
He's becoming a
There
rebel.
was a bit of controversy last week, I know. Fairly the troublemaker. Love it.
That's a good shot.
Aye. You see, he's took these well. The black was always going to be awkward, but he was perfect to stun across, and he's played it really well. 5-3. I mean, he's right in this match.
Yep.
And both of them. Yeah, you could probably say it should be 8-0 to any of these guys.
Aye, that's it. It's not been a classic. Two of them are chipping things back and forward, and the shot that's cost Mark there was.
I like watching this better than I do just dash. It's just boring. It'd be probably finished by now.
I'll be looking. I don't know if Mark wins this. I'll be looking forward to asking him, what were you thinking when you just rolled your yellow up and left yourself between the three reds?
It was a screw back shot from the middle bag earlier on.
Aye.
When he snookered his on the black, he left the white basically where he would have if he just dropped it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, it wasn't on the black, but I don't know if he could have just rolled down a bit further to leave a cut on the black, but I think he's tried to come round for an easier shot and not landed on it. It's a good match. I didn't even know that was on. Scott Gillespie and Dan Davey.
Yeah, I was just looking at the results. Just
5-3 to Dan Davey. Rob Stephen and Rob Wilson, 7-5 to Robert Stephen. It's a good game as well.
Yep.
A lot of good ties in here.
Richard Swarfield 7-3 up and Dave Adenau as well. Colin McKechnie, 2 tissues as well, going toe to toe with the best breaker that I've seen in the game, Gareth Ibbott.
The reigning defending world champion. How many world champions is there now, Stevie?
Well, you've obviously got the professional bodies world champions, then you've got the
IPA Ultimate.
Yeah, so then
What a shot gives you.
you've got BI and you've got. But the mad thing about BI is
There must be about 5.
the IPA is under BI, whereas BI have a world championships and the IPA have a world championships, but the IPA is under the umbrella of BI.
Because I know Gav Robinson's won a world title this year, Leiden de Bono's won a world title this year, Gareth Hibbett's won a world title this year. Don't know who's won it on the other side, probably Cousins or somebody, or Declan Brennan or something's a world champion. I mean, when's it come to an end? I mean,
so Gareth won.
I don't really mind the other one because that's a different rule set. So they're a world champion at a different rule, but there's 3 world champions at Black Ball rules right now.
Yeah. So you've got the IBF one, which was the one was in Malta there, wasn't it? And then you had the BI one, which was in Bridlington that Gav Robinson won. And then obviously we've got that's the thing that I can't kind of wrap my head around is the fact
There's basically 2 IPA ones.
Yeah, because
well,
I mean Kev Barton ran that.
Them.
Kev ran it for BI, and yeah, I mean that's probably the one thing that I've got.
Yeah,
it's a bit strange if
I'm sure it's
to have 2 world champions under one banner type thing.
Aye, good point. I'd be like the UFC having 2 heavyweight champions, won't it?
Just one of them, the interim champion.
Aye, well, there pretty much is, I suppose.
You know what I mean?
But it's like having two world champions at the same weight class in the same banner.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, because, as I say, Black Ball International under the WPA or whatever it is, that's where the IPA, they're the professional body for the main.
Hibbett, Gav Robinson, Lydon and Ronan. Is it Ronan, is it? So there's four.
Four world champs. 3 of them
At the same rule set.
play Black Ball.
2 under the same banner. Sounds good for pool, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is slightly mad when you think about it.
I wonder if the new running of the IPA will have things changed.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
I'm sure there'll be some questions.
Central number 1 on the com. Just Central, Joe. Cheers.
And there he is, the man of the moment. The man of the moment that took
I think Boyle's a bit
Fernie
short
to the
here.
cleaners last night. Stevie Windies has walked in. I was just telling everybody about the match that you says you should have been 7-5 up and it was 5 each. You didn't half get mixed up, mate.
I think Boyle has to come on and off the top here, but it's hard to judge. Especially these when the tables are this new, that cushions play sometimes really soft. Looks good. Looks good. Looks perfect. Top of the knee from Brian, that was a good shot. 6-3. Mr. Boyle. Referee Yvonne Ewan, Scottish legend in the game and behind the scenes in the game.
It was a windy cleaner in. What a guy. What a guy. He's going to be... I don't even want to tell the story. I need to get him... When I get the podcast set up in the new year, I need to get him on so everybody knows how he gets caught windies. Absolute crackpot.
Brian's straight enough, I mean.
Same pocket.
Do the players only use a brake due to... a brake cue due to protect their tips, or Fair only use a brake cue because it's lighter? My brake cue is the same weight, same length, same tip size, but it's got a plastic tip now. I just use it to smash them, pretty much just to save my tip and my ferrule. Aye.
Do you know what's mad?
I mean, some folk, they use them because they break better, but personally, I mean, they do break better because, especially, I think these plastic tips actually, I'd never tried one until last week. And I think, it seemed, well, it did last week anyway. It seemed to be good, but I've personally, I'll just use a brake cue just to protect my cue, really. But I never had a brake cue before because I always side broke. But I know Boyle side breaks with a braking cue, but I just side broke my own cue. I mean, I wasn't hitting them really that hard, so I wasn't really worried about it.
The thing that's always kind of, and I've used brake cues at different times. Right now I just use my playing cue, but I go into a snooker table with my playing cue and I'll hit the heavy balls and...
I would never, Stevie. Never. It's mental. It's mental.
But it's a snooker cue.
Mate, it's mental.
What would you use to play snooker?
What size is your tip though?
875.
Oh, it's mental, man. Absolutely mental. I use a 10 mil. I just go like...
I used to use a 6.75 at pool.
Jesus.
I know. So when I was using the 875 for snooker, it felt similar.
Right.
But I have went up a bit now, but I don't... It's only if I get in and just do some lineups and stuff like that, I'll just pot some balls. But my tip, I use a Legends medium and it doesn't even change shape.
Aye,
and I think to myself...
I use a super soft, to be fair.
Even if I'm using a 9mm or a 10mm, I'm hitting snooker balls, heavy snooker balls, and you're using a small light weight, and I think, how much damage can it really do? Do you know what I mean? Unless you're no catching it right, but I think that's a myth. But I do think there's a place because of the way they're made, and there is something in it, because some of the breaks that you see, I just think there's got to be some kind of element of scientific evidence that says that it helps to an extent. These break tips, you just mentioned that they're right now. There's got to be some kind of reaction that makes it.
I mean, I think it definitely. It comes. The weight comes off your tip faster. I know that.
Aye.
So you're generating more pace, which is evident. You literally just have to touch the weight with it, and you'll know that yourself.
And that's one of the things that I think is massive, Rick, because you're not going to go and put one of them on your playing cue. So
No. But I play snooker with a 10 mil Tom Classic cue for my sponsor. So I kind of change snooker cue a lot.
I've got
but I don't play much snooker. I mean, I play once a week, but it's just in a local league.
Yeah.
I'll kind of swap between the cues that I get from them, just to kind of play snooker with. But I would never touch my pool cue. But I think that's speaking from experience. The day before I played Robert Stephen for money, my ferrule snapped off.
That's right.
I had to get it fixed, but it was like an ongoing thing. My ferrule had snapped off maybe 3 or 4 times in the first 4 or 5 months of the year. So I knew I had to change cue, but I didn't want to change cue before that match. So as soon as that match finished, I changed cue. The next day I started using my new cue, which I already had ready. I already had it ready with the tip on it, new ferrule and stuff ready to go. I just wasn't playing with it until that match was done, basically.
I've got a ADR cue that I got years ago for John Brownlee. It just had a good sized tip on it, 9.5 mil, and I would use that for snooker for years. But just when I got my new cue, it was a slightly bigger tip, and then when I was in here just potting some balls, it was just easy enough to just pick my own cue and just doing lineups, potting balls straight. So I wasn't doing anything crazy with it. But
Big Dom uses the same cue for everyone, and he's never had any trouble. So I mean,
there's actually a few guys. I remember going to play snooker down in Bridlington. Some of the boys pulled their cues out and they had like 7 mil tips, and I'm like, what are you doing here? You think it's going to snap? And they go, this is what it's made for.
I mean, that's got a point. I mean, Stevie versus Gio at snooker, who wins? What's your highest break, Stevie?
75.
I won.
75. And you know, I was actually at 12-year-old. This is so seeming that I talk to people and they go, I'm a century guy, I'm this guy, and then you see them queuing and you go, you've never had a century, never mind the computer. And I was 12 years old and knocked in a 68.
That's alright.
I played snooker a lot when I was young.
I was kind of the same, man.
But football took over and I never really lifted a cue for probably the best part of about 15 years.
I was the opposite, coming from football too.
Yep. So I only beat that break about 2 years ago in juniors.
Right.
And it was a 75. I knocked it in about 10 minutes.
Nice.
But I was in here practicing a lot. The tables are tight out there.
I've tried them. They're brilliant though. But they're hard.
Walked into juniors before they get rid of the snooker tables, kind of smashed off the back, opened up and knocked in 70. Honestly, it was about 5-10. We just banged them out and I was like, these bags are massive, man. Just because I had been off of that. But I just don't play enough snooker. I was going to play with Chick years ago. We used to get in. Chick's a ton break guy, regular 70s and 80s every visit to the table. He's so good. But I was knocking in 40, 50, 60 every time. And it used to say to me, knock that 40, 50, 60 in and then hide the white. I was thinking, you get into the Stephen Hendry mode going, I'm getting on, I'm clearing the table here.
Just want to finish everything.
Exactly, but I love a wee game of snooker, but it's just a game I don't ever get to play. So
I play once a week in the Monday night in our local snooker league. It's like a handicap league. I mean, most weeks are getting guys 50 and 60. I'm half scratch, but it's no fun, really, to be honest. But we just go for something today. We're all pool players. Our full team, 5 is in the team. We're just all pool players. We just like to. And we've actually won our first 7 games this season. We're sitting top of the league and we're actually getting better. This is our second season, so we're all starting to get a bit better. I've actually been playing really well this season, to be honest. I'm starting to get a bit better at the snooker.
It makes a difference.
Did you have any decent breaks at the snooker the all night? You know, me and my mate were delighted to go over 50 playing alternative shots the all night and Monday in the league. We play 3 frames in the league. I think the other night I had a 54 and a 43 in my 3 frames, which was it's not too bad in 3 frames.
Definitely.
I missed I was on 96 in the league last year, the end of last season. I missed the green. So the brown was in the top cushion and the green's on the spot, but I'm the wrong side of the green, so I had to power the green in to fly on the table and missed it on 96. My claim to fame is I'll probably never do it again. I had a total clearance against Big Dom in a frame, 137.
Phenomenal.
I'll probably never do that ever again.
I was on 65 in there and instead of just rolling the blue into the middle and taking a slightly tougher red, I tried to basically swing round, missed the blue, rumbled. I don't even know what I was thinking, and then I knocked in a 35 straight after it, and I'm going.
That's annoying. That could have been like a turn 90 or something. Like.
And I actually walked out there, and there was a few guys in here, and I'm going, I could have had a ton on that table. I was so excited, and even and what did you get? I went 60. They're going, that's still class. And I went, but you don't understand. Well, I'll show you. And I was so but for anybody that's never been in here, the tables are tough, man.
And
they're so
really
good.
hard.
But
While we're talking away,
yeah, it's getting away from Brian
Boyle's
now.
finishing away. It's getting away from Brian.
Chris Boron, he's 3-2 down to Morgan right now.
Morgan's on some draw, ain't
I know.
he? Me, Lee Shepherd, and now Boron.
I was talking about
And
it
I
last
think
night.
the winner plays the winner of Dunster's game.
Is it really?
Aye, is it?
Young
It's
Stevens.
tremendous.
Stevens
That's
hanging
Stevens,
in.
aye, he is. He's fighting. 6'4", he's still in it. 3 dishes, he must be playing decent.
That is some draw, by the way.
Oh, it's incredible.
We were talking about it last night. Your match for the next match for it, and Chris came in. Chris had played one of his. I can't remember who it was. Chris actually played. He was in talking away, and he's going, "Is it really?" And I'm going, "That's just the." But you're going to get that.
The worst draw I've ever had personally was actually the Saltire. I got to the final and Whelan Dishman decider. The first round I had Boyle, and Boyle beat me 7-5, I think. And I went into the losers side and I played Fernie in the first round of the losers. That was incredible. Like Boyle, first round of the losers, Fernie. Tremendous.
Nah, that's.
And I somehow managed to get past Fernie, get through the losers and get to the final and get dished in the decider.
Nah, that's some going. That's probably one of the toughest Saltires I had was in players when I played Wade Morley, then Jack Whelan. Jack beat me, I beat Gary Roberts, and then had Liam Dunster. And it's like.
Cheers.
But actually,
You like it though?
I came away for that weekend going, do you know what?
You're happy playing the top players, it's a learning curve. I mean, for me now, I've played them all enough. I'd rather know.
If you can avoid them.
Yeah, I've played them a million
If
times
I need
already.
to take them, I'll take them in the final.
I've played them too much now.
Wow. Crystal Palace won up in Man City.
Good afternoon, Danny.
Is Pep getting sacked?
You just signed a new deal.
Danny Wilson.
They better get the money out if they want to sack him.
Frightening.
It's good on you. Is that correction?
They went back in time. That is correction, aye,
But it's before. The old.
we missed it. It was actually 2 minutes ago. We'll just fix that one.
Aye, that's incredible.
Not bad for a Saturday afternoon. Just under 250 watching right now.
It's 260 the last I looked. We're losing viewers, Stevie.
Oh.
Better up our game here.
They must be on to the other stream tables to listen to nobody. 6-3. Alan Robinson 6-3 up in Craig Marsh.
He's running a bit far there, Mark. I think he was playing for the yellow into the right middle. Big Joe. Job, Joe.
He must still be on this.
Amazing that Pep was on like he has at City. See bad results and he could be gone. Nah, he will not be gone. He just signed a new deal last week. Was it last week, the week before? Come on, but he just signed a new deal, didn't he?
I think he's probably got enough leeway
He'll
in
be
the
fine.
tank for what he's achieved.
I don't know how Ten Hag lasted that long at Man United.
Oh, frightening.
It's incredible. Seen better managers get sacked in 2 months.
Yeah, that's probably one of the most absurd things I've ever witnessed in football.
How did he take so long? Oh, great shot, Boyle. He's finding his feet, Mark. I know he's in front, but he's not been classic
No, that's
Boyle.
It's probably one of the just get the job done, over the line, dust down and go again.
But like I say, he's like a front runner. Like, even though he's not been great, see the further he gets in front, the better he'll get. He'll continuously get into his groove better. I mean, he's played that last shot to Cannon Red lovely. But it looks maybe in some parts of the match that he's maybe been hitting the balls a bit hard and maybe doing something he shouldn't have. But he looks to be timing it nice now.
Yeah, he's got to the business end, 8-3 up, about to be 9. And the likelihood is that he's going to get over the line at some point. Can't see Brian coming back from here. If he does, it'll be one of the best comebacks I've ever seen. And it is 9-3. And there's big Colin McKechnie. 5-3 in front of Gareth Hibbett.
Don't you know what to say?
Yeah, I played him in a King of the Hill probably 3 months ago or something. And I beat him 15-13, and the big man was unbelievable. And it was so many times I'm thinking, I don't know what this guy's on.
He's at the table here as well, look. He's at the table. Big Dom actually ran a bit close at the Isle of Man. 7-5 end that wasn't, but he was up 5-3. And he had a chance. He had a chance. And a couple of chances, I think, to be honest. I think he maybe should have got over the line, to be honest. But he played really well. But maybe that habit break you're talking about's not going too well.
No, that's it.
That's just how easy it can happen. It's the way the game is now. Like, the tables are playing so well, and there's a lot of guys that are want to play in these events. I mean, sometimes all it does take is a few dry breaks, and then you get a few good breaks, and you're up against it.
It's mad. I actually hear that quite a lot these days. You're only one dry break away from losing
what a
3
shot,
frames.
man! I've just witnessed.
Wow.
Oh my God!
Alan Robinson.
Against Craig, what a shot that was. I wish you could see that.
Yeah, what a shot, guys. Hopefully makes the highlight reel. That needs to be a future thing. We need to get Craig working on the highlight reel stuff.
That was incredible. He's full length knuckle at the bottom left bag, up to the top left bag to pot the red and come over the other side of the table for the black. And he's missed the black.
Oh, wow.
You're joking me. The best shot I ever followed up with, missing the black. The black was quite a bit away as well. That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's... We've got to wonder.
Big frame as well at 6-3.
He's maybe been saying, just don't miss it, rather than just getting down and putting that away, but...
Boyle's in to win here. He's run a bit awkward there, to be honest. I think he tried to hit that yellow a bit full.
Yeah, full of contact on that.
He was lining up like next to the yellow with his cue, so I think he was basically trying to hit it full ball and knock it up, but he just came inside it. He's taking this. He has to maybe play this with a bit of run inside to avoid the black.
He's missed that.
He's missed it. I think he's actually missed it thin, which is why he just flicked the black. I think he had to, if he got the pot angle, he was hitting the black nearly full. I think he needed a bit of side. But it was close to the cushion. It's never easy playing the side when you're close to the cushion.
What are you thinking here in Brian's situation? We'll have to get these because if
Basically.
I don't...
This isn't easy, this plant. Good shot.
Good pace on it.
No, it was a good shot. He's actually... I think he wanted to be kind of straightish on these reds in the middle, because the reds onto the yellow 2-1 looks not too bad. But can he come in behind it right now? Can he get enough on this where he comes off the top cushion and back past the red for it in the top left? He's hit it hard and he's on nothing.
Yeah, that's...
2-1 in the middle. Cut down the ball.
He had to avoid that red at all costs there.
He's got to cut this down the bottom or play the double, the cross double. But cutting it down the bottom, you're not getting any position. And I mean, you're not really making it hard for... he's going to try and power stun this round of 3, Stevie.
He's got it.
He has got it. Wow. He's out of position again. That's sick.
That's
really unlucky.
That's a phenomenal pot that he's just played there. And he's landed in absolutely nothing. Back double and off the yellow.
Nice.
The percentages of that are mega thin, but...
One cushion, pot it in the
shot.
bottom right, yeah.
That's a shot.
No, it'll be match over.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the party is over for Brian Cumming.
He's had his chances as well. I mean, that one was a half chance at best, to be honest. He made it hard for himself when he caught the red coming up the table, but he played a great shot and never landed on anything. But I mean, he's had chances earlier in the match.
Yeah, that'll be probably the positive he can take, is he's had some chances. If he just...
That's isn't a certainty. That's for him. Good shot.
Just needs to tighten up a bit, Brian.
He landed a bit of angle on that, Mark, but he's cued that in lovely. I'd say it's definitely match over now. Yeah, he's getting the weight better.
Yeah.
He's got his timing. He's definitely striking it better. Yeah, towards the end of this match.
Yeah, you can see he's feeling it, and it could have been so different. Brian had chances. I know, as we mentioned, Mark had some chances as well, and it was a few back and forth, but if you don't take them against guys like Mark, well, you're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they're in massive trouble. What is the script with one day Boyle's wearing the glove, one day he's not? Last night he didn't wear it, today he's wearing it. Do you think it's just conditional?
I honestly don't know. I mean,
I think it's just, I'll put it on the day.
that's a question I've got for him as well when he comes in.
I wonder if it's just sometimes if he thinks like the conditions are good and his cue feels smooth, then he won't wear it, but if maybe it feels a bit sticky, he'll wear it.
He's I remember he had
definitely doesn't hinder him anyway, but
he had a problem with finding a glove that fitted like one of the ones he had, so he stopped wearing it, and then he's got one.
But he didn't wear it last night, which is strange.
Well,
it definitely doesn't hold him back anyway. He started getting into a groove at the end of that match.
Aye, that was it, and he just had too big a lead for Brian, so unfortunately Brian gets into the one loss side. He's still in the tournament, he's still got a chance, and Mark will join us in a few minutes. But cheers my man for helping us out there.
Not a problem, Stevie.
And I'm pretty sure if you don't fire through every round in minute, you'll come back in and help us again over the weekend.
No chance. I'll come back in. I'll see you later, mate.
Cheers. So Mark Boyle does get over the line there. 10 frames to 3. Was it vintage? I think he'd be the first to say it wasn't, but I think he was good value for it. Brian was never really at the races, with a few opportunities at the start, but Mark Boyle 10, Brian coming 3, and hopefully Mark will make his way over here in the next minute or so, and we'll get a little 1-minute chat, and I'll go and get someone to join me for the next match. Time is marked on 6 o'clock tonight. So where is Mr. Boyle disappearing to? See if I can get him just now before the next match comes on. Give me a second, guys. Be joined in a moment. As you can see, the smart rack on your screen. That is the preferred triangle, as we call it. It's not really a triangle now, that it's only 2 bits, but it makes a triangle with a ball. And it does make a difference. The smart rack, one of our partners in the IPA. Fantastic to have them on board. chuffed that he is making his way into the commentary box now for a wee 2-minute chat. Unless he hangs about for the next 3 hours, but Mr. Magic himself, Mark Boyle's here. Just push it up, mate.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, mate. And how was that game in your view?
It was quite funny.
I was going to say that. You looked as if you were having a laugh.
Oh, it was just a relaxed match. You know, it didn't actually feel like a match. It just felt like we were hitting balls. And that's where the double elimination kind of... It takes a wee edge off because, you know, if you win, you win. You get beat, you get beat. You know, you're no in or you're no out, really. You know, it doesn't start till you get to a knockout stage.
Aye, that's...
So, but I feel all right. So that's all I can take out of it. You know, I feel like when I need to pot them, I pot them.
Aye, Gio was in for that match with me, and it looked like to the tail end that you were really in the groove. Whereas at the start there was maybe a few things chipped back and forth, but is that just that too relaxed element?
Yes, mega relaxed. I just felt like, right, when it went 5-3, I thought, right, come on, just get that wee edge back, you know, that it was basically focus, like concentration, you know, that we were just sitting there and just, it was so relaxed. So I got the wee edge back, and I got a ball every break there, really, so that helped, you know, so, and obviously Brian went in off a couple of times, it made it a lot easier. So, it's got my arm going for today, and I'm just, whatever happens this weekend happens, you know. I feel okay. I felt okay there, so we'll see what happens this weekend.
Well, that's one of the things I was going to ask. So you come into these games, sometimes it's just about getting over the line in a certain game, and then you dust yourself down and go again. And
100%, it's a long weekend, you know, so there's no point in burning yourself out at the start. Then come, if you're still in it, luckily at the quarters, semis and finals, you're like a burst ball, you know, so you've just, like, look at Dunster, he's a pint of blood every shot. You know, look at him there, he's like, I'm in it every shot. That just burns you right out, you know, so it's you just got to conserve your energy.
Get a bit of flow, get that kind of feel, that buzz.
Yep.
And no, as I say, towards the end it just looked like you were in full flow, maybe.
Yeah, I do feel.
You did. You look really smooth.
I feel like that's what you're trying to find. See, when you come up, you're just trying to find your timing and your rhythm. And I managed to find that a wee bit there at the end. So if I keep going like that for the rest of the weekend, we'll see what happens.
Aye, that's it. And then that match becomes the perfect start for the day, definitely for this weekend. So
100%.
And Richard Swarfield at 6 o'clock tonight, then, mate.
What was that with it? So I've got a wee break.
Yeah, you've got a wee break.
It's my wee nephew's birthday today, so he's 21. So I'll nip through. And
Your wee nephew.
I know, wee nephew is double the size of me. So it's his 21st, so I'll pop through for a wee hour and give him his card and stuff like that and catch up with everybody, and then I'll be back.
Perfect, mate.
So I'll leave here about 4 o'clock, and that gives me an hour.
An hour?
Yeah, so I can hang by with you till for the end of this. What game are we watching?
Well, I think we're going to have, it looked like Dean Shields and Keane that was going on.
All right, okay, because I've got about 10 games in front of me here.
Aye, that's pretty sure.
Aye, well, you've got Keane and Dean on table, well, the stream table. You've got Dunster against Junior on one of the outside tables. There's Rob as well. And
he's playing Robert Stephen, that's a tight one.
On the other two stream tables, we've got Goobsy and Dan Davey. Goobsy is in about the balls to go 7-5 down. And Marshy is 7-5 down against Alan Robinson.
We've got one of the homeboys, Colin McKechnie, 5-0 with Gareth Ibbott.
Wow, there we go.
The big Colin was actually 5-3 up in that, so...
Just shows you, no game's easy.
Exactly, a bit of belief in yourself and go and have a go. And a big man showing that he's more than capable. And Rob Wilson's on a finish here, he's on a chance to get to 9-all. That looks decent. And while we're here, mate, waiting in the next game to start, we might as well talk a wee bit about what's coming up. Lola's pool party.
Oh yeah. Next weekend we are in Sticks in Glenrothes on Friday night. And then on Saturday night we're down in Kilmarnock, or over in Kilmarnock.
Yep.
On the Saturday, and we are at Shooters Sports Bar. So we're looking about sitting at about 40-50 entries so far. So I know coming into the week. Well, the week leading up to it, the entries start to creep up. So looks like it's going to be 2 good nights. So we'll get at least 2 qualifiers for the grand finals. So that's looking forward to it, because it's been a couple of weeks since we've had one. We were down in where were we? CJ's last couple of weeks ago, where Dunster won the qualifier there. And we were at Bangor and the Corner Pocket in Bangor, and then on the Saturday, and then the Friday before that we were in the White Rose in Ossett, and they were 2 amazing nights.
Yeah, they looked absolutely phenomenal.
I think I'll need a tour of England. if everyone in England's like that, and Wales, it's Scotland will be getting less events next year.
Well, that's...
because I think we're having a lot up here. It's too congested a wee bit.
Well, that's the thing, innit? If you consider, we've obviously got juniors coming soon as well.
Yep.
You've got the McGoldricks ones, all these kind of... And you start to find that there's a percentage of the entries are in all of them.
Yes.
And then, so when they're going from...
Yes.
But when there's only one in a specific area, all of a sudden, that can be absolutely rammed.
Well, there's Bangor, North Wales. There was 99 players in it. I knew 2 of them. 2 people I knew. So
there you go.
Doing the draw was quite hard, because you don't know who's who, but you get to know who's who. And so that was brilliant. And the same in Leeds. Probably knew about a handful of people in Leeds. Probably about 10 people maybe, say, that was in the event. So it's all good to get all the new faces involved.
Yeah, it's absolutely class. And there's obviously another few in the new year.
Yep.
It's up and down, a wee bit further up north and then further
down.
Yeah.
And Andover.
Exactly, so.
Andover to Peterhead.
All over the place.
Yep.
And that's the amazing thing. And who knows what the future years, we're concentrating on this one, but it is so far and wide. And it's just getting bigger and better all the time. So guys, if any of you live anywhere near Kirkcaldy or Kilmarnock this weekend, you might want to get involved, or go onto the Lowless Pool Party page on Facebook. Check out all the dates. It might be in your local area. You might want to get involved. Trust me, you do not want to miss out.
Yeah, you want to be part of the grand finals this year. Hopefully it'll be a good turnout again, and there will be £40,000 up for grabs.
Yeah, unbelievable.
On a one-day event.
Yeah, I actually think the venue will be close to rammed.
Yeah, it should
I really
be,
do.
hopefully.
Because I know there's quite a lot of people, like my missus was obviously there with my daughter. She had the time of her life, she had a great time. But then Claire was talking to some of the girls that go to the wee man's football and that, and they're saying, oh, but we'll go to that.
Yeah.
So there's like a load of the parents saying, well, we'll take the boys, and they've never even been to a game of pool in their life, but Claire told them how much a laugh it was, the music was playing, it was an atmosphere that was electric, and so there's going to be people that have never been to a pool event in their life, never mind what. And when they get to this, they're never going to think every pool event's like that.
Yeah.
Well, Stevie, when they come and watch you playing in McGoldricks, that's not the same.
If as I sell out the bingo, it'll be £1,000.
I need you here after this, because I'm arguing for my mates.
Vinny's not happy, is it? The football chat.
He's got a wee bee in his bonnet there.
Right, well, there is the poll for the next 10 minutes for any Celtic fans out there, or even football fans. Who would be the manager of your choice? Ange Postecoglou or Brendan Rodgers? That's what Rooney was asking there. So there you go, guys. In the chat, who would be your favourite manager out of the two for your any football team that you support?
I usually use like a strange type of logic when I get to these kind of questions. And
What are you talking about, Bill?
No, but I'll say like, right, so Real Madrid or PSG or Bayern Munich, they're all there, and they need a manager, and they've only got the choice of two.
Right.
Who are they going to pick? I think they pick Brendan Rodgers every day of the week. I just think he's got a bit more kind of. A bit more about him, a bit more of a background, a bit more.
He's got a lot of experience, but mind you, Big Andrew's got a lot of experience, but not in this side of the world. He's not. It's a total different game.
I think the fact that the two of them are quite similar in how they want to play the game, with a few slight differences. I just think Brendan's got that touch more, and I just think that's. I used to say the thing when somebody would say, "Well, I think Kenny McLean's as good as Callum McGregor," and I go, "Well, who would Real Madrid sign if they could only pick one of them?"
Yeah,
so it's a no contest.
Look at a big Mick J has put up Ange because he's more likeable, which is true. Ange is more likeable, I would say.
Well, what you're going to have dinner with him?
No, but I know what you're saying. But look at Brendan; he's learnt a lot regarding. Look at the way he went over to Atalanta.
Aye, no, I know.
Right, he's changed his game plan where he would never play like that, but people have been on his case, so he's learning as well.
Listen, I don't even think it's a contest, to be honest. And do you know what? You only have to look at the statistics. Brendan Rodgers is our most successful manager since Jock Stein. So there you go.
That's it. So
and then we're underway.
Yep, Kane's first break there, and it's been dry. So this lets Dean Shields in about the table, and the yellows look brilliant.
Yeah, what a first break.
Yeah, he hit that break perfect as well, but that's what can happen. You can hit them too good sometimes, and then they'll just sit there for your opponent.
Dean was here to quite late last night playing American pool.
He loves the American pool.
Yeah, he's became mad for it.
Yep, it's definitely a game that's growing. It's getting bigger every year. So should every sport, but pool has. 9-ball pool has grown. You can see it in the past, say, 2 years. It's just exploded with Matchroom Sport.
Looking at Danny Wilson's comment, he obviously doesn't like the.
No, he doesn't like he doesn't like football chat these days.
Why would he?
Apart from his team's back now, apparently. Dean's he's flung his arm at that one, so that lets Keane in, and Keane's got the one into the right middle, the bottom of the two reds, and then he can play the plant, and then. I'm sure that black goes as well, so this is an easy finish for Keane. I'm sure he'll get these. So one into the middle. Oh, I thought they ran through it.
Yeah, dropped him and played a plant up the line.
So now that leaves a shot. He's either got a double or he's going to play one up the line. Maybe he was just wanting to make sure he read first.
I'm a touch surprised, but...
So Danny Wilson. Danny, who would you choose?
If you could chase Big Phil out the door and pick one of them, who would you have?
Danny's still an Albion fan. How are they doing, Danny? Rodgers all day long. Ange more likeable. Ange has only got one game plan, isn't he, really? Plays good football, but he's... I
felt sorry for him the other day.
Yeah, he doesn't need that.
But...
Right, so Kane's got an easy 4-ball out here. Yeah. Top left, top right, bottom left and right middle.
It's turned out that he left that ball so that he could have a fallback where he kicked the yellow away from the black. So
good thinking.
Not bad thinking from Kane.
Perfect. He's just left himself a natural angle to come over for the black into the right middle.
And since you're right beside me, mate, and I've asked the question to every single pro that sat down.
Wait now, Stevie, this is more fun than actually playing. Like, you've got about 10 tellies in front of you.
It's amazing
You've got the football results, you've got scores, you're watching 4 games.
It's incredible.
Oh, this is brilliant.
I said that to Marcy yesterday. What a setup this is. And he's like, I can't believe this. You've got more TVs in here than most other pool halls.
Oh, we're missing some food and drink in here.
Exactly, mate. So the IPA next year. We should have a buzz, mate.
Oh, IPA will be brilliant next year. I wanted everybody involved. You know, like with people starting to move over. All these people that left in the first place, Stevie.
Exactly.
People have got to remember that these guys all turned their back in the IPA to start with, but it's good to see them back. We should all be playing under one banner. if there's 2 banners, then we should be allowed to play in both events. Try and not clash, and then you're still going to get the top players playing the top players. That's what this game needs. Everybody promoting it, and if there is going to be there is 2 organisations, stick together. Try and push each other on. It's like Celtic and Rangers in the Scottish Premiership. You need both teams.
No, I know.
But ideally, you need one major one, with a big players board, so everything's getting done right. But with Santa and Paul involved in the IPA, 100% everything's going to be perfect.
Yeah, I've seen such an upturn in atmosphere, and I've never been to any IPA event and thought, oh, this is poor, it's going downhill. But there's always, I was going to say, there's always wee things that people will talk about. There'll be maybe wee needling things, but the buzz that's been created, and it's not just 2 guys step in and then everything changes. There's work that goes on. There's stuff that happens behind the scenes, and that's what creates the buzz.
I've got a small inkling of how it is to run an event with doing the pool parties, and it takes a lot. I know I travel about a lot, and the setting up and all that. Coke, please. Coke.
Diet Pepsi.
So the setting up, the running about, just the organisation, the getting the players involved, and then I'm a smaller scale, but it's a big tournament. But it's the IPA is a different animal, and it's too big for one person. So it's a case of you need a team behind you, a good solid team. So I think Paul and Santa's got that, and they'll grow that.
Yeah, definitely.
Everybody plays their piece. It's not just down to one guy or 2 guys. Everybody plays their piece, and at the end of the day, if it isn't for the players, then there's no tournament.
No, exactly. That was one of the things I noticed early doors. They wanted to have a sit down, a chat with the guys that they felt were going to be an integral part of that team. They got everybody together. They said, right, what do you think? What's your views on going forward? Any ideas? Open straight away to take in any information they can to try and make things better. And if you can be like that, rather than coming in like a bull by the horns type thing,
my way or the highway, basically,
exactly.
Can't be like that. No, I'm like with my event as well. You kind of just you live and learn. You grow with mistakes, and then if you keep doing the same mistakes, then you're never going to grow.
No, that's it, and it's that the old saying, you keep doing the same thing but expecting a different result. And
so Dean has got the yellow, and he's going to screw it off the bottom cushion. Oh no, he's running through it. Bit surprised at that. I thought he'd have screwed right back with a bit of side to bring this yellow out. Must double. So I think it's not looking good for Dean this frame, is it?
No, he seems to be just catching himself out, just a touch, and maybe sometimes that comes back to bite you when you're playing on the American table.
Who's going to hit the knuckles here?
Knuckle, and has he got a shot? I don't think he has.
He has. He's got a cross double.
Cross double, yeah.
Stun the blackout. He's got lucky there. Absolutely lucky. Oh, no, what's he looking at? Oh, off the back, off the left-hand cushion.
It would need to go red.
Yes, you're looking to hit the bottom red about a smidgen. You need to hit that cushion as level with that red as possible.
I was going to call 2-1, and I never said it. I'm thinking he's going to play inside.
I was going to do it. That's what I called first, the cross double, and he's landed plumb.
Liam 9-5 up. I just noticed there's some. Is it funny how you have finished your game, Martin, and Liam is still playing his game?
Who said that?
AJ.
Doesn't it take a rocket science, does it? Mind you, my game was under a shot clock, so it speeded me up a wee bit.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
You've got to have a shot clock, 100%. Who wants to watch a game that takes 4 hours a shot?
And Liam has won that match. That's 10-5 against young Stephen Allison. Has had 4 runouts out of 5 frames he won, so he must have played okay.
Alan Robinson is 9-6 up on Craig Marsh with the break. Dan Davey is 7-6 up, and he's at the table.
Davy Rooney at it again out there.
So Keane to break in the third frame. Score is 1-1.
Oh, it's that 9-ball cue's breaking.
That's a good break. He hit them well.
Is there a 9-ball cue in it?
Yep. And the reds look, even the yellows.
His first break was the same.
Yep. I thought he actually got a ball there as well, but not because he hit them that hard.
Yep.
But maybe he's hitting them too hard. You've got to find the timing point, but he is hitting them really well. So he's unlucky the first two breaks.
About your break, it didn't look like you were really blitzing them.
No, I've taken a wee, because I was doing my own break cue.
Your own playing cue.
Playing cue, so then I changed to my break cue, and that worked.
Yep.
You know, I was just laziness, not going to go and pick up my break cue.
It's sitting right beside it.
I know.
No.
So that's me. I'll use my break cue the rest of the weekend now. So saves my tip on my cue. I was just trying to hit my tip in a wee bit. My tip was a wee bit soft, so I was just trying to hit it in, harden it up a wee bit.
Well, that was my thinking. Trying to get myself a half decent break cue and then put the harder version of the tip that I use in my playing cue. Is all these mad tips that people are using right now, they're just not for me. I don't feel like you can cue them properly, so it's just my opinion. But I think if you're banging them right down the middle, a big bit of plastic might be okay, but I feel more comfortable with an actual tip.
Well, you need a break cue. It's mainly for to save the tip on your cue. Because there's me, I've not changed my playing tip for about 18 months. And I used to be every 6 months.
Yeah. That's a long time.
Yeah, that's how I've been more consistent. Because you know yourself, you change your tip, it's a hit and a miss.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good shot by Dean to get down for his hard red. So he can just punch us off the cushion. And then he can choice whatever way he wants to go. He can go top right or take the one in the bottom left. So you just want to punch us off about 6 inches.
It's just about perfect there.
Yeah, it's going to take bottom left and then top right. He's got to get the right angle in this.
Yeah, I was going to say anything but straight.
Yep. Here's a snooker shootout on. Who do you fancy in that?
That is some of the maddest, and I love it. It was on in here last night, so I mean, we talk about having luxury. All these screens, 6 screens in here with the 3 pool tables. I had the snooker at the top, and there was actually one of the matches. One of the players won. I think it was 18-17, and I'm like, that is mad. But you're watching them just swinging their arm at everything, and it looked like good fun. They were just sitting up on the boards. They were having a bit of a laugh with each other. But I think snooker needs that. I really do.
It needs waking up a wee bit, you know, because it's a bit. This day and age now, everybody wants a wee bit of fun. It's all doom and gloom in the world, you know, so everybody's looking for a wee bit of fun. So the score is 2-1 to Dean. Our computers have went down a wee bit.
No, obviously I've got the chat function here, and that's breaking the chat on that yesterday, but I don't know what's happening with that today, so I don't know. So it's right in front of the scoreboard. I'm sure he'll deal with it if I need the iPad locked up and tossed away. Actually, I don't know why. 227. We had 260, 270 on for the previous match that had Mark Boyle involved in it.
Who would want to watch that? Come on. Right, good break by Dean, but one's went into the middle, and
oof,
a bit messy. But I would fancy reds here, because that's a free ball plant, top right, and then you've got the red there to take away the yellow. So these are actually sitting okay. So it's a case of pot the one, bottom left, then the hanger, and then go up to the table, right up in between, middle of the table. And then you've got a choice. You can either go the left option first or the right option. Just depends how you land after this shot. Oh, who's got a big cheer? all kicking off. Dan Davies got a black into the middle to go 8-6 up against Scoobsy. That's perfect. I would be definitely taking the option here of going the right side first.
Yeah, I think probably more can go wrong on the 3-ball plant, but
no, he's going this way first. Must be an easier plant then.
yeah, then it looks.
He's not having to make it.
So the yellow must be coming away then.
Yep. And what looked like a sticky finish, all of a sudden.
And now he's lining it up.
Yeah. He's got to watch the white here. He's got to have a right angle on the white. Ah, there you go.
Who was the
Easy
best?
peasy.
Who was the best snooker player you beat when you were playing at your top end of the game?
Yeah, the best player I beat. I beat Higgins in a charity event, John Higgins. In the Worlds, beat Patrick Wallace when he was in the top 64. Who else did I play? Ben Williston. Beat Ben Williston. Try to think who. Because when I was on the tour, I was up against Mark Allen.
Aye.
Judd Trump. Judd Trump beat me 5-2. Every frame had an 80 plus break in it. 5-2. I had a ton and an 80 odd. And he could have had easily 5 tons. He broke down in 93 times and hit 2 tons.
Frightening.
Oh, it was class. And that was down in Pontins, Prestatyn. The old tables where they were really tight along the bottom rail. It was brilliant to watch. That was many moons ago. It was over 15 years ago.
Robert was actually talking about some of the events that were down in Prestatyn yesterday when he was in here.
Counties, not the counties, the home nations.
Yep.
Robert done a good clearance in a decider to win it for Scotland.
Yeah, he was talking about it last night. We actually had a nations, whatever it was called, the home nations, a nations Cup B event for the pool. Down at the same caravan park, I'm going to assume. Was it a caravan park?
We should have a home nations for pool, like here. We'll have an event in Scotland, England and then Wales, just get top, maybe even 10 players, something like that for each nation. Every year, top 10 players. And make the rankings decide that. So you've got the rankings actually mean something.
So you've got to earn the right.
Yes, rather than being given the right. Well, which normally happens these days.
So it's mad because it's one of the things when I was talking to the guys and they says to me, Stevie, what do you think? Now, I actually had a conversation with a guy who was trying to get me to go and work in another kind of pool.
Yes.
And he says, we're just having a good chat back and forth, and I mentioned how much I love the team element. I says, maybe it's because I grew up playing football and that was my number one thing, but I just think we're missing a trick because that carnival atmosphere you can create at a team event, that you can't really do it at an individual. And I just think there's a place for it. We maybe just haven't found it yet, but I would love to see something grow. And I spoke to the guys when we sat in Isle of Man, and they says, what? And I said, look, I've already mentioned this to someone else. I says, and maybe my mistake because they've actually started a team thing. But that's a good idea.
Well, what about right now, Stevie? I've just came up with a brainwave, right? Next year. 2026, right?
Gives us time.
Lola's pool party event, right? We lead up to that. We have the venue for a couple of days before. 2 tables set up. We can get a team event there.
We could do that, mate.
Yep.
It would be absolutely electric.
So we've got the set up there already, and we just take the hall for an extra 2 days. We can do it. Know what we can do? We can do the team event, right? Thursday, Friday, or even Friday, and then finish it off on the Sunday, and do the pool party on the Saturday in between. So you start the team event.
That would be epic.
Or you can either just do Thursday, Friday, then the team event, the pool party on a one day.
4 11-man teams, best of 33.
2 tables set up. We need to work on a time frame, right? See if it's possible.
I think it's doable. If you've only got 4 teams.
2026, 2 tables set up. Away you go.
I think we're onto something there, mate.
We'll bang our heads together.
How many max breaks have you had? That's a good question.
6.
6.
I done one in my work at the Royal Mail at 4 in the morning. Nearly got the sack for it. I was skiving. I done my work and then I went out to play a game of snooker at 4 in the morning. And we were going to come off because the break came in, the next break. So the guys were like, oh, just have another frame. So I had another frame and I got a 147 in front of about 30 people.
That's
Place was
phenomenal.
rocking. And my manager came up to me about an hour or so later. He's like, what's this, you've been away playing snooker? I was like, I had done my work. And he's like, I said, oh, that was ages ago. That was at lunch break. You know, but it was quite funny. He just laughed. But yeah, I've had 6, luckily to have 6 147s. And I had 2 against the same person a couple of weeks apart in the red triangle. That was quite fun.
That was, I remember having an argument with my ma. I was playing for Dundee.
Right.
And I says to her, nah, it's not for me, man. I'm just no enjoying it up there. Brother. Basically, they done a training session in Glasgow at Helenvale. Celtic would train before us and then Dundee would train. And then I got to Dundee on a Thursday. So it was Monday at Helenvale, Dundee on a Thursday. And it was just a bit cliquey for me. There was only a couple of guys from Glasgow that were actually part of the real setup. Some of the other boys would go and train and that, but they weren't really invited deep into the club yet. And I remember saying to her, look, I'm now, she started shouting, bawling at me, saying, I don't know why you're even bothering with football, you should be playing snooker anyway. Because when I was young, I was actually quite handy. And Gio said to me a minute ago, what's your highest break? I said 75. I says, but the funny thing is, I got a 68 when I was 12, and I never beat it till a couple of years ago. And he went, I says, I'm not going to make it up because I've had centuries and 90s and everything. 75, I went, but when I was 12, I had a 68.
Oh, you'd have been buzzing.
Mate, but I remember my
buzzing.
dad went home and he's saying to him, Maggie, he's unbelievable, you need to see him, It's a Steve Davis club on this street, just along the road. But my mum used to say, you need to stick in at snooker. And I go, man, I don't want to play snooker, I want to play football.
Aye.
But I've not got many regrets, but I always think back and go, I wonder what would have happened if I did stick in. You never know.
At the time, you can't have it.
No.
You've no regrets, right?
No.
Because at the end of the day, you've done what you wanted to do. You enjoyed it.
And it's got to me. I mean, all the
At that
decisions.
time-
I wouldn't have my kids.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have and it's like, do you know what?
At that time, you've made the decision.
Aye.
You know, but you would have done the right thing then for what was right for you.
That's it. You pick what's best for you, and do you know what? You roll the dice, and what will be kind of thing, innit? And it leads you to where you are.
Well, look at me. I could have still been playing snooker just now.
Aye.
Do you know that way? I just totally chucked snooker and started playing pool as a hobby. You know, and then look at me now. I've done well at the pool.
Things, exactly.
You know, you think if I still been playing snooker now, where would I be? You know, I'm happy. I'm happy with how it's worked out. You know, and obviously I've not got millions in the bank, but at the end of the day, it's not about money. It's about you just balance. You just do what's right for everybody, for yourself and round about you.
My missus Ma, and this might resonate with a lot of people. She calls herself the richest woman in the world, and I remember saying, I don't understand that, and she went, look what I've got. And it's not about the money I've got in the bank, it's about everything I've got round about me, and I wouldn't change it for any amount 100%. Of money. And it's mad, that outlook, and I think that's a generational thing. I think most people get caught up on the pound notes rather than thinking of what they've actually got. And we've been in situations where sometimes you need to be grateful for what you've got rather than
100%, Stevie.
being desperate for something else.
So Dean's looking at a free ball plant here. He gets this, all the yellows are sitting there. It's a good shot. No, he's played that really well. It's looking ominous for Keane. So Alan Robson's just beat Craig Marsh 10-7. Scott Gillespie is at the table and he is 8-7 down. So he's got a chance. Oh, no, he's played. I think he's trying to play safe there, but he's 8-7 down currently to Dan Davey.
Yeah, he's not in terrible position there, right enough, but Jerry Draper said an idea for the lowest pool party would be, rather than potting the golden ball and the white, someone needs to beat you in a frame.
Well, there'll be about 1,000 people at the grand finals then. No, that's all part of it. You've got to earn it. Anything can happen in a frame, but with the one shot,
Exactly,
with the crowd, it takes balls to do that shot.
And it's got that niche element.
Yep.
And that's the beauty.
And Stuart says about the team event, sounds a great idea. You could schedule the matches and have it timed for 45 minutes a match, which is right, yep. So we could maybe schedule something for 2026.
Yep.
We'll see.
We'll get our heads together and try and plan something out, because that would be one hell of a weekend to have all that crammed into one. I mean, you're taking things up a few levels already.
We'll see how this year goes. I might be, no, that's somebody else's baby now. I've got enough on my plate.
Let somebody else deal with that.
Yeah.
Walker, it was your idea.
I know.
You said you'd help.
It's your fault, exactly. I'll turn up on the Saturday. Cheers, Walker.
Morgan against Chris Boron. Morgan in an unusual position.
Yeah, I'm
against that table.
going to shoot in 5 minutes.
Shoot the moon.
Yes, I'm going to shoot, and then I'll be back later on.
Yeah, for your 6 o'clock match against Richard Swarfield. Oh, just looking at the Murray McInnes, who played last night, has forfeited his match today, so he will not be back in. Sean McMahon gets a walk on. He's through to the next phase of the loser side.
Kane's finally got a ball off his break, and it's going to look like he might go yellows here. The one along the top rail first, or he could go reds and push the white down the gap, but I think the yellows are the safer option.
Yeah,
Just one good wee shot here to get in about it. There you go. He needs to watch this because his white's running over a wee bit. He's going to try and play into the red, just to nudge the red about 4 inches. Wants to catch this kind of full ball coming from the yellow. Just like that, and that's perfect.
Controlled it well.
Could have done me another wee roll on the red, and then that black could have either went into the left middle. So it's all about taking out the right pattern that you see with the less work on the cue ball.
So are you bottom right?
Bottom right.
Left middle? Or are you taking one to the bottom left and coming back for the left middle?
Not left middle and nudging the red, right? Nudge your red and you're running through. And then you're going to
top.
No. It depends after how you cannon this. Ideally, you want to cannon this because you're not moving it far, and then you're taking the one down the left-hand side rail, and then taking the bottom one and swinging up. But he never left himself an angle.
Yeah, he was dead straight there.
That was a bad shot.
And that's awkward now.
Yep, he's left a wee bit of work here. This is missable. I would be taking left middle. Left corner, bottom corner. I'd be taking the bottom ones now because that black goes bottom right. So I would be taking this one yet with a wee bit of left-hand side and trying to land low on this yellow. So you're just coming off the side cushion and up for the other yellow because
has to watch his time here.
Yeah.
He's got his extension anyway.
A wee bit of left-hand side. He's got to kill the white. That's perfect. So he's going to come off the side cushion and back out. He's got loads of room here, and that black flies in, so he's okay.
Yeah, he's just having a look to make sure when it does fly in.
It's wee things like that. They make a big difference. It's getting just punched that a bit. That's perfect.
There's probably a point in Keane's game that's getting better as well. Just kind of remapping when he has to.
Yep.
But you have to say, probably up to now, one bad shot and a couple of bad breaks. And he's 5-1 down.
Yeah, but you're never out it. 5-1 down, you're still not out it. Your opponent can get a couple of dry breaks next, and then you're away you go. Yeah, he's perfect. Absolutely perfect. His cue ball's been good here the past 2 or 3 shots. There you go.
Good finish.
So it's 5-2 to Dean Shields with Dean to break. Gibbsy is still 8-7 down. He's got a finish, and he's going to leave himself a double on the black. So this is a big double. He's either going to be 9-7 down or 8 each.
Gibbsy came in after his match yesterday. I had a little sit down, like yourself, and he told me, he's like, Stevie, I was feeling nervous there. He's like, I know I've been away, and he says, but first game back at the IPA TV table, he's like, honestly, I was feeling it. Yeah, well, welcome back, mate.
Yes. Big double here. And he's nailed it. And it's 8 each against Dan Davey. And Dan Davey to break. Or is it? Yep. Why does Dan do that with his cue? He puts his cue.
You know, right, so there's two people, Dan, right?
Right.
And then Billy Neal. Billy Neal leans his cue against the metal corners on the table.
Yep.
And I've said to him a few
Why?
things, Billy, even the slightest touch, your cue's going flying. Why don't you just sit it? And even if Dan catches the corner, he could smash his tip.
He's put his cue into the bag and it's resting on the cushion, right? So if he hits that bag, he's wiping the chalk off his cue, right? And then I don't know. It's just weird.
No, it's there. But even just by accident, someone catches the corner. I know there's nobody in there, but it's I just think you're putting your cue in danger.
That's up there with white socks and black shoes.
Oh, mate. Don't start that Michael Jackson nonsense. That's
right.
some crazy stuff out there, mate. But you've got travels to go on, ain't you?
Yeah, I need to move it. I need to boost.
It's disappointing, but there's a birthday card to be dished out.
Yep. Right.
Big break from Dan.
I just want to see this break with Dan, see how it goes. He's hit them well and he's got a red and black's away. Bye-bye. Right, guys, it's been a pleasure. Cheers, Stevie.
Cheers, mate.
And
much apprecited.
I'll no doubt be in pop in later on or tomorrow.
Well,
if I'm still here. I've got a big night out tonight. It's all birthdays today.
Is it? Huh?
Yeah. It's all birthdays. I've got a big birthday party later on. Well, birthday night out, sorry, later on. So it might be worse for wear tomorrow, but we'll see.
It's my wee goalkeeper's birthday today as well. Oh.
So it could be a big turning point.
5-2
to 5-3, and it'll be Keane's break again. Right, I better boost, Stevie.
Right, mate.
Right, been a pleasure, Lidge.
Much appreciated, brother.
Keep up the good work. And see you all later, guys. Enjoy your weekend.
So as Mark departs, I'll keep you going in this one. And after this frame, I'll have a little peek outside, see if I can get someone else to join me for the end of the game. If not, I will just see this one through until the next match. But for now, for this frame anyway, I will just plod away. As Keane's landed awkward here. I don't think he's on the top one. There's a thin nick back into the middle here. I think that's what he's playing. Soft cannon on the blacks, okay. I thought I seen someone asking if Mark still played the odd frame of pool. He played Ronnie O'Sullivan not so long ago. It was an exhibition. Can't mind if it was in players when they had the snooker table, but I know he did play the Rocket in a match, exhibition match, but I mean, it counts as a frame. Keane very awkward here. He's made the pot and he's absolutely spot on. Looks like Keane's starting to find a groove. I'm having a peek at the draw to see if I can nip anyone in here before they need to play. I might be able to get some. Yeah, I'll have a jump out and see who I can get. But probably at this middle end of this match, if need be, I will see this one out myself. And then for the next match, which will be. Let's have a look and see who's on next, guys. Scott Anderson and Jake Dylan-Nulov will be going on very soon on table 8. All right, Liam, just in time.
match table 6, Preston McInnes versus Ryan Hopkinson. If anybody's in for the half time or 6 o'clock session early, please let me know. We could potentially get the games on earlier.
Shields to break, leading 5 frames before.
Ryan Hopkinson here, Tom.
Extension.
guys, I've been out there, I've spoke to some of the guys that actually wanted to come and do some commentary duty, but one or two of them, excuse me, have just had to try and get their head back in the game. There has been obviously some moments that they want to forget in previous matches, so for this moment they would like to just chill. And I have got no problem with that at all, so I will see out the end of this game, and then for the next match they are just rolling on and off. For the next match I will get someone in. There is a few good ones in the building. Rob Wilson is going to jump in at one point. Rob just had a mammoth tie against Robert Stephen there. It finished 10-9. And he is not overly keen on sitting here talking about pool. But he is going to join me at some point over the weekend, I'm pretty sure. Dean, 7-4 in front here. Keane going to have to try and make things as awkward as he can. It's probably about all Keane could have done there. He's, you know what it's like, you're just trying to leave the man off the ball, try and make it awkward. He's always going to leave Dean some kind of shot, so putting it in the corner. And as Dean Shields we're talking about, he has a class act, and he has went down and just stroked it in. I think he's going to have to play a double here though, unless he can play it in and swing around the angles. I've got a feeling Dean will play the double. He does, and he plays it in fantastic fashion. So Dean Shields, a chance to go 8 frames to 4 in front here against Cian Monaghan. And that is positionally almost spot on, as good as can be. And it is 8 frames to 4. Morgan McInnes 9, Chris Boron 8, Scott Anderson and Jake Dillon-Newlove. That's just getting started on table 8 on one of the other stream tables. George Henderson, one of my teammates in the Glasgow Pool League, against Stevie Cochran, and Stevie beat Ross Fernie last night, and he is continuing in that vein of form. He's 4-1 ahead of George right now. Gavin Robinson 5, Kevin Adair 3. Kev had a really good run in the Scottish Singles Championship last week. And on one of the other TV tables just now, Adam Griffiths and Matty Rowland, that is 2-all. Michael Bissett 4-1 in front of Dale Lawrence, and Vince Kenny 3-1 up on David Kadir. So they are the matches that are on the go right now. At 8 frames to 4, Cian, I want to get something big here. Needs a ball. He needs a ball, and he's gone in off. That is a sore one. That is a sore one. And what? Cian will feel it banging his head into the wall here. It just hasn't gone his way. It's just a case of mapping these out. And it should be Dean Shields on the hill. I don't think the yellow at the bottom left will pass the red. It might. I don't think it will. But it has got middle left, middle right, bottom right, and even the top right-hand corner if need be. Absolutely perfect. So a brilliant shot by Dean. Putting himself in prime position here. That's not come out the way that Dean would have wanted. And he maybe just tried to nudge it instead of just dropping on it. He's now got a hard plant. Oh, he's opened it. He's unlucky. He's opened it up with such a good shot. Got a right good angle on it. Through the gap. I don't know if he has a shot on this yellow now. Oh, fantastic stuff, Dean Shields. These could have been a bit more straightforward. But Dean, a bit unorthodox here, but, well, there's this yellow and the one into the middle away from 9 frames to 4, but wow. There is no doubt that is a Potter's finish. And Dean, one of the best in the game, goes 9 frames to 4 in front. So Dean breaking, has a chance to win the match. And he's going in off as well. He's going in off as well, and Cian's tournament, well, he's obviously still well in the tournament, but at least in this match, he still has some fight and some life left. Get the red into open play. And then run them in. Brilliant shot. Cian Monaghan going all the way back up. Get these two reds. Get them out of the equation. Work his way back down. get a quick fire frame on the board, and it will be Keane to break. And this is what you want. Probably earlier in the match, unfortunately for Keane, it has come and Dean is on 9. But a quite straightforward finish. I'll at least get Keane another frame on the board, and he is breaking. And anything can happen. The old saying goes, 9 is not 10. He's overcooked that by a long way. And I don't know. You can see the look on his face. He can't believe what he's just done. I'm not even sure he can miss the yellow here, so he's going to have to rely on a little bit of luck. And you know what? He's got it. Fortune favours the brave. Cian Monaghan has given himself a glimmer of hope. He's forced it round with loads of run inside. Yellow out the way. Puts his hand up. Maybe a little bit of luck. But he deserves it at this moment in time. And it is 9 frames to 5. There's the outside table. 9 frames apiece. Morgan McInnes, Chris Boron. I had Chris in for a good chat yesterday. Also Gavin Robinson and Kevin Adair. It is all happening at McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar at the IPA Masters. We are live via the IPA Pool YouTube channel. I am Walker the Talker, Stevie Walker. And I will be here over the weekend, hopefully, with a few more handy guests along the way. Yesterday was good. We had Craig Marsh, Corey Rees, Robert Stephen. I'm trying to think if I forgot anyone. I probably have. Gio Edgar earlier on, and we had a bit of Mark Boyle at the start of this match. But we will have plenty more as the weekend goes on. I'm sure Gav's obviously always offered, if he's in the tournament, he might want to concentrate on that. Lee Shepherd, Rob Wilson, all the guys have said they would like to come in and give me some help at one point. And the main man, the DJ from Lowest Pool Party, Drew Burbage, has just walked into the building. I think he might be wanting to commentate here. We're almost at the tail end of this match. Are you just in the door? Sorry for the interruption there, guys. One of the guys in looking for Mr. Magic Mark Boyle. He heard them on the commentary and he came in to catch up with them. He does a lot of work with the Lola's pool party. I do hope that a lot of you guys have a chance to get involved in that in the future. It is fantastic. It is exciting for pool. Right now, yeah, the final will be in the Hamilton area of Scotland, but Mark is hoping to take it to venues across the entire UK in the future. As the years go by, the aim is to try and get it to 60, 80, £100,000 prize funds, and who knows, maybe even more if we get the interest, if we gather the momentum that we hope we can. And as I say, it was one of the guys that's involved with that with Mark. He came in to see him, but I had to let him know that Mark is away to see his nephew and he will be back pretty soon. But Keane, unfortunate, had to leave himself a long yellow. Just seemed to always be chasing. Oh, that's an unlucky shot. But to be fair, there's something that was mentioned earlier when Gio was talking. If he gets it and lands on it, you can say it's fortunate. And when he doesn't, you can say it's unfortunate. It's one of them, you require a bit of luck regardless. So, this was always a shot he was going to play. The question is, does Keane play it bag weight? Let's hope to nudge the yellow home. And from there, run the black across the top, the bottom cushion. Now he's got the yellow. He's got the cue ball. He's got a shot. That's all I can ask at this moment in time. And I must admit, these are the ones you have to take because you don't get gifted them very often. He's got it. It's 9-6 and Cian Monaghan is still in there fighting. Sorry about that, guys screaming and shouting from the outside. John Dawson giving it big licks. There's a lot of crazy guys in the venue today. Nah, they're all having a bit of fun. It is a great atmosphere. The place is absolutely rammed. You go to the bar area of McGoldricks, there is no space at all. Morgan McInnes 9, Chris Boron 9. That match still not finished yet. I'm trying to catch a glimpse in the distance. Scott Anderson 2, Jake Dillon 2. What a match that is. That's on one of the other stream tables. As you can hear, everyone and their dog shouting at the talker. And there is Morgan McInnes and Chris Boron. It looks to me like Morgan might be on the reds. He is on reds. And I tell you what, he's got a great chance if he can roll this in. He did, and I would be remiss to be betting against Morgan taking them. It's not the first 9-all match we've had today or yesterday. But what a run. Morgan had Gio for Lee Shepherd, for Chris Boron. It is absolutely unbelievable, some of the ties that we've had. He's going to have to make a decision here. I think he has to go the one closest to the black. And then it'll be top, middle, bottom. And back to our main table. And we will keep you updated as that one comes in. But Dean Shields again breaking for the match. He's got a red down. These aren't easy. Five reds over the top left corner. One covering a yellow on the top right. Big question is, does he take the reds or does he play the yellow in this slightly big bag and open things up? I think it looks to me like he's going to go reds. It looks like Dean's made his mind up. It leaves very little to chance. He doesn't have to go for the finish now. Oh, he has gone for the finish. And getting greedy, that can happen. I don't think Dean had to force the issue there. I think he had time. Unfortunately, he's in a bit of trouble now. I'm trying to see in the distance, did Morgan get over the line? And Morgan McInnes did win that match 10 frames to 9. What a fantastic match that was. I'm pretty sure the two guys in it, I'd say it was more of a slog than they would have liked, but fantastic stuff. And Morgan McInnes does come through another stern test. But Dean Shields has managed to get himself a great opportunity here. I tell you what, guys, what a finish this is going to be. Worthy of winning any match at any level. I said here, he didn't have to go, he didn't have to force the issue. Dean Shields had other ideas. And just a nip back on this red. And this match is all over. Well done, Dean. I'm going to have Dean, pretty sure they will guide him in my direction for a quick chat. Don't get me wrong, they didn't do it earlier when it was Mark Boyle. I had to go and chase him myself. We'll see what the plan is here. And we'll get him in. We'll get a little 2-minute conversation. Maybe 3, who knows. And then we'll move on to the next match. That's one of my pet hates. And this type of cloth, I think it just needs a really soft brush and a light rub over with the cloth just to get the chalk marks away. But just having a look at the draw to see who is going to be on the TV table next. And there's some big matches coming up, so I'll look out for a moment, guys, see what's happening in the venue, and I will be back in a few. Stay tuned.
First winners qualification match on table 10 will be Alan Robinson and Scott Gillespie.
elimination called?
Next match, player one, Greg Davis and McGoldricks. Next match, table 4, Gary Baldwin, Patrick Soup. Next match, table 5, Gio Edgar, Matt Milloway.
Question 1-2.
1-2. Gibbsy. 3-0.
He's flying.
Is he?
Game against Dan. It was on one of the other stream tables. And at one point, he was always behind.
Mm-hmm.
And then next thing you know, look up at the scoreboard and he's won. I think it was 10-8 it finished. But as I say, he was chasing and chasing and chasing, and all of a sudden, he seems to have found a head of steam. And you probably recognise the voice, guys. Morgan McInnes has joined me.
Hello. Hello, hello. How many viewers we got? 231. That's good for a 5:30 Saturday night. Whoa. Sorry, watching the football as well. But yeah, I seen Goobs give it a fist pump. He loves a celebration. He really does. Yeah, he really does love a celebration. I don't mind it. Like, and some people, a bit thingy, like if you do it, but
Yeah, but it's one of the things I've actually argued with loads and loads of people in the world of Q sports where I think, well, we're not snooker.
no.
People say about the etiquette, in snooker this and then snooker that, and but this isn't snooker.
Yeah.
So a bit of passion, a bit of fire, a bit of rowdiness, I don't mind it, I really don't.
No, I don't either.
It's probably one of the reasons why I love the team game so much, that you can be yourself maybe a wee bit more, and
It's more accepted there.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I quite like it, if I'm honest. Like, I think Jamie Smith said something like in a game of football, like you score, you celebrate.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna have it like every. You're not gonna do it every frame. If you want a big frame, fair enough. Or if you want a match, fair enough. Like you could have been under all sorts of pressure.
Exactly.
I just want to decide there, and like the relief you get, like you feel like doing something, but you don't want someone to take it the wrong way.
No, I actually think it would be good to see a wee bit more, because you're trying to mask the emotion of how you really feel, and so every frame you win essentially is a goal.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, like you say, if you score a goal, you celebrate. And right in this game right now, 75,000 people would celebrate if Man United were to score. So
Exactly. And that's just scoring in the middle of a match.
exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's just kind of the same as a frame, but it's not really hingy.
I honestly
bit
think
weird.
that it's because the snooker etiquette, and we are a Q sport, that it's like, no, that's not commonly accepted. You have to be a certain way, you have to act a certain way, and I get that, but in certain things where maybe you're playing a shot and your opponent stands up and things, you think, well, there's certain ways to act, but winning a frame, winning a match, I'm all for it. See if you shake your opponent's hand and then you give it big licks,
Yeah.
by all means.
Totally. Yeah. Thanks, Alf. Is that you? Is that meant to show here?
So I don't know what's happening. Yesterday it was all here.
Yeah.
Came in today, Craig set this up, but it's all here.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's just been, I think it's something I did.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't coming up telling us how many were watching, so I just clicked refresh and then everything went there.
It's probably, how dumb is that? Yeah, it's quite a poor one from Gibbs, because he shouldn't have hit that yellow at all. He was trying to hit the other yellow, but that's welded to the red, and said he would have missed both of the balls by a while. But no, he's playing well. I think he's enjoying being back, actually.
Yeah. As I spoke to you yesterday and I mentioned that he was talking about he was nervous,
Yeah.
and probably a bit of insight for people watching if they think the guys at the top don't feel it.
Oh no, they do. And you know what I love? I love when the top boys fold.
Oh,
Love it, because they're like, I'm like, oh my god, these guys are human. You know what I mean? Like, and they just folded. Whereas it seems incomprehensible someone that good can do that. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, you actually hear every now and again, no, I think he's just missed it, or I think he's just maybe a bad contact, and you think, so he can't feel the pressure.
Oh no.
He
yeah.
can't absolutely fold like a deck chair on such a big shot. Of course he can. Human nature.
I don't know how much Gibbs will know about Alan. I don't know much about Alan, if I'm honest.
I've seen a wee bit of him, and I've actually a couple of times, this is now maybe 3 or 4 times, I've actually had him mixed up with someone else until I've seen him. And then I go, that's right, that's Alan. And he's actually pretty solid.
Well, he beat Marsha, so if you beat Marsha, you can hold a queue quite well. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on here.
Yeah, he's already 3 behind.
I wonder if any of the IPA players who have been on the tour for a while are thinking like, oh, I'm playing the new one. You know what I mean? Like the new.
Right.
Gibbs is obviously the the big one to come out so far. I don't know how many more they've got to come out. Adam Davis is a good one. He's a very good player. Have you seen much of him?
Not exactly crazy amounts. Every now and again, the odd. Obviously, the one thing that you would argue the other organisation were good at was the social kind of stuff. So you were getting to watch some things that were posted here and there, and I didn't get
he
to
wasn't
see.
on it, mate.
Was he not?
He was.
Who am I thinking of?
Oh, Adam Davis.
Adam, maybe. There's a. I'm trying to think. I can actually see the guy's face there now, but I'm obviously thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, because
he came up here and he played in a deathmatch finals, and then
Aaron Davies.
Aaron Davies.
Yeah, Aaron Davies. But so Adam Davis, I think that's how you say his name. He wasn't allowed on a limit, and there was a massive Facebook post went up, and it was something. Apparently, they weren't letting him on because, don't quote me, something like Lee Kendall or Gareth Potts. This is what I've heard.
Yeah.
It's not saying on. Didn't get on with him because I think he's got like a club in Stoke or something, like a kind of rival. I'm not sure.
I remember that, but that's so. To this day in my head, I've been thinking of a totally different person, and even though I read all that stuff about it, so it was Adam.
Yeah, no, Adam did very good in the Supreme Series. I think he got to a final. But yeah, he's brilliant. I'm not sure how good he is, but I know he's like top. But yeah, it's looking good. I'm looking forward to next year.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I haven't thought about anyone being new, and it's maybe because, like yourself coming back, you've only been away a year.
Yeah, I mean, I played in an IPA event in January this year.
That's what I mean. So, Mark Fleming, since I've played IPA, I don't think I've seen him play any IPA. Obviously, there's Goobsy, yourself, Mark, certain guys from Scotland, quite a few of the guys from Scotland that are all coming back over. But to me, that doesn't feel new. I think that's because maybe we're playing in the Saltires and different things against each other, so it doesn't feel any different. But maybe some of the new faces, like Dave McNamara and stuff like that, will probably feel a bit more when they're new guys that's come back. But I suppose in that aspect, I'm only a couple of years into playing IPA, and they guys probably played it a lot longer than I did back when they started. So I just think it's exciting. It's a good buzz about the place. A lot of talent in the pro and the amateur.
Totally. Yeah. What I like is what they've done with amateur. They've not let a lot of sharks come in. And I was one who wanted to be amateur because I wanted to play both tours.
Yeah.
And they were like, no. And then I had a decision to make on either one. So, and I've opted for IPA. I just hope they keep that across the board. And I think the only one I've heard is Andy Lucas.
Well, I was told, and obviously I'm kind of part of the team, if you want to call it that, only this year is that going to be in place, whereas anyone new from next year will have to start in the amateur. So that obviously, I suppose that opens the door when, just imagine a Cousins goes, well, I'm going to step over. You need to start as an amateur. I could not see that happen. So
I wouldn't want them to do that again, because I played on the tour when that happened.
Right.
And I had Arfindad first match. I won it for Tom Cousins' second match. And it was like, and by the way, it was stacked. There was Fitzsimmons in there. There was Chipperfield in there. There was loads. It was disgusting, and it wasn't. Yeah, the amateurs standard was as good as the pros. It was disgusting. But yeah, I hope that isn't the case. But yeah, sorry, there's not much to talk on this frame. It is.
No, that's it.
It's a bit of cat and mouse right now.
You can rest assured that there's a lot of people interested to know what's happening in the world of pool right now.
By the way, he's going to leave this. I'm telling you, he's going to leave it. I could see it a mile off because I knew he was putting his white down there. He might still have left it.
Mad Maz has said, Morgan, what's the best break cue in the market? I like that.
Just a racker, mate. Just go pick up a racker or something.
We were talking about it earlier. Someone said to Gio, and he says, I'm going to go for the Tom Classic. He says the top 3 players in Scotland actually use it. And then to be fair to him, he says, and on Q World actually do some nice ones as well.
No, they're going well. I've got some top players on board, which is good. Was that touching? I take it was.
Yeah, it must have been.
Must have been, But yeah, they're good. MadMaz49, message me on Facebook if you're interested. Start of February. Ooh. Someone's going to have to go. I think Goobsy's going to be forced into it.
Yeah, it looks like Alan could just continue to keep touching these yellows. Scott might feel forced.
Because I can't see Goobsy getting a good snooker unless he plays off the red on the left and tries to get behind the red at the top of the table. Is he going to try and plant and swing into it? That angle, that red's going to play quite big. No, he's not. He's just putting this over the middle. Now, there's a lot of Man United supporters in this building, so
Yeah,
if something happens, then you might hear it. Oh, that's terrible.
The game is absolutely ruined.
It's terrible,
And
isn't it?
It's ruined.
I don't get why refs don't like you. You just completely looked for it. Oh my god, this is getting one. Gibbs even left a double. Oh, Mark Farnsworth, Christian Phillips on the other table. By the way, that Scott Anderson, Jake Dillon games went rapid.
Yeah, unbelievable, mate. It was 3-2 to Jake, and I swear, in the space of, it must have been 6-7 minutes tops, between even setting them up, I looked away, it was 0-0, looked back around, it was 3-2 to Jake, and I was like, they must have forgot. I'm thinking they forgot to put the scores up. They were just absolutely frightening.
Sam, I had a very poor year at Ultimate, my friend. The rules are tough. They're very, very, very attacking. They're a basher's rule set, and I'm not bashing the rules. I'm not a fan of the rules. I prefer black ball all day. But the rules are very attacking. Do you know much about international rules?
I mean, not majorly. We had a chat in here earlier with Gio was talking about them, and he had a similar kind of outlook. He was saying, I understand that they're trying to make them attacking, but some of the rules, and he was saying, he says, not taking anything away, each to their own type thing, he says, but some of them are quite crazy, and in his view, a few of them needed changed, but obviously that would be creating a new set of rules completely. So I've never played them. I've only watched on the odd occasion, and I've been shouting at my TV screen, especially the kind of loss of turn shot where you can snooker your opponent and stuff. And I remember the first time seeing that, and I was going berserk, even though it didn't matter to me. I can't mind what Scottish guy was playing, and I'm thinking that's cheating. But I know there's a few more kind of the non-total snooker, and listen, there's loads and loads of different nuances to every set of rules. But yeah, I didn't totally buy into it, although I've never played them.
Yeah, it's their reasoning for that rule is if you miss, you should be punished. That's their reasoning, which is fair. Like, if you miss your last ball, you should be punished. However, how many instances do you come to the table, your opponent's got one ball, and you're looking and you're like, I am screwed.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? And oh god, he just had an air shot, and then he's wow. But yeah, there is a couple of rules I like about it though. So you see when the black goes in from the break, it goes on the spot, which I like. And if the breaker also pots a red or a yellow, they're at the table. If it's only the black, then is it squeeze out? Actually, that might be okay. So if he pots the black and the colour, then they stay at the table. So I like that rule. The other rule, which is good, is if say you break and you get a ball, right? You can only play what you see. So if you hit you can't play yellow on red and be on reds.
Yeah, I remember hearing that. So you can't basically play a plant from one set to the other.
Exactly. You can clip a yellow and like hit a red and then pot a yellow, and then your yellows. But there's some weird ones, like say you're touching ball, you need to nominate what ball you're on. And it's caught a few pros out at massive times, like David McNamara, I remember it. But yeah, they've got some good rules, some bad rules. They don't suit me. I'm back here, and I'm playing what I'm used to. So
yeah, obviously the Goobsy was talking yesterday about the cloth, the difference in the cloths as well, and he's like, Stevie, even though I'm in Scotland and it's mostly, and especially the central region, and now obviously out to Edinburgh went to this as well, and I know a lot more clubs, even up in Dundee now. He's like, if I'm not playing in an IM or something like that, I'm nowhere near this kind of cloth. So it's just a totally different game.
So yeah, but I wonder if we'll see the best of Gibbsy now that he's back playing one. He's playing more. He was starting to get back to his form pre-COVID, his pre-COVID form. And I can't remember how good he was, but I remember he said he was one of the best. He was the best player in the world before COVID, and he's not going to say that if he wasn't. You know what I mean? So I mind he won the Worlds, and he did well in the Supreme Series and stuff. But yeah, I think we'll see the best of Gibbs.
It's when obviously certain generations will talk about different players, and I remember when I started playing the game, although Jason and Gibbsy and stuff were a few years younger, they had been playing from a young age, and when you hear people, Jason was to 90% of people that knew him a freak of nature with a cue, Ronnie O'Sullivan type with a cue in hand when it came to playing pool. And Gibbsy had actually said last week on the chat function that somebody said about the most dominant player in Scottish history, and he says, well, it's Ross. He went, but I often wonder if Jason stayed playing our game, if he might have ended up taking it. He was that good. That came from Gibbs. But when you hear so many people talking and they say, well, Gibbs was at that level every day of the week, he was every bit as good, and obviously he's won as many things. And I think if Gibbs gets back anywhere near his best, he is a nightmare for so many people.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think someone, I don't know how professional Jason would have been. Like how he would have been able, would he have been able to? How do I say it? Like keep it going. Ability wise, I totally agree. I think he would have done unbelievable constantly. I think him going to America, I'm talking absolute rubbish. It was obviously the best thing for him because he's done fucking brilliantly. Sorry for swearing. But if he stayed here, someone said he might have been a waster or something like that.
No, I mean, there was definitely some wrong roads that he was going down, and he would be the first to say that. And America probably came at the right time.
It's made him a man, or such.
He obviously had to go over there, didn't he? His mum, his dad, his friends, all the people that could shield him, and so he had to basically stand on his own 2 feet. Although there was people looking after him, they're not like your family, your close friends, and so he had to become a man really, really quickly, and it was the making of him. There's no two ways about it. I think ability-wise, to me, he was just a freak. Even to this day, I've yet to see somebody that has the kind of things that Jason had on the table. To think just the way he would see shots, the way he would play it, he just had the only person I can say that reminds me of him when I watched him with Accused Ronnie O'Sullivan. It really is, and
he's got a natural confidence as well.
It's just frightening, but going to America was life changing in so many ways. Obviously, got in with good people, and he's carved a career where he's made loads of money, won loads of titles, and he's obviously one of the big names in the world of Q sports because of it. So fair play. But
one of the commentators said, for how good he is, he's actually an underachiever.
Yep.
And I kind of agree. Like he probably should have done more, eh?
Definitely.
And especially matchroom events. I know he got his matchroom win recently or last year or something.
Yeah, that.
But for how good he is, he should be doing more, shouldn't he?
Definitely. Yeah, I think that's probably right across the world of American pool 9-ball. It's probably the thinking is that he probably should have more titles, but
it's tough though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not easy.
Mr. Boyle, how are we?
Mr. Magic is in the house.
He's just getting his cue. He's not interested in us at all. Yeah, I agree. I think this game might have been too easy for him. I think you're totally right. That's a good comment. 9-ball helped him because he was forced to be really professional to make it. Like, the standard is much better or is much higher than it is. Because he was already, he's world champion here, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he was only like 18, 19, 20?
Someone was asking questions about the age that people had won certain titles, and I think it was young Renzi had posted and said Jason won, was it the Scottish at 19-year-old or something? I don't know what age he was when he won his first titles, but I remember he was only 17 in the pub. He was coming up with his dad and that. Some of the things I was seeing that boy do was just, I couldn't believe my eyes, honestly couldn't. Yeah. But It's all right having the ability if you don't have the temperament, and obviously going to America has changed his life completely, and fair play to him.
While Gibbsy strolls to a 4-1. Race to 10. This is a winner's qualification, isn't it?
Yep, I think Gibbsy's. I think he's got a buzz. I think he's starting to feel it.
I always like looking out at the early rounds of competitions. Who's hitting it good and who's playing well, and Gibbsy's 100% one of them. And during the course of the tournament, he's going to get used to the cloth and the cushions, and he's been on the TV table twice. So when he gets on there tomorrow, he's going to it's not going to phase him. He'll be used to the shot clock, everything. But he's definitely one to watch out for this weekend.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looking sharp. And Robinson's had a couple of really good results, especially against Craig Marsh. But he's looking at an uphill battle here, because Scott Gibbsy Gillespie is absolutely flying. And Man United are not. Wow. Watching the football, guys, while waiting in this break, and watching Man United trying to pass the ball. That's quite comical. I do have a soft spot for them because the wee man loves them. We're going down to the Man United and Rangers game in January. Well, that should be good, but hopefully that guy can improve them before then, or the wee man will be unhappy driving home.
Away end?
No, away end?
Oh, sorry. Of course. Sorry. Yeah, home end.
Yeah, we'll get the Rangers in.
Yeah. Alan's got quite fortunate there because he hit that break really poorly. Like, he's not played a great one there either. Actually, it goes long, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It looks like it goes in the top, but
yeah, he proper spun that out.
It looks like he's just not timing the ball great in this match. Oh, wow.
Has he done what's wrong?
No, I mean he's had a couple of kind of poorish shots, but nothing major, and he's obviously been punished for it. But
because that was a poor shot to get on that. Nice. I think he's actually held that quite well. Needs to be really intricate here.
Do you think he can just slide past without doing any damage?
But that red that he's going to be hitting is going tracking towards the 8 ball and his yellow, which you don't want. That'll do. It's not. He's not in prime position, but I would take it because that could have ended up much worse. Could have been welded to either ball.
What's in your head here? What are you? Are you taking the one to the top left, trying to get yourself some kind of angle to get on that bottom yellow? Is not going to be easy. He's tried to get on it right away.
I don't think he's tried that. I think he tried. Oh, maybe he did, but he did point to try and get to the left side of the table.
Yeah.
Has he got a combo here? The bags on this table will be playing a little bit generous because it's obviously brand new. I think you said brand new balls as well.
Yeah.
It must be only the stream tables because it went.
Oh,
a little flick didn't help.
Was maybe the other one's not as new?
They're not. One of when I played Lee Shepherd, one of the Reds had 2 massive chips out of it.
Wow.
But so it just must be these, which is fine. Might going off here. No, because he hit it. Oh!
I tell you what, I don't even think
it wasn't going.
The cushion.
Oh, that's a good shout. I don't think it was going, but it definitely hit a bit of glue or something.
I don't think that touched. I'm going to get to see it here on what we've got a delay, so we get to see what you guys see. Only we get to see it a couple of seconds later. I want to check this out. Yeah, as a foul, it didn't hit the cushion. I now know that because Kev has just lifted the white. Yeah, it didn't.
I don't think it was reaching anyway, and I don't think he was potting it. Oh, I was wondering why he got down and just slapped it. So the Farnsworth O'Donoghue game, Mark knew what he was getting into last week. So he knew the conditions prior to taking the game and he accepted them. I would never play a money game in there in my life.
No. After what I've seen at Fernie's one,
no.
Definite no from me.
Yeah,
but Mark did have a chance to win the match, so...
Thing is, Mark's a better player and was big favourite. So Carl's obviously capable because he won. But
Yeah.
Mark knew what he was getting into. But Carl was quite poor at the start, I believe. I didn't see much of it. I seen the celebrations because that was brilliant.
Yeah.
How good were they?
And that's what we're talking about. That is different class.
Yeah, like, yeah. Rather, imagine they just shook hands and that was it.
No, I know.
But
exactly.
you get to see a guy with his top off on the table.
Oh, he's snookered here.
What do you mean? He's
No,
on
I
the
don't
Reds.
mean he snookered, but
Yeah,
I think he was trying to get himself.
yeah.
He's got a thin neck now in the top.
Or he can take the other one.
It might even be better. You can just kind of run it in.
Oh. Thing is, the red in the middle of the table doesn't go bottom left. So if you thin clip it and then go up and hit the jaw or something,
Yeah.
you're having to play for a bottom one. It depends how much you can see the cue ball. If we're it's straight off. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that was always close to an off. And that probably the reason why the shot you've called there.
The one in the
right
middle.
Shot, yeah.
Yeah. That is poor from Gibbsy. Gibbsy, he potted it too thick or thin. How did he pot it? He potted it too thick because he wanted to pot it thin and then hit the side cushion and the top cushion and come down. But he's obviously not happy with it because he really scattered the balls.
That might be one of them where he's thinking,
Big frame too.
on a different cloth, I wouldn't have been there.
Mm-hmm.
Big difference there. What Glasgow club did Ross, your dad, originally play in or for back in the day?
Was it Pot Black?
Yeah. Sure, Pop Black. I can't remember exactly if it was Anderson or Finison or something like that, but I remember.
He was from Anderson.
Yeah, so Bobby McCallum and Martin Shades and obviously guys like that used to play in the same club. I know your dad played in. I know he played a lot with Bobby. I don't know if he'll remember. He will remember him. He ended up a good friend of my uncle's and he ran a gym. He was a bodybuilder, Bobby, and just got to talking to him about pool one day, and next thing you know, he's every single guy and your dad and Shades and all these other guys in and around Glasgow. He's like, Steve, I used to play with all them. He was apparently one of the good guys at the old two-shot carry rule.
All right.
And when the rules changed, he quit.
Fair enough.
And he said, look, I just wasn't good enough. But when I could play a certain type of game,
Totally, yeah.
it suited him.
Gibbsy's hit an absolute monster. He's forced to go Reds, which is fine. How do you see these playing out, Stevie? Because he's got this cute red on the left. Getting position on the 8 isn't brilliant unless he gets down the bottom left to pot it in the right middle.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume he's going to leave that red till last. And, I mean,
He's fine.
You wouldn't be disappointed bringing it back an inch or two and playing it at the bottom right as well.
Yeah. He's going to go top right, and then leave an angle to top left and stun down, and then he'll be able to roll it through. It actually does go bottom right as well. You're just leaving yourself a cut, aren't you?
Yeah.
What a goal-mouth action in the Man United game. Oh, yeah. Play.
I mean, Forest have hit the bar and then they've just put one past the post.
Good team for us. They're doing well so far this year.
I was going to say it's a Espirito Santo, good manager. The White House Farm in East Kilbride. You might have done maybe one of the stories for future reference. I says to Preston, I said, I need to speak to your brother and then maybe your father and mother for the new year when I get the podcast stuff on the go. I would like to do one with all of you and on Q World.
Well, all of us at once?
Yeah, man, because there's a generational thing there. There's a trailblazer in the world of Q Sports and the refereeing and all that stuff. And then we've got the GOAT.
Scottish GOAT, yeah.
And then we've got yourself, who's now a professional, a Scottish champion, #1 in the country, and then Preston, who the father believes is going to be better than everyone.
Yeah.
So
FAE.
I just think there's a great story there, and
Brilliant
I would love to. I would love to tell it. Or at least listen to it.
What I was saying, I had a thought of you doing a podcast. You could do like little bits in here.
Yep.
Like
definitely.
just little bits.
Definitely.
You ever seen the Gary Neville podcast? He does it every Sunday after Sunday football. After like the 4:30 game, he does it for like half an hour. Just
Oh, right. No, I haven't even noticed that.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, when these tournaments finish, it's quite late, so you kind of want to go home. But
people just disappear out the door. But there's the odd. Like last night, I was finished in here, maybe the back of 10 or something like that. There was still plenty of people about. Dean Shields, Dan Davey, Rob Wilson, Lee Shepherd, they were all on the tables and playing, so there was a scope to do something. But
yeah, of course,
I'm hoping to have a bit of fun with some of it as well. But I was thinking of some of the kind of episodes I could put together, and that was one of the ones I thought, I think that would be a great story to tell, and loads of chapters left.
100%. Yeah, I mean, there's so many. You obviously just get individual players in as well.
Yeah.
But you get a couple of older guys, so we can learn more about, I don't know, like who used to be top players, like Charlie Shaw and stuff like that. I mean, he chatted absolute. It wouldn't be your podcast, it'd be his.
No,
but,
I know. I'd be going, Charlie, and every time I go to ask a question, he'd go, wait a minute, Stevie, and he would just.
I think it's these subtitles as well. Where's my cue?
In a violin?
Where's my cue? Oh, it's on the 9-ball table. Preston just came in to get my OCW break cue.
I was just starting against Ryan Hopkinson. Good player, Ryan.
Nice.
Should
Yeah,
be
Ryan
a good match.
Goobs will be delighted because he's obviously had that shocker where he's went off and then he just broke and took out a nice finish, but he broke a monster. So Alan's went from, I don't know, what did Aline even play? He played a shot and then Goobs is given the frame and then he got dished.
Yeah, in a nutshell. Sean Wishart.
Tell them, Wishy.
How you doing, son?
Who's your next money game? Money game against Sean. Are you retired again? Tierney's losing 17-13.
Who's he playing?
Sean Ash. Good player.
He's
bloody huge. He's like 7 foot or something, but he's good. And he's on the table more than the cloth at the moment.
Wow.
And Tierney's been out of action for a bit, hasn't he?
It has been, and I think he did not lose a couple and then took a break and he's come back, and as the GOAT, or the self-proclaimed GOAT of money match games,
he's been losing a few recently.
About to be retired.
Stephen Cochran had a good result against Fernie last night.
Yeah, he did.
Late last night.
He came over to me and Robert. I've told this about 100 times, but he came over to me and Robert while we were doing, I can't even mind what match we were doing, and he comes in and says, you wouldn't believe this, I should be 7-5 up. And we were like, alright. Me and Robert look at the screen and it's 5 each. And look, you should be what? He went, I should be at least 7-5 up.
Who said this?
Stevie Cochran. I went,
right.
Stevie, you've only played 10 frames. How could you possibly be 7-5 up? And he went, well, I should be. And he just walked away. And then he said today, I just get mixed up.
Aye, because surely he means like 7-3 or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we were in,
so he's counting the frames he should have won, and also his opponent's getting those frames. Yeah.
He's just, but he's obviously played well. In fairness, there was an accusation of cheating.
Oh, how?
In the decider. But it's been looked at via the security cameras in the building. Stevie was leaning over a couple of yellows, but it shows in the camera that it's not actually anywhere near them. But he makes like a sudden movement. And Fernie thought when he made that movement was because he just touched it.
When really it's probably because it's a decider.
Yeah,
and
he's just getting a bit.
I get a bit twitchy when it's a decider, so yeah, especially if you're awkward hands and stuff.
He actually said himself, he said, I just couldn't believe I was on a black to beat Fernie. So he was obviously feeling a bit.
Yeah.
And
I've been there. Yeah, especially like when you get a result against top player, you're like, oh my god, like.
I'm just looking, he's 9-5 up on George Henderson right now.
Oh, he's flying.
And George has been a player in decent form over the last couple of years, getting better and better all the time. So Stevie's playing well. And it's in the winners round.
Yeah. That's to get to winners qualification, isn't it? We can't control the games, Kaylee, unfortunately. Actually, I think all the winners' games will be on stream, no? Is that what they're holding them for?
I'm going to have a look and see.
Oh, that's a losers round. I doubt you'll get that on a stream.
Yeah, the likelihood is. Unless there's nothing better at 9:30 tonight.
Maybe then. I doubt it. Look, there's 3 games at 8.
Yeah, Matty Rowland and Gareth Hibbett at 8 o'clock is on the mainstream table. Well, we might get that on one of the tables.
Some good games. So hold on, go back down a minute. Who does Stevie play if he wins this? Jake. Look at all those names. It's brilliant.
Gav Robinson Day shows Hibbert Row and Dunster Jake and then Stevie
Oh,
Cochran
and then
could be
Stevie
in there.
Cochran will be there. Brilliant. Go on, Stevie.
Go on,
Or
Stevie.
George, either one of you is brilliant.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Fernie actually did show up.
Thought today.
At 5:20, he was due on at 5:30 and nobody had heard from him.
Oh,
Well, I think somebody was talking
he
to him this
wasn't
morning,
drunk
but
last night, was he?
I didn't think so, but apparently he was.
Oh, was
And apparently he said
he must
was,
have got drunk quick.
Yeah.
Because I had a good conversation with him, just about like last week and stuff, and he stone cold sober.
Yeah.
You know what Fernie's like though?
No, I know.
Once he gets one down him, it's just like hoovering it in.
I was looking through the from the commentary box and I'm going, because I was seeing the score and I was seeing that Stevie was ahead. No disrespect to Stevie, I'm thinking, is Fernie bluttered? I've had a look through and I'm going, he looks brand new, but he's playing young William Wallace Jr. right now and he's 2-1 down.
Yeah. William's doing brilliant right now. I was delighted when he won the Willie McCartney.
Yeah.
Gibbs has played a good shot there. He's only allowed left on his bad ball. I thought, did you see where Gibbs was prior?
No.
I thought he was below the welded yellow and red. I thought he could have played that as a plant and just stuck the white there, but I think if the yellow flicked that red, it could have been tracking top left.
Yeah, I'm getting to see it on the kind of delayed footage.
Yeah. It's not actually a bad shot from him. That's quite good, isn't it? It came out quite well. Gibbs has got a double, but if he misses it, he loses the frame. I think Gibbs has to go for this. Oh my God, Man United have hit the bar now.
Oh, it's come off the head of the defender, then a good save.
Yep, see, he has to go for the double. Nailed it. Played a safe white anyway. I think it was safe white, but it's not really safe because he's like, if say Gibbs missed that, he's probably still going to get the pot.
This one, are you dropping this long?
I think he's going bottom left. I think he's gone bottom left, or is he going bottom right? It's not a big bag, it's too far away.
I was thinking bottom left, the one he's closest to. Is he?
Nah, wide. Wide. He just threw his cue there a little bit. I think he's getting a little... If Alan can win this frame, we might have a tighter match on our hands here. Gibbs is a little bit frustrated, you can tell, can't you?
He looks like he's letting a couple of things get to him when really I think he just needs to relax here.
You need to punish that. You really do. You can tell he's frustrated. He's thinking his cue. The one last frame Alan lost, he just gave him it, he smashed the balls about. Played it quite quick. I mean, I know he's on a shot clock as
Do you
well.
think he'll go for this here or play a
Yeah,
snooker?
he's going to pot the one bottom right in cannon. Oh, where could he snooker? Or as in, like, thing is, you're trusting the table.
Yeah.
Whereas, as long as, now this is the only way it could have went wrong. If your white went there, I would have played that quite harder.
Guaranteeing that you get out.
Yeah, in some way, form. He's got a cut. That red goes top right, yeah. You should
passes.
have you should be a master of calling if balls go yet or not.
Yeah, I mean, to me that just does slide in. It's actually quite good. There's times where maybe at the IPA and I'll be in with whoever it might be, and they'll be like, "Oh, he's in a bit of," and I'm like, "No, he'll just slide that in," and they go, "No, does it go?" And then they go down and play it, and they go, "Ah, good call." But you do start to get kind of some. I mean, he's having a look at it. I think it's tight, but it definitely goes. No doubt he's done.
Yeah, and he's landed absolutely plumb on it, and he's got lovely Gibbsy. (6-2) Could have been 5-3.
Yeah,
It's a lot tighter.
could have had problems there. It's fortunate Alan didn't punish him.
Oh, is that a penalty? No, that's a free kick. I'm talking rubbish. 235 viewers. Do you think it will get... The viewership will go up probably like 8, 9 o'clock tonight, something like
I
that?
think it will. Last night was not bad. We were up around about the 400 mark.
There's Ferndog. 2-2.
And I remember the last final we had in here with Farnsworth and Christian Phillips. We were floating around about 1,000 to 1,200,
Wow.
up and down, up and down. It was quite good.
Sunday night, innit? Everyone's
Yep.
chilling in their bed and stuff. Lovely, Fernie. He's not blootered today. And there's the shouter in the background. Playing James Green. Do you know much about James?
I don't actually.
I played James in an Ultimate Pool amateur comp. He's a World Rules player,
Right.
so he comes from the SEPF side of things.
Yeah, 'cause
William
I'm
Wallace.
looking at his Scotland flag and I don't know him at all, so
Look at this.
oh, that annoys me.
William, use the racking cloth. Terrible.
Brand new cloth.
Terrible. It honestly does my head in.
Yeah,
It
bugs
doesn't
me.
matter if it's old, it's new, it's just a sign of respect that you
Anyone
respect.
would
And
be-
I'm not calling the wee guy out because
No.
it's not him. It's a lot of people do it, and it drives me. It's my biggest bugbear.
There's loads of the guys in here, and they'll moan to Paul. They'll say, "Paul, that table's got a problem. It's got this and that." And but then whilst they're banging the balls on the table without using the racking cloth, and he'll go, "You're asking me to make sure these tables are perfect, and you're treating them like that." So I hate it.
I seen Colin McKechnie do it as well, and he's a player in here, isn't he?
Yeah, there's
He-
quite a few of them.
It's bad. I don't get it. I'm sure I've seen Colin. Oh,
Whoa.
his balls are flying in everywhere. It's exactly what Alan needed, though. To be fair, that's two monsters Goobs he's just hit back to back. Stevie Cochrane's just walking past. Yep, and he's giving us a wave. So he must have won.
7-5.
It was 9. Oh, right.
10.
Oh, right.
Just thought it'd be 7-5. Should be 7-5.
Oh, right, I see. Okay, I get it. Oh my word, that's rolled in. Thing is, rolls on this cloth is the table can be bang on, but it can just hit a little bit of like the weave or something, and then it's just in a different direction.
So many
Look at
times.
this replay. That's it straight in the cushion.
So many times I'll look back and go, "That's raw," and then after the frame you go to fix it, and it rolls perfect every time, and you,
Right, so he hits the cushion there,
oh wow.
and then you just see it diving. Lives in Greenock, yeah.
And he's Welsh.
I know he plays the SEPF stuff though, doesn't he? I'm sure he does.
So 6-2 in front. We've got a frustrated Goobsy. He's gone in off. Gifting a frame to it. Well, he's not gifted it yet, but it looks like he has.
Yeah, Alan's a pro, no?
Oh, is he?
Is he?
I don't know.
I don't know.
As I say, I keep mixing them up. Every time and then I look and go, "Oh, that's right, that is Alan." I think he might be, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'll go Q score check. I'm sure he is. I'm sure I've seen his name. Alan Robinson.
I think he is. I think I get
Yeah,
him
he's in the professional.
I think I get him mixed up with Gav's old boy.
Gav.
Aye, Gav Robinson.
Oh, Brian Robinson.
Aye, I think I always get the name. I see. I go, "Oh, that's who it is." I think I just mix up because of the name Robinson.
My highest break is 92. I hit a 127 in my unit the other day on my little 4-pocket thing, if you've ever seen that. Maximum one, no, not a maximum, sorry. Maximum is 133, but yeah, I hit 127. What's your highest break, Stevie?
Mentioned this earlier. 75, mate.
Nice.
Not any. The big story behind it is I only got to 75 about maybe 2 years ago, and up until then, 68 was my highest break, and that was when I was 12.
Oh, right, really? That's really good for 12, then.
So I was pretty good at snooker when I was a kid. I mean, I loved the game, but I played football at a pretty good level. So me and my mum used to have numerous arguments because she loved watching snooker as well. She liked Steve Davis and Stephen Henry and stuff, and she would go off her head with me, "Forget football, just stick to snooker." And I'm like, "I don't want to play snooker, I want to play football." And
When
then,
you're a kid at that age, you can't be told, can you?
no, that's it. And then between a certain age, you're probably talking from maybe 12, 13-year-olds, I would go after school the odd time for a half an hour. Used to go into a place called the Cue Ball, and Martin Shades ran it. I didn't know that until now. It's just along the road from here, and I would get in there for a half an hour. It used to be, I think it was like £1 for 30 minutes after school, so for any of the kids going by, and I would get in and just pot some balls for half an hour on the way home. But then the next time I lifted a cue was, I think, 25-year-old in the pub, and Tiger offered me a frame of pool.
I heard you talking about this
Yeah.
yesterday, actually. Yeah.
So that's the that was the kind of story. And then I've just not played enough. And then I was in here practicing for a couple of weeks. Started to hit the ball quite well, and I walked into juniors. There was no pool tables just before Jamie got into the snooker table, and I set the balls up, smashed them open from the back, and knocked in a 75. And it felt like I was playing in big buckets. But
Well, that was a tight table.
yeah, I just don't play. I think it was because I left here to play on that one, and it just felt so big. But I love snooker. I don't get any chance to play the game. I wish I did.
I've just started playing in a amateur handicap snooker league, and I really enjoy it because it's competitive, but it's competitive snooker.
Aye.
So it's just like I can go there and just chill. Thanks, Kelpat. Yes, it is me. Top lad in the ballroom. Yeah, ballroom Dunfermline. Shout out to them. There are racking cloths at the counties, AJ. I'm sure there is, eh?
I'm positive there was.
Yeah, because I had a go at, or my dad. Sorry, my dad was texting me from somewhere, going mental because one of the Glasgow B boys wasn't using the racking cloth. So I had a go at him for it, and then he was like offering me a square go. He wasn't offering me a square go, but what's his name? Hold on, I know how to describe him, but I need to turn the comms off for this. Sokol. But yeah, use the racking cloths. It's just a sign of respect for the club. Like, yeah, if I ran my club, I would just want people to use them. I don't know why you wouldn't. But Alan, who I'm sure is a keen user of a racking cloth, is on a nice little finish here. Needs to play a nice one here.
Is he just nudging the red out the way, or is he? I think he has to.
Oh, okay.
Oh. So watch he doesn't nip this back into the
Different.
pocket.
You don't want to be bridging either. He's done well there. See, what I was thinking he could do there is literally don't bridge up as much, but just try and cannon, go to the gap between the cushion and the ball. Yeah, I mean, you're probably... Oh, my word. Oh, no.
I mean, he barely took 2 seconds
I know.
to set himself on that. He just...
Do you think he thinks he's beat?
Maybe. I mean, he's having some opportunities here and there. If there's ever a time to take a second, take your beat, get yourself set.
That's not an easy shot. He's near the
exactly.
cushion. Yeah, I mean, Gursey's not. He's not lost the frame as such, but yeah, he's literally hit it straight in the knuckle. Gursey has a playing nice shot here. Craig Tara might not have been. That was Paul and Santa's tables, or Saul Tara's tables even.
Yeah, they were the actual tables were. Wow, he's left that.
Yeah. Oh, cute.
They're the actual tables that were used on the IPA tour.
Yeah, because he went from Isle of Man to Craig
Yeah,
Tara,
that's
didn't
right.
he? 6-4. Got a game. Oh, Farnsworth just missed the paddle. Did I always go to the Crucible? I went a couple of times when she reffed the final. It was brilliant. I remember there was this thing called, I think it was the Champions Lounge or something, right? And I loved it because I got free bottles of Diet Coke. Whereas there was literally free alcohol in there, but I just don't drink. But I was in there with my nan and my auntie because my mum was reffing the final. And then, like, I think John Virgo was there. I think Stephen Hendry was there, just eating a Chinese out of the tub. And I'm not a massive fan of snooker, whereas some people up here would have went mental at that. You know what I mean? But I knew that was Stephen Hendry, and I knew it was a big deal, and he was just sitting there eating his Chinese. But Wee Williams on the little finish here.
Yeah, he's 4-2 down.
Oh, yeah. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, Wee Man's got it. He's played a shocker. He shouldn't have been anywhere near there. He's got, I guarantee you, he is Onboard Sportswear's biggest customer.
Oh, mate.
Go on, the Wee Man, what a shot. I mean, I'll get on with both boys, but it's just nice to see what I'm doing. Is he sponsored by McGoldricks, or is that his team top?
No, I'm pretty sure there's some kind of, if you get McGoldricks on your top, I think
You get like a
Paul maybe gets you a
discounted rate or something.
10%, aye, some kind of discount, something like that. I could be wrong, but
Yeah.
'cause I'm pretty sure the only person Paul sponsors is Robert, I think, as in
Oh yeah.
out with, like, I know he'd get Clint and a few other ones, but up
Yeah.
here I'm not sure there's anybody. I could be wrong, there might be more, but because it was actually Big Chick said to me once, he went, Stevie, you're getting your tops, just say to Paul, he said you might have to put the McGoldricks on your sleeve or something, but he'll save you some money.
Yeah.
I never did, I just ordered my tops anyway, but
Yeah. He sponsors Renzi Jr. as well, doesn't he?
yeah, that's right.
Goobsy's break has been a monster, and he could really do well in here to put this game to bed. It's not really to bed, but you know what I mean.
He sponsors Renzi Senior as well,
Does it?
and the Masters, I think.
What does Renzi Senior playing?
Exactly, the Masters series, and I don't think I've ever seen him playing any of them.
Does he? Fair enough.
He says to me, because he started coming down to play in the Glasgow League again, and he's like, I'm going to be down, Stevie, so I'll come back to the team. And it was really Renzi's team, it was his team that we've still kind of got going.
Yeah.
And he's like, I actually felt a bit bad because Paul's sponsoring me into the Master stuff and that, but obviously I've just better off coming back to the team that I was already at. And and I'm like, okay, but it's actually a good point. Just I can't remember the last time Renzi played in anything.
Well, that's a different angle. He doesn't play anymore. He coaches. And have you ever had Renzi coach you?
Yeah, I spent a day. I had a nightmare. I say a nightmare. Liam Roberts beat me 7-6 in a decider at the IPA. I think it was the last 64-32, whatever it was. But I was playing out my skin, and then I don't know what happened, but I just kind of lost my way in the decider and gifted him the frame. And I had just, honestly, I'd lost the plot. My cue must have hit every single wall in the room. And I messaged him and I went, I am finished. And he said, listen, I will come and see you during the week. He sent me a message, I think it was probably the Monday morning. I'm coming into Glasgow, picked me up at the bus station, and then we spent a few hours. But obviously I played with Renzi for the largest part of when I started playing the game. I was with the guy every single day, but he wasn't coaching me, but I learnt a lot off him. But when he's coaching, when I'm watching him, he's always got a cue in his hand.
I had him 2 days before the Scottish. I've obviously, as we said, I've had a bad year. And I was just, the Scottish means a lot to me because obviously my dad's name's on the trophy.
Yep.
So I wanted to just get someone's opinion, and there was something wrong every frame. Every frame there was something wrong, and I was just like, and I'm going to keep getting him because it's just bad habits.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's brilliant. I mean, he's booked out. He's got so many people wanting to coach him, or get coached by him, sorry, that you'll find it difficult. But anybody looking to improve, hit up Mr. Reynolds. He needs to charge more.
I said that to him.
He needs to.
I said that to him.
But as we're talking, Alan's on a nice little finish here. Little bit of run inside, do you think?
Both in the same bag.
What that? Oh, you can't do that. He like played it slow with loads aside. I take it goes bottom left.
Yeah, but he's just come round to have a look.
See if he's composing himself. That's good, because that's what he lacked when he missed that black last frame.
It's a stop ball here.
He's not on it. Yeah, that.
I knew it.
Oh my
I knew
God.
when he came and looked. Why would you not just screw back and give yourself a come on.
Not that. It's the shot before.
Yeah, no,
He
I know.
played it slow with loads of side, and if he just played it a nice weight with a little bit of side, and just left of the middle of the white, he would have been
Yeah, he's guaranteed
with a
an
nice angle to stun over. Now he's totaled.
Oh,
Nah. Goobsy's getting away with it a bit now.
he is.
Because Goobsy's frustrated and Alan's not taking his chances. Who's the most fast player you've ever played or seen playing? You ever seen Dunster on a 15-second shot clock? It is bloody brilliant. I seen him say I did a 6 red at Ultimate once, and I was like, I never knew you could move that fast. Nah, it's Sheppy. Like, it's the guy's a freak. He doesn't even look at angles. He literally just gets down and just stuns balls in. What about you? If we're excluding Sheppy, I need to have a little think.
I tell you what, Scott Anderson's up there.
He is, isn't he? He was rapid last week.
Hey, I played him in the singles in Ireland. We had a good match, and I know that people talk about different chalks and you don't have to chalk your cue. The guy was, I think he chalked his cue to break, and when he had a finish, he just.
I don't think he's got a tip that needs chalk. I'm sure he's told me that before.
Right, he hardly put his. Honestly, his hand was barely on the table, and he wasn't even feathering.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow,
That must be a nerves thing, eh?
But for me, Harry Pert is the fastest player I've seen right now. He is
Really?
absolutely lightning.
Wow.
I've
never seen him play. I've seen him. I think he beat Dunster this year.
In Newcastle.
I
think
just
it was in the
yeah.
Pro in Newcastle, because I know Dunster won the Open against Gio in the final, and I think Harry beat Liam, but then Boyle beat Harry.
Okay.
And honestly, mate, he is. And everybody's saying if he just slowed down a bit, he would maybe go up a level.
Mm-hmm.
But then you go, well, he's got to where he is in the pro ranks with the way he plays, or it is. It's not even. It's honestly, when you see him, and maybe even when you play against him, I think you'll go, what in the name? With the speed this kid plays.
Yeah.
But he is exceptional. He's a great talent, but he's so fast. For me, he's the quickest I've seen
I've
right
never
now.
seen him. How quick? Do you remember the start of the semi-final against Fernie last week? Fernie was rapid. He was brilliant.
4-0 up or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was just.
It was bang, 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 and that was like that's Fernie at his best.
Yeah.
And then it was the complete polar opposite. Then other side of the game. But yeah, Fernie couldn't be quick. I mean, Gibbsy's. Gibbsy's not taking these out as he probably would have wanted to. I think he tried to stun down for the bad ball on the right hand side before, but this is a bit fiddly. Oh my God!
Why?
I knew it, mate. It was.
Why would you not be taking the red?
Long.
Yeah, I don't get it.
He wanted to leave. He didn't want to leave the one top right to his last ball. Christ. 268 viewers.
I think from where he is, it's just a bring the cue ball back an inch, just a little stun across, and then just a simple shot to get back down. But let's be serious. I've never missed a shot sitting here. But
no. I'll tell you one thing though. I think he's feeling it a little bit. I might be wrong, but you can tell he's frustrated.
I would think he's maybe he's sitting thinking,
I should be well
this
up.
guy. I should be well up. No disrespect, but I'm making a nightmare of this, and it's getting to him.
Totally. And while we're on this break, I'm going to go and get me and Stevie a beverage. I will be back. I'm going to get a dessert.
Mad Maz asking the question about Talm Chalk. Morgan's just away to the bar just now. I think it would be totally remiss to do something like that, even though I know some clubs are now only allowing Talm Chalk because they. For me, I've got my own table that I play on, and certain teams will come and play against us on a Tuesday night, which is in the Glasgow League. Out with that, it's only really me and some of the guys, but I can have as many bright marks that come from the different coloured talms as any other chalk. There's certain players that just play bottom on every shot. There's certain players that dig down on every shot. I think when it's the better players, I use Triangle Pro light green. It doesn't really mark the ball, the table, anything like that. As I say, I'm on my own table all the time. I don't use heavy brushes. I don't use the blocks and the drag things. I don't use any of them to clean it. I just use a soft brush and a light cloth. I think if you look after the table right, it doesn't really matter, but I just don't. If Ronnie O'Sullivan's using Triangle, then how can you start banning specific types and only using one? But I know some clubs, seen it on one of the pool chat and banter pages, and it's they're renting out blocks of talm. I think they charge £15 or whatever it is as a deposit, and you get it back when you hand the chalk back and stuff like that. Listen, each to their own. To me, what I will say, I've had a few people say, "Oh, Stevie, that Triangle Pro's rotten." And do you know what? There's two types of Triangle Pro. One of them is 100% not pro. and I think triangle are just being quite clever, because it is just basically normal triangle in a different wrapper. And I'm if there's a triangle ambassador on, I'm sorry, but it's an actual fact. It marks the balls, it marks the table, it does everything normal triangle does. Yet the Triangle Pro light green, the light kind of really brightish coloured one, doesn't mark anything, doesn't mark the table, it's just totally different altogether. So two totally different chalks. It's not just the colour. For me, that's what I use. The Talm stuff, I tried the Russian Magic, wasn't for me. I guess it's just each to their own, but how can you make a chalk mandatory? Unless Talm were sponsoring like an event, something like that, then maybe you could then have it mandatory, like the Talm World Championship, the Talm UK Open, whatever it is. But to make a chalk mandatory, I think is probably tough.
Mm-hmm. I'm back, people, but I wouldn't mind it. But at the end of the day, you can't really make equipment mandatory. A club can.
Yeah, I actually mentioned that there because I know there is a club that's doing it now, and they're taking a £15 deposit for Talm chalk to use it, and then when you hand it back, you get £15 back, or you can walk away with a used bit of Talm.
Yeah.
But
we use it in my unit.
Right.
So we've got so anybody trying Qs or whatever, obviously Qs, you're not going to use it for cases, whatever. We give green V10 out just because it's so clean. You don't, like, if we gave triangle out, it'd be a mess and you have to dig out a cloth.
That's what I've just mentioned. So, and we were playing on my table a few weeks back, and it was against one of the teams from in here. It was like Ethan Lang and like the boys. And I went, what is that? What is this? It's like, look, it was a bit of Talm V10, but there was marks all over the table.
Yeah.
And I said, so it's not the chalk that's doing that, it's the way certain people cue.
Yeah.
And they're queuing down on every shot, digging into the table. It's like when they play screwback, they're cues in the air rather than playing the shot now down at a low kind of height. And it doesn't matter what chalk you use. I use Triangle Pro light green. It doesn't mark the ball, doesn't mark the table.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. But I also said there, and I apologise if there's a Triangle ambassador floating about, the other stuff is not Triangle Pro. It's just normal triangle in the black wrapper. It marks the balls, it marks it's a mess.
What's the other stuff? What you get?
So there's two different types of I'll get it on my phone and show you. There's two different types of Triangle Pro. One of them's not Triangle Pro.
All right, there's two different types of Triangle Pro.
Yeah, I'll show you right now.
Is there a light green and a dark green?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the mad thing about it is the dark one is just basically normal triangle
with a different wrapper.
Yeah, and I've used it and I'm like, that's not the same stuff. It's not the same. So you get that colour, and then you get that one. That's just normal triangle.
Oh really? You think you're at it?
Yeah, I've used it, and
it's
a couple of people
normal,
gave me it saying, Stevie, you use that, and I go, oh yeah, and then I'm like, that's not the same stuff. It's nowhere near it. So it's the one that's like the more greeny colour.
Yeah.
It's great. It doesn't mark the table, doesn't mark the balls, and I've never had any issues with it. But
I think Jim McGeechy uses it as well. He's raving about it. So Stuart McCulloch.
Fraser Patrick was on one and he says that's the worst chalk ever. And I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about. I use it every day on my own table, and there's never barely a mark on it. And I'm like, I don't get this. And then someone says, Stevie, you use Triangle Pro, gave me a few blocks. I went, oh cheers. And I was using it, and I went, whoa, wait a minute here. The table was a mess. The balls were a mess. And I'm looking at the two of them and say, that's still nowhere near the same chalk.
Yeah.
So whether that's just a kind of clever scam to get them some extra cash, I do not know. But I get 12 blocks for £30, whereas the normal triangle, I think it's a tenner for 12 blocks or something. So if you're daft and you go and spend on the wrong colour, I don't think they're getting real Triangle Pro. But
have you ever used 10?
I've used it once or twice, just a bit of chalk off someone, but I tried the Russian Magic, and I remember I won't directly quote and say it was your dad, but I was talking to someone, they said, I think that's good, and I went, I'll give it a try, and then I was like, that doesn't feel right to me. I feel like I'm not hitting the shots right. And someone said, what, with the chalk? And I went, yeah, I feel like I'm getting a different reaction from the cue ball. So just feels too different to me, so I rubbed it off and just went back. But I don't know.
I got a good few kicks with it.
Yeah, it just didn't feel right
But
to me.
it's very good at sticking to the tip.
Right.
I am still winning, Ryan. I've won another 2 games since my match last night, albeit 2 deciders, and I have been rubbish. But I'll tell you who's not been rubbish is Alan Robinson. He is making a proper comeback at this game.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the Gibbsy breaking dish,
There we go.
this match would be...
Oh, big woody boy. Oh my God.
Oh my word.
Do I have him on my team? Do I have him on my team? Did I take him out? Did I take him out? I took him out. Oh, I took him out.
Ding Yun Wee has a
Yeah,
25 quid block.
Ding Jung Wee is tame. It's made by tame and it's square. So if you...
Right.
So I practice with Lewis McCool, but he refuses to use tame because it's circle. So I had to spend 28 quid getting a block of this square tame shipped to me because we don't sell it. So I didn't lose a practice partner.
He is absolutely bonkers.
Yes, I love him to bits. He's brilliant, and when he's on it, he's so good.
Oh, frightening.
It's just he's not on it as much as he should be.
I remember Boyle was talking about practicing with him, and he went, Steve, he's coming over to mine and he's just dishing for fun. He says, and then you see him like 2 days later in the tournament and he's a totally different guy.
Yeah. See the Scottish, when I won it last year, I played him 2 days. He beat me 3-2, 3-2 in sets both days. I mean, he got to the final, so obviously they're very good. But it's so frustrating because I do love the guy. He could be bloody brilliant.
Yeah.
And sometimes you go to events and he's just like, oh, I need a drink to play well. And I'm like, just shut up. But yeah, dry break from Alan. Oh my God. Is Ten Hag back in charge?
You would be forgiven for thinking it.
Man United are all over the gaff. These aren't easy for Gibbs, are they?
No.
Not at all. And it's 7-6. There's a game on our hands here.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a tussle here.
And that was after me saying, like, I've watched him, or what was I saying? He's like, to me, he's the one who stood out so far.
Yeah.
But he's looked really frustrated this match.
It's like there's something bothering him, or it's a strange thing to try and figure out when. There's not been anything major. I mean, he's played a couple of poor shots, but nothing to lose the head over.
Is that repeatable? Are we allowed to repeat that?
Yeah, Jeff, I agree.
I'm not sure if it was causing Boyle issues. So the magic chalk does mark the cue ball, which can cause kicks. The worst chalk there is the Kamui stuff that Arf and Dad uses.
Oh.
But I think Liam uses it now, and it marks the cue ball badly.
Yeah.
I was getting kicks off his chalk.
He was playing. Was he playing Boyle in the Scottish? He beat Boyle, didn't he? And Mark was saying, he's like, listen, he knows what he's doing. Liam's all there. He says to Mark before it, I've got the good chalk for you.
What's the good chalk?
And he was talking about the one that marks the ball. So Mark came up and he was talking to me after it when I was doing the comms last week, and he says, listen, Liam's wide, he knows the script. He went, he's actually made a joke to me before it. Don't worry, Mark, I've got the good chalk for you. He went, it's a chalk that marks the cue ball. He's like, he knows I hate it. And I was like, all right.
I remember Johnny was playing Mark Boyle in a Saltire, and every time Johnny was at the table and then it went to Mark got the cue ball clean. But yeah, Goobsy. Oh, he's run out of position. He's really run out of position here, Stevie.
He has. He's tried to come back down for the one to the top right.
Sorry, this Man United game is quite... There's still ages left in this too. Liam does, and it's shocking.
25 quid for a block of chalk just seems absurd. And I think to myself, well,
Shot Goobs.
What is in it that makes it worth that money?
Listen, it's...
I know people will say, listen, if it makes you perform better, if you don't need to use as much, all these different things, but I think at the end of the day, it's still a block of chalk. It's getting made. They're not having to do any extra work to make it. They're putting stuff into a machine, that the machine's bringing it out and it's mixing it and doing what And
But
I think, how is
yeah.
it worth so much more? It's
What you're paying for is the amount of money and time that they've put in to find this
To develop
formula to develop it. That's what you're paying for. But what I will say, Cooper's is really, this is tough, isn't it?
yeah, I mean,
This is really tough.
he's,
But it is good. I use Tame and I think it's fantastic.
I've got 9 blocks left of the what do you
Wow.
call it, Triangle Pro, and I think
Oh,
he's
no.
by the way.
Oh my God, he is. Oh my word.
Wow.
Or is he just moving? Nah, no way. Tame does last an absolute. Oh my God, he's asking for a total. Is he asking for a total?
He has, mate.
Oh my God, that is a massive. No way. No way. Oh my God.
You know, I've actually heard about Tatum lasting 2 years as well, even from people that put it in the washing machine every single
Oh
week.
my God, he's just. Oh my word.
What, did he miscue there, or did he
Yeah.
just play it?
He miscued.
If I'm Alan Robinson right now, I'm buzzing inside. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
by the way, I'm 7-6 down, and I think I've got him here.
This is a frame you don't want to be on the shot clock for, though. Not to mess with your opponent's head. What's he doing? What is he even thinking of doing? He needs to play the one on the cushion but run inside to knock the other one. Is he doing it from where he is? You think he is? Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he was going to pop that one to the middle and then... And that's the big bag again. He's fine, he can play the one bottom right, but he needs to take these out.
Yeah.
If you don't take these out, you can't not take these out when your opponent's that frustrated and had that bad a rub there. If he has any aspirations of winning this match and doing well in this tournament.
Well, that's a bad shot.
There wasn't much he could do with that, though, was there? He's fine. Just a nice, soft, delicate screw into the other red, potting the red he's closest to the top right.
He's not even come round to look at the angle.
Does he have an extension? He
No,
doesn't.
no,
He's
he
only got
doesn't.
15 seconds. Does he play a snooker? Do you just play the one at the top of the table?
He's just going to run through here.
Oh,
He's got it.
He's got it,
Oh,
but
one
it's
cushion.
a one cush cut in the middle, and you see these get potted all the time. Oh, what a ball, Bruno Fernandes. Wow, wow, wow. Oh. What a very, so good, man. Right. Can you tell?
There's a United fan in here.
Oh, there's bloody loads of them. There's a table of them over there. I went and ordered their drinks and they conceded. Keane Monaghan wouldn't even look at me. What a ball that is. Brilliant ball and then brilliant finish. But Alan, that eight balls went in a little bit of an awkward position. I still think the two reds he's closest to both go top right was just topping this. Yeah.
Yeah,
These are done. These are finito.
Ross Fernie 6-4 up on William Wallace. Preston McInnes 3-2 ahead of Ryan Hopkinson. Jamie Green and Elliot Sanderson all square at 2-all. Gary McLaughlin 3, Bashmak Sud 5. Paul Sanderson 3-1 up on Kieran Gorman. David Rooney, David Gillis just underway. David Gillis is in the lead in that one. Liam Pedley and Stevie Ainsworth just underway as well. On the 3 stream tables, it's looking like 7-all here. Mark Boyle 4, Richard Swarfield 3, and Mark Farnsworth 4, Christian Phillips 5. All the scores on the go right now. And it is 7 frames all here. And I have to say, it's been a strange game.
It has. Alan will be very happy he's still in it. Goobs will be raging he's not well ahead.
Yep.
But Goobs has also made errors. It's not been as clean as what you would expect from someone as good as Scott.
Yeah, he's not been his clinical self.
But I've had 2 games like this today when it's just mistake after mistake and you just need to just dig in and just get the win. And that's all Scott needs to do here is forget about what's going on and just say you've got a race to 3 to get through to the next round, to enter the next round, and through to tomorrow. So after this, he could be done.
Yeah, exactly.
Alan's staying with him, but thinks Gibbs will come through. It's funny that, Danny, because you thought Gio was going to win from 5-2 down last night. So I think we'll just say Gibbs will get beat here. Oh, there's another. I've seen that. Someone asked that question yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah,
Is it dry?
It's a question.
Oh, it hit a glue again. Did you see that?
Oh, is it the same pocket?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was going, but it definitely rocked back.
Yeah, favourite for the tournament.
It's
Tough.
Where are we? You know who I think will win it? I think Farnsworth will win it. And my logic is, whenever someone plays a money match and gets beat, they always do well after it. And I can't even describe it, or just describe why. It's just because they put all that time in, if you know what I mean. So Farnsworth will be sharp. Then you've got Dunster Boyle. I mean, I played Dunster next. That's who I played, Alf. But yeah, you've got to have Dunster Boyle and Farnsworth in there.
It's funny you say that because I actually said very similar the last time when Johnny and Steed played. Both of them obviously put in some time for the match. Johnny won a West of Scotland, had a final of a Saltire and a final of a West of Scotland in here as well. And Steed won a West of Scotland, East of Scotland. Johnny won a West, Steed won an East not long after their match.
It's just because they've put in that much time, so they're sharp. Whereas Johnny would usually be sharp, but he's sharper. And Steed, who isn't usually sharp, is sharp.
Yeah, exactly.
But in an ideal world, everyone would always be sharp, but it just depends where your priorities are, if you know what I mean. Other people have got really stressful, long working jobs like Steed. I know he works for he's quite high up in a car garage company.
Yeah, that's right.
So like his hours are mental. So, and he works weekends. Wonder why he's not here actually. Probably because he was working. It starts on the Friday.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. I like the logic. Yeah. So, my answer to that. Sorry, you asked Stevie. I just butted in.
Is it?
No, he went, who's the fave for this event? Stevie. My name's not Stevie. My answer is Boyle, Dunster, Farnsworth. If you had to make me pick Farnsworth, who would you pick?
Dunster.
Oh, cheers. Okay.
That's it. It's like
It's so hard.
You always go for the usual suspects.
You have to, yeah.
Mark, Liam, Mark. Now it's like I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. Mark Farnsworth, and obviously they're on the other stream table, so I'm getting to see some of it. Christian Phillips, he's hanging with him right now, but it's all right going 4, 5, 6. It's getting to that number 10 against some of these guys, and it's
100%.
It's a long old race.
And when you he's just he's got away with it. Oh, he's bridging. Sorry, I'm just having a peek at the Mark Farnsworth game. Thanks, Ryan. Is that because we're in Scotland? Oh, I think I can hear a Renzi. I can. He's back from the football.
Yeah, Renzi the casual. He's back from his Green Street type football game.
It's someone's asked where Pickers is in Dan Fairway.
So Pickers doesn't really come up for these events, and Dan is now, although he's done a lot of stuff commentary wise, I think he'll still pop in every now and again. I think there's some new kind of ideas on where they want it to be. They want to have a couple of main commentators, and those main commentators will be joined by mostly the pros, different pros at different times, different matches whenever they're available, and Dan will be one of those guys that will step in every now and then, but he's not going to be as regular on any of the commentary, TV, stuff like that over the next while. So, but no doubt, and he will step in and out, but it's just been a few changes. I think they want some fresh voices. I mean, down in Newcastle, I had Mark Farnsworth in, Gav Robinson, Jason Hill, something now.
That's good.
So a lot of the guys that have popped their head in and really enjoyed it. It's been a good laugh, and obviously getting an insight from guys that are on that level, that platform. That
I like that. I would, if I knew that, I would actually go back and watch that game and listen.
Right.
Gareth Potts used to do quite a bit of commentary, and he talks a hell of a lot of sense. And it's just good to listen to these guys.
Definitely.
Because they talk a lot of sense. So yeah, that is good. It's good for the viewers as well, because you'll have people like, you might be able to get Dunster in, Boyle, Farnsworth, all the top boys, Goobsy. You'll get them in. You'll get to hear how they work. Thanks, Danny. I know. I'm a fan of young Gio as well. He's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And he was without a doubt favourite. He's just, rinsed Fernie 10-3 the weekend before.
Yeah, that's one of the big bonuses, Paul, that Mark Pickworth has had a sit down with the guys. And listen, I was asked a question about Mark, and I think he's brilliant at what he does. He's really detailed in the way he goes about his business, and he has decided to stay on next year, and he'll be working with myself. I'll be working with him. Over the last while, we have built quite a good relationship in the commentary and TV stuff. So, but obviously for the Tour and the World Championships going ahead, it's going to be so much more detailed, professional. It's been great up to now, and Mark is a massive part of that. So,
I get on really well with Pickers.
Yeah, I think he's great.
Yes. I played in the. Do you remember the old? What was it? Champions Cup, maybe.
That's right.
They were down near York, and I got a phone call at like 12 o'clock, and got asked to go down. And I jumped on a train, and he completely looked after me. I won that night, and I had to stay for another 2 nights. And he's brilliant. He's such a nice guy. He loves a holiday. Whenever I see him, he's got the best tan I've ever seen in my life. Either that, or he uses fake tan.
Goes to the sunbeds with Walker and Jamie Craig.
But yeah, top guy is Pickers.
Nice class.
Knows his way around the pool table, but he's had a couple of injuries. Well, the last couple of IPA events I was a couple of years ago.
£8,000 over the price. I've heard Steed's quite dodgy in the car sales game. He's more like someone that only fools on horses, from what I hear.
This is another proper tactical frame. Is it possible to make a living from pool? I'm going to assume you mean English 8-ball without a job on the side. It is possible. However, you need to be Tom Cousins, if I'm honest, or you need to be on that level, because if you want to earn a living, let's say the majority of pool players probably got a family, right? Even like Dunster's got a missus and he's got a dog, so you've got and a house, etc. So you need to be earning at least, what, 50, 60, would you say, a year, Stevie?
Yeah, when you're talking about, there's people out there in the world that are earning £12,000 a year, £1,000 a month, and they make it work.
Yep.
But they're not in the walk of life where you need to have hotels and travel and all the kind of stuff that goes with it. So you've got to be earning decent figures to go in.
Yeah. Now the thing is, these guys should be getting good sponsorship deals to pay for all that. That's one thing I've never understood with Liam.
Yeah, true.
Liam gets a lot of hate on here, but he's one of the best players Scotland's ever produced. He's one of the best players around. Why has he never just fired a post up and been like, if anybody would like to sponsor me, name on badge on my shirt for the next year, and he could charge what he wants.
He could.
Because how often does he get to the later events when like is the tops visual, and how many things does he win? Like, he could easily get another 4 sponsors at £1,500 a year.
It actually surprises me that his phone doesn't ring off the hook, because he's always there.
Yeah, and if you think of that from a business point of view, say £1,500 a year, what's that? Just over, is that £130 a month?
Round about.
Something like that. Yeah, £130 a month for like a good businesses. That's nothing. Like, when you get a sponsor, a top pool player, if you've got a club, just be like, right, but you need to come down and give us an exhibition. Recover his hotel and that, like, unbelievable. Like, it would just cover Dunster's fees and his travel and that every year, and it's free rolling.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can, if you're smart enough, you can. I think you need to be good on social media, talk well, and and just be kind of smart. Liam's really smart. I'm so surprised he's never done it.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. I mean, I see people. There was one of the times I think Joe's watching, or Joe Heron, and he says, "God's sake, Stevie, you got enough sponsors?" And I'm like, these people are my mates. They're like people I've grew up with, and they're tossing me 150 quid to pay for T-shirts and stuff like that. I mean, now it's not like I'm taking thousands and thousands, and to be fair, I wouldn't need the thousands and thousands. By the time I've paid my entries and stuff like that, travel, once it's covered, it's covered, and I go and work every day. My Tyler, a very good one, I do all right. So it was just a case, I thought, I'll get my T-shirts paid for and stick a little thank you out there. But what I will say is I've had 4 or 5 people get in touch and then go, listen, I'll give you this, and this. And I go, oh, great. And then I get T-shirts done and I'm thanking them week after week and don't get a bean. And I've had a few.
Really? That's
Yeah.
disappointing.
But I won't lose any sleep over
No,
it,
no,
obviously. Once, when I go, a waste of a T-shirt, bought me the cupboard and...
Thing is, mate, now you're doing this. You like, I think you should be pushing more, if I'm honest.
Yeah, well, that's... I actually says... I've actually had one guy message me, and he actually says to me, I'm actually surprised that you've not had more people coming and asking you if you would be interested in basically throwing their name out there a bit every now and again. And
Well, not even that. They'd be on your tops. You've got your own Facebook page now. You're going to be doing a podcast.
Yeah.
So there's definitely scope for you to look into.
Oh, definitely.
So, sorry. You need to be bloody good at pool, and you need to do the social side
Yeah.
and that side as well.
You need to have a gift of talking utter nonsense. But you need to put some good posts out. You need to get some good, half decent content, and you need to be. I mean, it helps if you're good, but there's people out there. I know a couple of people, mate, that are getting serious money.
Nah, really?
Serious money. I will tell you off air.
Off air.
But serious money.
No, this is going to fry my head.
Honestly, serious money, and you'll be like, no.
I know one top pro. Not going to name names. 7.5 grand for a year.
From one person? Wow.
And he's got multiple.
That's decent though.
That's decent though. You're halfway to your yearly salary.
That's decent though.
Very.
Someone gives me 7.5 grand a year, I will stop tiling, drive a taxi to fill up the change and just do what I want to
100%.
do. Lucky for me, my missus has got a decent wee business that brings in some decent coin and she just fires away.
Does she? That's good.
And then she'll say to me every now and again, when are you going to bring money into this house? And I go, I've given you thousands through the years, it's your turn.
Still, this is a massive frame for both players.
Unbelievable that it's
Sorry,
got to
we've
this.
been talking about like
No,
loads of
but
rubbish, not rubbish, but you know what I mean. Like, there's not been much happening.
It's actually exceptional that it's got to this stage.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think anybody would ever agree that Liam's probably got the best cue ball in the game. I said it was the Edinburgh Open. I think did he win 2 in a row? Or he won one anyway, and
I
then
think he's won 3 out of 5 or 3 out of 4 or something.
and I said, I went, Liam, I don't get it. I went, I've had real problems in here. The tables, they're all too different. There's a couple that's been recloffed this week. There was a couple done 5 weeks ago. There was a couple done 6 months ago, and I'm like, it's impossible. And he says, oh, Stevie, I generally know after my first couple of shots what way I need to play on it. And I'm like, how?
Thing is, Liam's got mad OCD, I think. So you see when he's like playing those like on those tables like that, his head must be buzzing like constantly. I need to play this, but this is when it's side because the table's going to go this way and the cushion's going to go this way, like, and it's going to throw this way, so I can see it. I think he's just think he's just mad, if I'm honest.
No, it
In the
is.
nicest way possible. I think he's got a ridiculously good brain for winning. As we
Dale.
continue our cat and mouse game.
Dell, my man, did you know, tell me it was in the 6th of January? Have I missed something? But if you need me, mate, trying to think. If I maybe get 5 minutes after this, I can give you a call, mate. Or you can jump in and see me tomorrow.
I thought he was taking the piss. I've read that about...
Oh, he did actually send me a message about a job. I think it's I don't know, it's a floor or something. And I said to him, okay, that's perfect. I was meant to get an operation this week. It never happened. So I've got a time heading up to Christmas. And he went, no, it's in January.
Oh.
So I didn't think there was any more to it.
Well, at least he's prepared.
Yeah. One thing about Del, he's definitely prepared. I actually thought he was commenting there, so he was going to say, Stevie boy, DM Plumbing and Heating, your new big sponsor. But it's not. He just wants me on my hands and knees.
I need to speak to you first to try fill that gap. I'll probably see you tomorrow, pal.
Good man, good man. This is one KJ frame, and is it one of the ones again? We've seen it earlier in the match with Mark Boyle, where he decided to go for a finish in one of the frames. He forced the issue, and it went wrong.
I think Goobs probably wants to be aggressive here because he's got the bottom left bag. But if he be aggressive and kind of opens them up, Alan's got. Oh, is he knocking it down? Now, I'm playing proper commentator here. Alan's got 2 doubles.
Do you think that goes inside the yellow? I
Where?
think it does.
Oh, I wasn't even counting that double. But yeah, you could double that. Nope. Oh, what the? Why would you put that over there? Did they think he was maybe going to try and play that in the middle?
I mean, it's made things awkward, but Goob's going to go bottom cushion, just touch the yellow.
That's what he's done a couple of times. Thing is, he could get a nice snooker here.
Is that another goal?
Nah, they were checking like an offside or something. I don't know what they were doing, but Gibbs is trying to leave. He's done nice to. That's nice. I'm trying to get this red, the one he's closest to, off the cushion and hit that yellow. Try and take the bottom right bag. Don't pot it though. So just playing.
You're going to pot this?
Nah, not in there. Why would you? Why would you? He's not tried to do that, but he doesn't want to leave him on. Yeah, that's okay. What would a decent sponsorship involve? Okay, well, I think that's for you.
What would a decent sponsorship involve?
It's quite a vague question.
Yeah, I mean, it would depend. So, for talking's sake, let's say it's for pool. So you're looking for. I mean, me personally, I haven't actually asked anyone for a mega amount. It's never been my thing. But if someone's trying to play the game, like what someone was asking earlier, can you play the game for a living? To do it, you would need really good support from sponsors.
100%, yeah.
And to go and then put the time in and stuff. So, but I mean, you've mentioned someone getting $7,500 from one sponsor.
And he has multiple.
Yeah, I couldn't. If someone said to me, "How much do you need?" I'd probably be going like, "Give me £500."
That now, I'll
Do you
be
know what I mean?
candid. That is what I ask for in a sponsor.
Yeah, I mean, that would be me if it was someone who was saying, "Listen, mate, I want to sponsor you. I know you're playing the game, but you're also doing commentary, TV, all these things, and maybe if you can get my company out there, that would be great." I go right on that. That's
You know what
probably where I would be looking at.
Yeah, you know what I would do if I were you? I would be asking for a camera in here on you.
Yeah, well, that's actually something
Is
I'm
it?
going to do.
Well, I would ask for
Let me
that,
get
and then you can wear your tops,
Yeah.
and then it's just constant. And you could get more bigger sponsorship than like myself or
No,
like
that's-
people like that. You know what I mean? Oh, what the hell's happened there? Or what's? I have no idea what's happened in the football. So, what would a decent sponsorship involve? What do you mean, Alex?
Yeah, I mean,
Like, are you saying how much? Are you saying how does it work? What are you asking? Because it is quite a vague question.
yeah. If it was to sponsor someone for the year, it could be you could have 3 or 4 sponsors and they could all be giving you a set amount. That just helps you to pay fees, whatever it is, travel, and you get your logo on the shirts, you get social media posts, support, numerous things that come with it. But I mean, like me personally, I'm going to be having a podcast and stuff in the new year. I'm going to be doing a lot of live streams. So there's going to be a few things happening, and then I may be looking for sponsors to do it for each show, for each episode, for each whatever it is. Or maybe someone goes, you know what, I want to sponsor you for the year. Much would it cost? And I might be looking at 3-4 that could do that throughout it. And then,
Totally.
but yeah,
You'd get it as well.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah. When it comes to looking, message me and we'll look at it.
Yeah, perfect, mate.
But yeah, like Gibbs has gone aggressive. Yeah. Total snooker. That's a shame, Kaylee. You should. I've seen many people just do like football cards and just raise some fees. So like if you can make it work, I would just do a couple of football cards. They wouldn't rip the piss, but yeah, without a doubt.
That's actually a good one where we've done it for the kids for getting new strips and stuff.
He's on it. It's tough to get out though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And we'll do a football card and say, look, the winner of the card will get their business name or whatever they want on the team jerseys, the training tops, whatever it is, and we might do it for a 10 or a shot, a 5 or so, just depending how many teams there is, but that's a good shout.
Oh, we can get to the bottom of the cue ball here. That is a Brucey bonus. Oh, he's in that negative mindset though. He was halfway back to his chair.
He is.
He was. This is a big 2 shots for Gibbsy. So
This has been a bit of a weird game. Gibbs.
Mammoth of a frame.
Yeah, massive.
Oh, he's back off it.
Oh, Mark
No?
walking right in his line.
Oh, right,
He's
sorry,
on
is
the
that why he
black.
got up?
Yeah, Mark Farnsworth just stepped into his view as he was down queuing. And Gibbsy didn't react too well to it.
No, that's the issue with the shot clock on the table, because that can happen. But it's a massive shot for Gibbsy. He's done well, because some people would have just put their cue through it.
Yeah, I'm criminal for that. Criminal for it.
Especially the mindset Gibbsy's in. He really doesn't want to be doing that. So he's done the right thing.
Mark hasn't even flinched or looked over his shoulders. He's obviously not known. He's not done it on purpose. And look, Gibbs went to go to the table and Christian's walked out.
So Christian's offered him the
Right,
table.
so Christian's seen it. Wow. Yeah, composed himself well. That could have ended different. And what would that have done to Gibbsy's mindset if he didn't get that after that? It may have been totally different.
Totally
different demeanour. I mean, he's not exactly been what it looks like in the greatest frame of mind during this match. And although it doesn't affect me who wins it, I'm actually desperate for him to win so I can ask him what the hell is wrong.
Oh, Gibbsy, yeah. So it was meant to be vague,
Yeah, I've just seen that.
just to hear what you guys would ask for the season for individual tournaments. Oh, they might nearly scored. So it really depends. I have personally asked for, say, like £500 for the year, which I don't think, I'm not trying to be greedy. I think it's probably like a quite fair amount.
Yep.
However, now I'm currently Scottish number 1 and I won the Scottish last year.
Yep.
So I potentially could be asking for more, but I still haven't. But what's your opinion on it, Stevie?
Yeah, I mean,
It's quite an awkward one because you're asking someone for money.
No, I know.
It's not nice. I don't like doing it.
I've had, as I say, a couple of people that I've grown up with, people I've been friends with, and they've got different types of businesses, and they would message me and go, listen, I'm interested in this sponsorship thing. How does it work? much do you want? And I've actually said to them, listen, I don't actually want any specific amount, just if you can cover my t-shirts and what have you, then that's perfect. And I think if it was maybe a company or someone that I wasn't too sure of, and they says, listen, I really like what you're doing, and I fancy tossing a bit of sponsorship your way if you would be interested, I'd probably say 500 quid if you're alright with that. Someone might turn around and say, I was thinking a bit more, or that sounds a bit much, but I guess I don't know. I mean, as I say to you, there's one or two people I know that are getting some mad money, and I'm like, how do you even ask for that, or where did that offer come from? Yeah. Well, it's I guess if you desperately need, it's probably a different conversation from maybe just getting a touch of help. Now, you know what, this helps my fees, it helps with some travelling, what have you.
Sometimes we've sponsored just people some stock.
Yeah,
because as a business that works for us.
And I like that. I like that as well. I've seen that happen with quite a lot of people, where even in the boxing world, I see, obviously my best mate was a world champion, and he would come back from certain places and he'd have gloves and shots and all these different things, and I'd be like, what, did you just go back? No, they gave me it as part of the sponsorship, so he can then sell it to the guys in the local clubs and get something back for it, and they would give him it to sell, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rather than handing him the hard cash. But I have seen that quite a lot.
See, the thing is, Ryan makes a good point. Shouldn't feel bad about your price, Morgan. Most people are giving it to you instead of for advertising. So, like, businesses can write it off.
Definitely.
I don't know exactly how it works, but it comes off your corporation tax or something.
Yeah, basically.
So it's not like you're taking their money from them. You know what I mean?
As a business, every year you've got what's known as probably an advertising budget, and throughout that year you could come up with different campaigns, different ways of getting your company out there.
Yeah.
That falls under that budget, and it's not like you've got a set amount, but depending on how much money your company turns over and makes, there's so much you can write off against that, and that's where it kind of falls in. So
100%, yeah. But to do that, you also need to have the money in the business.
Of course.
Wow. But yeah, you're right, Ryan. It's a weird one, because you're asking someone for money, which doesn't feel right.
No, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. But Goobsy's missed the ball there. Oh, he's fine. Is he fine? He could play a nice little shot here and bring the black out. That could make his life a hell of a lot easier, because getting from the red on the left-hand rail to there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now he just drops it in, and then he just focuses on the pot. That's his 8 ball. And then it could be 8 each.
Yeah, he's giving himself a big chance of getting all square here. And to be fair, the way the match has gone, probably just about fair.
Yeah, both have made errors. Goobsy's had a few touches of bad form. Big bag. It is the big bag, isn't it? I didn't want to say it, but I think that bag is playing slightly large. Richard Swafield's playing well. 6-4 up on Mark Boyle. And we are 8 each.
Yeah, what a match this has turned out to be. A bit of everything.
But yeah, I think that camera in here would help you.
Yeah, actually, my daughter, she's phenomenal at doing all the video stuff and that, and she's been doing them for years. She gets up in the morning and she'll do these mad videos. She's amazing at makeup and face paint stuff.
Yep.
Some of the things she does, Morgan, are just unbelievable. And so she'll do all these videos, and she's got a TikTok and all that kind of stuff. And she had like the tripods and all the stuff in the room, but she's got this big mirror thing that she's got now that does all the lighting up stuff and that for her. And I actually said to her yesterday, Peyton, where's that tripod? And she went, I thought she'd tossed it out. And she went, no, it's in Paddy's, so if you need it, just get it. And I went, do you know what? I want to take that over, and then I can have it when I'm doing this kind of stuff, have that on me, doing some lives and what have you.
So it's not dark, because see, when it's dark in here, I mean, if that light's not on, then it will be dark.
Exactly.
But you've just reminded me, I've got a TikTok from my dad. You ever seen it?
I've not got TikTok, so
all right, okay.
Only time I've seen some of the stuff is when it's been posted on Facebook, and I
Yeah,
get a
yeah,
quick
yeah.
glance at it.
I
But
see, yeah. So I've, he's away in New York, so I've got drafts made up, and I've got 2 a day, and I forgot to post today, so I'm just posting them. If anybody's interested, it's Ross Reacts 8 on TikTok. And by the way, we've started getting paid from that,
really,
and it's brilliant.
that's amazing.
But we stopped doing it for a while because of holidays and stuff. But like, oh my god, it's actually doing really well right now. Last one got 175,000 views, so I don't know how much specifically we'll make off that. Did that just say what I thought it said? Oh my god. So, all time since April, that's what we got paid.
1,600 quid
For putting a
for
phone
daft
in
videos.
front of my dad's face. Yeah, he's but you can imagine what he thinks of that. 'Cause
No,
he's
I know.
old school as hell. Like,
I know.
Yeah, and I just keep sending him money every time it comes in, and he's like, "What?" Like, and to him that's his fun money because
Aye.
my mum doesn't know about it. Gibbsy's.
That'll be even better. We're here in On Q World with the TikTok sensation,
I
Ross
know,
McGuinness,
yeah, exactly.
and his family.
Thing is, again, when you come to your podcast or when you're doing clips and there's a camera in here, you could make little clips and post them on TikTok.
Yeah.
Because then again, you grow an audience, and then
See, that's
Yeah.
the big part of it. Although I'm quite handy at a lot of stuff. My daughter's 14 and she is really good. I don't know the half of it when it comes to. I've never had TikTok in my life. Not got Instagram. Not got. The only thing I've got is Facebook, and that's it. So
can get someone to do it for you. To
Yeah.
be honest. This is a tricky frame here.
I've got quite a few people trying to come up with a logo that I'm happy with right now. And my 2 kids are actually battling it out as well to get
Really?
that.
Is there something on the line for it, or is it just pride?
No, I mean, they just want to be the one that turns
Oh.
around and says, my dad's logo, I made it.
Yeah,
And
fair
I said,
enough.
see if the 2 of you do a good one, and they're really good. I went, I'll maybe have one on one social and one on the other.
Yeah.
I said, but they are quite they're quite competitive, but they're really good. They're dead artistic. They're good. Peyton saying to me, Dad, you're doing all the things I want to do. I says, well, if your dad's successful, then maybe you will be.
Yeah, totally. We're getting some really fudgy frames in this,
It's
aren't we?
been mad.
Not fudgy, but the balls are just going awkward. Like, I can't remember since maybe like 5-4 or 4-5, 4-3 or whatever that the balls have been all out and open ever since Gibbsy had those monster breaks. Man United are a minute and a half from losing at home.
So as soon as that left his cue there, he kind of
I missed it.
tossed his arms in the air. You'll see it on the
He's really
delay,
agitated.
yeah. And
I agree. If he comes in here, it'd be good to.
Yeah.
I would listen to that, and just to know what's going on because he's been agitated. Thing is, I played Gio on the stream last night, right? And at the side of the table is Scott Gillespie, Jamie Burnett, my mate Lewis McCool, loads of other top players. You've got you in the comms box. You've got all these people watching.
yeah,
It's not easy.
no, of course it's not.
Because really, you're like, while you play in each shot you play, you're kind of getting critiqued.
Of course.
Now, last night for me was fine, but it can get to people. And Gibbsy just seems really agitated right now.
Yeah, it's mad because you do hear stuff and you wonder, are they questioning what I'm about to do? Are they telling me I should be? And there's been times in the past I've looked round and certain people, no matter how good they are, I've actually put my cue over and went, on you go, you do it. And they're like, oh, Stevie Boomer, but I think in that situation, sometimes your brain starts to let you think people are doubting everything I'm doing here. And it can be tough.
And that McGoldricks 3-table setup can be quite daunting at times.
it can.
I've been in that when you don't feel comfortable and it's just a little bit daunting, and like I remember I was on the decider against Kevin McLeod and there was a tight black I think it was, and I could see Dunson Gio, and I seen Gio went round to okay, Gibbsy really needs to turn this on now. I could see Gio going around to check if the black went, and you can just think people are like watching, and yeah, so that does take getting used to, but Gibbsy's well past that stage.
Yeah, he's too long in the tooth. He's been playing for far too many years at the highest level. So
Or the highest level. World champion, European champion, countless IMs. I noticed he dropped out of the top 8 of the IMs.
Oh, did he?
Which is a bit of a sore one, because I think that means we, or myself, Liam, Gio, etc., could draw him in the last 16 stage.
Right.
When you're thinking Scott Gillespie top 4 easy,
yeah, because
worst
it's seeded
case.
the way you...
Yeah, so he's going to be like a wrecking ball. Oh,
He's going to have distance between these unless he can get off the top cushion.
yeah. It was a weird stun. I thought he was either going to roll through for the cut bottom right, or I would be trying to get straight or slightly high so I can get on the one top bottom right on the cushion. Now he's going up and down. He's played it fine. I'm assuming. Oh, he's going to be near the cushion. Oh, it's not the nicest. It's one of those ones that you hit thin and it hits the bottom knuckle. He needs to play a bit of position as well.
Yeah, this isn't easy.
At this stage of the competition, the match, this could be your last shot.
Exactly.
So it's. But what I will tell you is, Gibbsy has balls of steel.
What a shot that is.
That is a ridiculous shot.
What a shot.
Yeah, he was phenomenal in Malta. Absolutely phenomenal, and you could tell people feared him.
Yeah.
You could see it.
He's got an aura. He's got that.
The thing is, he had that before COVID. He had a massive aura, and then when he came back, he wasn't doing as well. Great finish, Gibbs. But yeah, you can see it at the international events without a doubt. People asking him for photos and that. I signed the guy's top. Like, why is he wanting me to sign this guy's top? But yeah, 9-8 Gibbs. I'm unsure who's breaking. It's a long way back in the loser side, isn't it?
Yep. Matt Farnsworth on a finish to win that match as well.
Are you still kicking? Are you still kicking
Kicking?
in the tournament?
I wasn't in it.
Of course you weren't, because of the operation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gutting. Oh, you want to know who else isn't in it? Just because they're a div. Ryan Martin. He just didn't enter. And then he was like, oh, I forgot to enter. I'm like, are you kidding? I seen like 10 Facebook posts. And the guy's like on the table on the cloth. So if you're watching, Ryan, hope you're having a lovely weekend, mate.
Do you know the mad thing is, I was going to enter it, even though I knew it would have took some kind of crazy miracle for me to heal from the Monday to the Friday and be able to play. But I thought, just in case, do you think you should enter it? And then I was like, that's just nuts. You're going for an operation. Even though you should be on your feet after a day or two, you're still going to be in a lot of pain,
Totally,
struggling to bend over and stand up straight, all that kind of stuff. And then you walk in and get told, oh no, there's been a few mistakes in your operations in the new year.
Now here's a good one for you. I think when the IPA years ago used to do like the France event, so many pros would go to France and play like French. A Dunster won one in Morocco or France, one of the two. One clashed with a Scottish. Either Dunster won it the previous year, or he still qualified knowing he was not going to be there, but just in case his flight got cancelled, whatever, something like that, which is quite smart when you think about it.
Yeah, of course.
It's happening. Pot. Why are you not here, Mark? I had this conversation earlier. Why are you not here?
Yeah, that is a good question.
New IPA Pro. Why are you not here? Did you go to the Christmas markets with Emily? Alan's at the table, and these are not easy again. What do you think his plan is? Is he playing the plan?
Well, it must be, but
Not easy. Because if he nails this plan, the object ball he's hitting is going to be around that area, but he's also going to roll. The white's going to roll into that area.
yeah, and the red's going to come away. It's going to come high.
Yeah.
Just going to drop it over the bag and just leave the white there.
I mean, just getting he's played to pot it.
Yeah, that was always good. I mean, is he on that in the top?
Oh, I don't think he is.
I mean, I think that was always going to happen there.
Oh, I tried to get out of it. Fair enough.
Wedding in Ireland. There's worse places to be.
Look at that game. Robert Stephen, Corey Rees.
I bet the missus is loving that, Mark. Back over with the comrades.
She Irish?
Oh, she's mad for it.
Who? Emily?
Yeah, man.
Is she Irish?
She's one of
The what? What's that?
She's. You would not imagine.
I'm not clued up on.
No, she kicks with the side of the fence that Mark's not really on.
Is she
Mad Celtic type.
What's the name?
Crazy for it.
What's the name? It's not Protestant.
No, she's Catholic.
Catholic. Is that what you mean? Yeah. You Catholic?
Yes.
My dad's a Protestant and a Celtic fan.
I know a few of them, but
I don't get. Oh, it's
we
not.
can't all be perfect.
I don't understand. I don't understand the.
Well, it's just
I just don't get it.
you get the kind of time and a place thing, but in a nutshell, both of them are the same.
Okay.
They've both got more or less the exact same beliefs, but one person decided he wanted to make some changes and created the Protestant.
Right.
So he was protesting against some of the Catholic laws, and the rest is history.
Okay.
But it's caused a lot of division in the world, never mind just in the UK, but
So, yeah,
probably mostly
Glasgow.
in Glasgow.
Who's got Yvonne's phone?
Yeah, I know.
It must be someone like Gio. Mankey Mob. Yeah, well, Gio's a Rangers fan.
Emily is boss. I thought
You're
Dave
right, Morgan.
McNamara was saying
It's a
that
game of football. Someone's 100% got our phone, eh? You just watch yourself. You don't want to get Yvonne in trouble.
I'm looking through to see if Yvonne's actually
I know.
on the phone.
I looked over and I couldn't see Yvonne. Is she reffing? No, Kev's reffing.
See John Reed. Can't see her. Maybe Yvonne's away.
Oh, Goobsies went aggressive and if he's on that to the middle, he's absolutely plumb. It's a great shot. Hello, Bronny. It's Morgan.
Oh, the legend, Bronny Ward. The IPA would not be the same without you, Bron.
Not at all. Not at all.
And it is Morgan McInnes that is in here, Bron. So he isn't on that to the middle.
Oh, it's going to clip the black as white's going to be going up. He's on it long. That's good.
Yeah, I think this is it.
That's good. How does he get on the one underneath? Is he going to have to leave a cutback? Is he
Yeah, I
rolling
think
through?
he'll
Then
just take his medicine on it.
it is me, Bronner. I've not seen you since January, Bronwyn. That's nearly a year.
Didn't look like he liked that the other way. He swung his cue after it.
He does that though, like he cues and then he cues through it again, if you know what I mean. I sometimes
Yeah,
do
it's
that.
like a second.
I sometimes do it when I'm playing a cannon, like I'll cue through. He just leave himself cut. Oh, he's not.
Oh,
Other
fair
bag,
enough,
other
fair
bag.
enough.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hello, James. Thank you, James.
And this could be
Yep.
the moment.
Bronny, I'm nearly 30.
Nearly 30. I mind the days I was saying that. Just 14 years ago. Well, more than that, actually.
Really?
15 years ago.
Wow.
44 right now, so...
Gives
you know
it to win.
We were in Coventry. I need to say this as soon as Goobs spots his black. Well done, Goobsy.
Do you want me to go get him?
That was not pretty. Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Preston said to me, Stevie, what age are you? I said, 44. And he looked down to Greg and went, what, and you're younger than Stevie?
Greg who?
To Greg McMullen, he went, you look much older than him. And I was like,
Greg
cheers,
McMullen.
cheers, wee man. Greg's gone at it.
He's had a tough paper round, yeah, without a doubt.
Oh, brilliant.
Right, I'll go grab Gooseby.
Cheers, brother. Well, we'll get Gibbsy in for a wee 2-minute conversation. That wasn't pretty. I would just love to know what was bothering Gibbs. He looked like he was a bit frustrated throughout that match. You can see him kind of talking about it just now, so we'll get him in for a moment and we'll see what the script is. Ah, okay. You can change your name on YouTube. Do you know what, Ross? I don't think you can. I've been trying to get my YouTube changed to Walker the Talker. Because I haven't managed to do it, I've just left it sitting just now. So you can maybe show me how to do that, mate. See, it's still going on the outside tables. so much happening, so many big games, some massive ties across this weekend so far. See Robert Stephen and Corey Rees going at it, Mark Boyle, Richard Swarfield and Mark Farnsworth and Christian Phillips just finishing, as well as newly returned IPA professional Scott Gillespie, who just beat Alan Robinson there. It is all happening here in McGoldricks at the IPA Masters. Delighted to bring you the coverage. It is on the IPA Pool YouTube channel, which we are going to grow bigger and bigger. And I am going to be joined by the main man. Scott Gillespie. And one of the big questions straight away is, you seemed very frustrated there. What was wrong?
Yeah, Stevie, listen, I'm not want to take anything away from Alan and stuff, but that's up there with one of the worst performances I've ever done in my life. Well, maybe not my life, but I just feel so uncomfortable on the tables. Even though I spoke to you yesterday and I says I felt all okay because I knew, but see the minute a couple of shots start going wrong, I start doubting it. Yep. And it's just lacky playing. I don't practice. I mean, it's so hard. Normally races to 10, I get a couple under my belt, I feel good. See against Dan Davey, 7-3 down, not done a stroke wrong. Dug in, my head was so good. Fought back, played really well. Goes on against Alan, 6-2 up, and then my head fell off. It was just so many loose shots.
Yeah, I actually mentioned that when maybe one or two shots go the way you wouldn't want it to go, all of a sudden the tables, the cloth, all the things that you've not been playing on, unless you're in the odd tournament in Scotland, you don't go near this for a long time, for quite a while. And I says to Morgan there, I wonder if the cloth's just starting to get to him, and then once it does, it's hard to get out of your head. Is that basically what happened?
Aye, no. I mean, listen, at the start of the year I went and had 7 sessions with a sports psychologist.
Right, okay.
Because my head was gone. See the minute a dry broke or a flick went wrong, I'm talking first frame of a match, I'm as good, I'm as well as beat. And I spoke to Big Mark, my sponsor, and luckily been involved with Airdrie and stuff. Like, always I had a kind of a sports psychologist at hand. I mean, they're needing something new, but anyway, I back to the pool, and I went and seen Jill, and see for the next 4 or 5 months, unbelievable. My head was so good, and then I lost my dad there.
Aye.
And I put things into perspective, and I was still so good, because I'm thinking, my dad wishes he was here and he was getting a dry break or a bad kiss.
It's just a game of pool.
But then I think it's in our hand, I'm trying so hard to win stuff for him. You know what I mean? Like I just want to win. And it's no easy against these boys, you know what I mean? And coming back to this cloth. But aye, listen, I'm still there. You know what I mean? Tomorrow's a new day. I think it's tomorrow I'm on.
Yeah, that is.
Race to 10. So I'm still battling, you know what I mean? But aye, my head was quite bad there, and I hope Jill wasn't watching, because she would kick me in the...
Mate, that was we could see the reactions on the odd shot, and it was kind of like, if, and this is obviously a big if, we're saying here, if Goobs maybe isn't as frustrated and maybe a bit more level-headed, this match is maybe done 5-6 frames before. Not taking anything away from Alan just kind of chipped away, but you could see it was getting to you. But then again, as you say, you've got to put things in perspective. Some things are more important, and you've just won, is that 3 in a bounce?
Aye.
So you've won 3 matches, not anywhere near your best, you would say, because you're not used to this. There's got to be positives, mate.
No, listen, see, at the end of the day, see, when it comes to the crunch, the last 2 finishes I've took out are 2 nice
massive
finishes at 8-all, because like 6-2 up, I'm always like, I mean, if there's a book on it, I'm only one to get beat, you know what I mean? Sorry, to win. And then all of a sudden 8-all, it's a best of 3.
Of course.
I mean, no disrespect to like Alan, because Alan's a top player, but like, even a pub player could beat your best of 3, Steve. So the pressure's on. And Alan had a chance. He missed the ball at the middle. I was a bit. I've still knocked him in, and I'm through to the next round.
Aye. Well, the last 2 finishes were massive. They were they were pressure finishes, as you say. Anybody can beat you in a best of 3. So to dig in, to be frustrated, to not feel like you're best and end up coming through. Big up you, mate. Big up.
I seen a wee Alf Garnett asking there. I'll get back to you after the weekend, mate.
Aye, no, well done, mate. Congratulations. And listen, as I say, you can be as frustrated as you want. As long as you scrape through, you dust yourself down and you go again.
No, listen, I'll work on it. I mean, like I know what I need to do and stuff. And aye, listen, it's tomorrow's a new day, and hopefully I'll wake up the right side of the bed.
Well done, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Scotty.
Thanks. Bye.
elimination.
match table 1, Jake Dalladillo, Stephen Walker. Next match, table 5, Scott Kennedy, Paul Harkness.
Walker the Talker back at you guys. Sorry for the slight delay. I was just speaking with some of the tournament directors and stuff like that there and just having a little chat about some of the things that's going to be happening tomorrow and just deciding whether or not this is the last match, and I think it is, of this evening. Gareth Hibbett 4-0 in front against Matt Rowland. Gareth, who I've already said numerous times, for me one of the best breaks in the game. And if he's taking out finishes to go with that break, it is incredible. So yeah, that was me just trying to get a comrade there, trying to get Big Greg Davis is going on in a few moments. So it's going to be me for now, guys. And you know what? Maybe we can just zone in on some of the pool. That is great having good people like we've had all weekend. Corey Reese, Craig Marsh, Mark Boyle for a time, Morgan McInnes, Gio Edgar. There has been loads. Some of the interviews have been great. Scott Gillespie twice now. Chris Boron one, Morgan McInnes shares. Some of them have been absolutely great. So, who is going to win this tournament? Do you know what? Liam and Morgan are playing right now. I said, whilst they were sitting, that yes. And I'm going to be joined by one of the young stars on the scene right now, Liam Power. How you doing, young man?
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. So, how you got on this weekend? Is it on? Yeah, push it up. There you go.
No, I've not done very well this week and just couldn't get going from the start. I believe I had a tough draw in the second round, been told by a few of the Scottish players over here. I lost 10-8 in the first round and then 7-6 second round.
Who was it you played? Do you know?
Keith Robertson.
Yeah, Keith. He's an IPA pro for next year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he won the amateur series. I think he played on the IPA a few years back, and then he hasn't played for a while, and then he won the UK amateur series this year.
Oh, wow.
So he won the £5,000 and the professional tour card. So, yeah, he's a good player. He didn't get off to a great start in his first match. I think he lost 10-1 or something like that.
Chris Bowen,
Yeah.
I think he had first round, yeah.
He just didn't seem himself, but he is a far better player than he showed.
Yeah,
But
he
yeah,
played very
what have you thought of the McGoldricks club? And
yeah, it's my first time down here, but it's a lovely club. Best I've been to by a mile.
yeah, that's good. And are you on the IPA tour this year then?
Yeah, next year I'm on it,
Super,
2025.
2025. Brilliant, absolutely fantastic. We've been looking at some of the results. It was, I can't mind if it was Gio or Morgan or one of them was in it. I'm looking, calling some of the scores, and I'm saying I'm not too sure who it is. Saying no, he's a really talented kid. So obviously a bright future.
Hopefully so, yeah. Keep practicing, keep plugging away. Hopefully
Yeah,
results
good.
will go my way.
Yeah, that's it, mate. All you can do is keep pushing, keep trying, keep practicing, and obviously the kind of players that you're going to be playing against week in, week out,
Yeah.
it's always going to help. So what about these two guys? Do you know a lot about them?
Yeah, Gareth Ibbott's obviously unbelievable player. Won the Worlds last year. So I've not seen much of Matty Rowland, but obviously he's a pro, so
Yeah.
going to be a good standard.
I see quite a lot of his results and don't know him really well, but you know he's a talent. If he's a pro of any stat, no matter what kind of rule set you play, you've obviously got a bit of talent. But Gareth is, for me, he's just one of the best players you're ever going to see.
Yeah.
He does, I keep telling everyone this, he does the breaking dish challenge. I don't know if you've ever been involved in it. And it's like you get 50 breaks. You do it in 2 sets of 25, and one of the ones he did was 23 breaking dishes out of 25. And I remember watching it thinking there's either something wrong with his table where all the balls keep rolling in. It was one of the most incredible sights I've ever seen. And for me, he is the inspiration. At his age, I know he's in his 50s of somewhat, and he's just current world champion.
Ultra consistent, isn't he? Never
Yeah.
seems to play at a bad level, really.
It's frightening. Just to have I mean, I know he's not exactly an old man, but you're going to have people at his age going, I can't be bothered with that, travelling up and down the country and putting in all the hours that you've got to put in to be at that level. And yeah, he's an inspiration to me. So the World Championships, are you going to be playing?
Yeah. I'm in the singles. I'm just trying to find a doubles partner. I'm not fully sorted that out yet, but sure I'll find someone soon.
Yeah. I've asked, I played with Johnny McDermott last year, and Clint and Rob Wilson beat us on a penalty shootout. And I've said to Robert Stephen for this year, but he's not sure he's going to play the doubles or even if he can make the World Championships. His grandfather's not keeping too well, and what if he does? No doubt I'll play in the doubles with Robert.
I played Johnny McDermott a few times in the tour this year. 3 times I played him and he got the better of me twice. Good player.
Yeah, Johnny's good. We worked together for a while, and we used to do a bit of practicing and stuff, and he used to beat himself up a lot. He would think that nobody rated him, and it used to really get to him, and he would be like, "Oh, everybody thinks I'm no good, and I just need to prove it." And obviously he's ended up proving it. He's finished in the top 3 in the rankings and won the title in Isle of Man. So yeah, he's a very, very good player, and it's exciting times in the IPA.
Yeah, all the pros coming over a few of the pros from the Ultimate are coming over. The standards getting better. You know, new people in charge. It's looking good for next year.
Yeah, as I'm looking forward to it. And these two guys will obviously be going head to head numerous times. 4-1 to Gareth here, raised to 10. I think this is the last one of the night on stream. I think anyway. There's still some big games on the go right now. Robert Stephen 3-1 up on Corey Rees. Liam Dunster 2-0 on Morgan McInnes. Yeah, some big games happening. And there's one. So Jake Dillon Newlove against Stevie Cochran. Stevie was playing last night against Ross Fernie, and he came over Liam. He was drawing 5 each, and he said to us, "I should be 7-5 up." We were like, "Only 5 each?" And he said today, "I got mixed up." But he's mad. But he's ended up, he's won his 2 matches. He's playing obviously against Jake with a chance to qualify for tomorrow. I hope he does, because he is one of the local guys. He's not rated anywhere near the top end, but he's got ability. I mean, you can't beat these guys if you've not. But I did say I like a good underdog story.
Yeah, I've not heard of Stephen, but obviously he's beating Ross Fernie. He must know how to play the game.
Did you play international pool and stuff like that? Or?
Yeah. So whilst I really wanted to come to the Isle of Man, but I was in Malta with the England under-18s team. So I was trying to watch the stream and looking at the results. But yeah, I had a great time in Malta.
Yeah, it looked good. Always a very rowdy atmosphere over there, eh?
Yeah. On the finals night, I've never heard noise like that or felt pressure like that before. It's definitely something to experience.
There was about maybe 50, 60. Scotland were playing Malta in one of the group games, and Johnny McDermott had missed a chance, and every one of the Maltese started singing "We love you, Johnny" at the top of their voice, and you could see Johnny was shaking, and I was like, this is crazy, the way they were all going. And I know it can be a bit aggressive at times, but the atmosphere, if it's in a safe environment, it is one of the best atmospheres.
Yeah, 100%. Luckily enough, when we played in the team final, and Scotland and Malta, the men's teams, were both just on the table next to us. And when I'm playing my frames, you could not hear a thing. The Maltese crowd, there's about 400, 500 of them singing, chanting. Every time Scotland miss a ball, they'll cheer. Every time Malta pot a ball, they'll cheer. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it did. Did it get to 7 each, and then the Scots just kicked on from there? But it did look frightening. I know was there a bit of trouble or something? I don't know what it was. I mean, reading something that there was maybe some trouble at one point, but the atmosphere looked absolutely electric. And it's, as I say, if there's no trouble and everything's all kind of light-hearted, then that's what you want to play in. You want that atmosphere. I think that's what makes our game different.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a positive thing, having that pressure and atmosphere. The Maltese are definitely very, very passionate about their pool. They love it.
Andrew Betts, Liam lost a bet and said he would play doubles with me.
Yeah, we had a little race in the club yesterday.
Is there any women playing? Yvonne, yes, there's been 1 or 2. I think Viv Ruskell's played and Louise Shepherd. I don't think there's been any more, but Louise is here with Lee and she played, yeah, and Viv always plays in these. Every time Gareth comes up, she plays in them, so there has been 2. I don't think there's been any more.
No, I think they're the only 2 from what I've seen.
What are you doing in this situation? He's trying to cut it in the middle. That's wow.
It's hard, unfortunate there.
Yeah, I mean, he's 4-2 behind. Is he maybe forcing it a bit?
Touch, yeah. I feel like they might have had a slight chance there. If he gets them, then he has a go at the colour set he potted, but still the balls are quite congested, so there's a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, you probably, I mean, maybe 90% of people do play that pot, maybe 1 or 2 just kind of play the red down the table and take the white back to the top, but now arguably, that might be tight. It's landed a bit more awkward than Gareth would have wanted. I think it's still an open table, but he's still got to go reds, eh?
Yeah, there's a little bit of work to do now. The black's sort of covered up the red a bit. It doesn't go to the middles. But I'd still expect him to find a way to move it or land on it nicely.
He's going to have to watch his time. Can he screw onto the yellow? Looks thin. Oh, there's a red. Yeah, he's come round the red pass into the bottom right corner.
Yeah. That's the thing with a lot of the pros. If the balls do have a bag, they don't try and move it. They try to keep it as simple and back themselves to put the cue ball where they want.
It does make the game so much easier. I mean, I see people on the chat, they'll say, oh, that was an easy finish, or this was, and Craig Marsh was actually, and they said it's just certain guys just make it look easy.
It's definitely easier when you're watching, but as soon as you get on that table, everything can look very difficult.
I've said that ever since I started doing the commentary stuff. I've never missed a ball in here, and I seem to know, or think I know every shot. Oh, you can just play this, and he'll just play, and it does seem so much easier. There was actually one of the events in Scotland that was a while ago, and I said to Craig, I went, in between shots, mate, I'm going to run up and have a look at the screen, because I seem to know what I'm talking about when I see the screen, but then when I'm at the table, you're lost. It's just, well, that black must pass through the gap.
Yeah, it's a completely different game when even if you're just watching from the side, you don't feel the scoreboard pressure or pressure of the match at all.
Yeah.
That was a nice finish there from Gaz's. Them balls were a little bit congested, but worked him out nicely.
Yeah, and as you said there, Liam, when it's got a bag, they tend not to kick them out or try and move anything. And it's a massive, actually, doing a bit of practice with Robert Stephen, he obviously came from a snooker background, and I started to notice things. You could have maybe the two bottom bags covered and he's got a couple of balls in there, he would just drop in behind them, play them the full length of the table. He didn't try and kick anything or open the bags up. And just seeing players that obviously are playing at the top level, just how simple they make it look, and Gareth is exceptional at it.
Yeah, you see it with a lot of the pros when they have problem balls, they don't try and smash into them or play to luck. They'll back their confidence a lot more and play percentages, and 99% of the time they do land on the balls and they do pot them, whereas you see a lot of amateurs will try and break into them and try and make it as easy as possible, where then it can go wrong. Yeah,
it's absolutely massive, and I think I've probably been guilty of it, and I think almost everybody in here at some point in time has had a period where they're just trying to kick every single ball out or open an area up, when if it already goes, you just have to play on it. Gareth maybe I'll wait for a quick bathroom break. Mark Boyle 9-8 up on the other. Oh, he's won it. It's all over on the other stream table. 10-8 against Richard Swafield. And Robert Stephen is on the other stream, 3-1 in front of Corey Rees. It looks like Gareth is in frightening form here, so if Matty wants to stay with him, he's going to have to up it.
Yeah. It's very, very hard to keep up with Hibbert when he's on form. Anyone will find that difficult.
Yeah, he needs a big break here. Oh, wow. Commentator's curse. Straight and off.
I think Gareth will make short work of these reds or yellows, whichever he wants.
I mean, he could let Matty pick for him. You seem to, one of the things that, over the last while, we talk about getting punished twice. He plays that thin cut, goes in off. Gareth uses the two shots, takes the finish, and then you break, going off the next one, and all of a sudden, from a shot at the table, you end up losing a couple in a row.
Yeah. The break is probably the most important shot in the game for me. If you're not breaking well and your opponent's utilising your frames off their break, and you can fall behind quickly and
Yeah.
felt you've not really done much wrong.
It's a slack shot there from Gareth. I think he's tried to come round for one of the reds in the middle of the table, but he's landed just short. Can he hold the cue ball here? Well, he's got a shot to play.
Yeah, it looks like he might plant long to the top right corner. Made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, you would think he was just going down and rolling a ball in the middle of the table, and even that. Yeah, you might be struggling to find someone who's looking as good as Gareth right now. I have had numerous matches on stream. Scott Gillespie a moment ago against Alan Robinson was a bit of a slog. None of them really at the top of their game. Mark Boyle earlier started to get into his groove against Brian Cumming, but it wasn't great at the start. But these first few frames here from Gareth have probably been up there with the best I've seen so far, so he looks right bang on it.
Yeah, he looks like he's in really good form. I was watching one of Scott Gillespie's games before. He was 4 or 5 down to Dan Davey and managed to pull it back.
That's right.
So he'll obviously be bouncing off that, finding a bit of momentum. Normally when you come back when you're a few frames behind, you're going to the next game of momentum and confidence.
Yeah, he came in for a chat. Scott, I think he said he was, whatever it was, 4-5 down, then he was 7-3 down, and he somehow managed to turn it round and beat Dan. And then he was on before this match, it was Scott against Alan Robinson, and it went, I think Scott won 10-8, but it really could have went either way. Scott did make a few mistakes, and when he came in for a chat, he'd said he just wasn't feeling it. He didn't feel comfortable, and he's going to go home, shake it off. But the thing is, he's played his 3 big matches, he's won them, and he's back tomorrow through the winner's side. So he's not feeling great, but he's winning.
Yeah, that's the main thing really. As long as you're getting the job done, and then he can go home now, come back tomorrow, and it's a completely new day. Hopefully, perform a bit better. But as you say, he's won the game. So
yeah. I think it's a different feeling when you know you're playing bad and all of a sudden everything's going against you. Then you've got to come back the next day for whatever. It's tough to get yourself up. It's tough to drag yourself out of bed and come over. But he's winning, so if he can be winning and not playing great, well, if his form goes up, he's got as good a chance as anyone.
Yeah, that's normally a good sign when you're winning and you know you're not playing your best stuff. You know you've still got some gears to kick in, and when they do, and you're still winning when they're not. And
it's massive. I can't help but feel, I know it's 6-2, but that every chance Matty gets, he has to take them, because Gareth looks like a man on fire.
Yeah, it's a massive frame really. 6-3. You think the next 2 frames are massive if he gets these, but if he goes 7-2 down, he's going to really struggle after that.
It doesn't look like he's got a full bag at the top, so he's going to have a shot to play. He's having a look right now.
Yeah, it's not like he can just drop that yellow in either. He has to play some sort of position on the black, with that red being in the middle of the table blocking it.
I wonder if he can somehow get through the gap and take the yellow maybe to the top right, but either way, he's got a shot to play here. Oh, he'll take that. And that was a big problem with playing that shot. You're always dicing within off, but
He's used the red well just to hold the cue ball. Fairly simple black.
And he was under pressure here. He couldn't make a mistake. The 7-2 would have been absolutely huge. But he's got them.
Yeah, like I said, these next few frames are massive now. you feel Matty gets the next 2 or 3 of these, then could go either way. But if Gareth wins the next 2, then
yeah, it's huge.
He's under massive pressure then.
It's actually been quite a quick 9 frames. Just real attacking pool. And even the guys on before, and there's been a couple of matches where the balls are breaking okay, but just not really anything easy to go at. But it's been different here. Balls are breaking good, chances are there. And both of these guys don't look like they're going to miss.
Yeah, it's definitely been a good standard so far.
Is this your last major tournament before Christmas, or is there something down your way?
No, this is the last one. I've been looking forward to it because I've never been to the club before. I've never been to Scotland before. So
oh, brilliant.
I've heard a lot of good things about the club, and it didn't disappoint, but just a shame with the performance. But, you know, just got to pick yourself up and go again next year.
Some you win, some you lose, and it's about using each experience. I'm actually quite good at giving advice, but see, taking it, that's been my biggest issue in my entire life. But you use every game you play, every tournament you play in, just build some kind of experience and add it to your whatever weapons and whatever arsenal you've got, because you've obviously got talent. As I say, some of the guys that were in early going, no, Liam's a player, and I've played a lot of the IPA tours this year. I don't really notice much when I go and play my games. Then I'm in the commentary box, and then I think you've obviously got real talent. It's just a case of keep building on every single match or performance that you play in.
Yeah, definitely. It's only my first year on the tour, so I've definitely is eye-opening. You know, you see a lot of the pros playing, and you try and watch as much as you can to pick up things here and there. And I'd say I've underperformed for how I can play, but it's just gaining experience. Then next year, hopefully, kick on and play how I know I can.
Yeah, I think that's huge, getting the experience, because at these type of tournaments, you're never going to be always at your best. Like Scott Gillespie a minute ago, he's came off and said that's one of my worst performances. Nothing against Alan, but I just felt terrible there. But he's managed to win, and I think these guys, once they start to get to certain levels, they're good at grinding out results when they're not playing at their best, and I think that comes with experience.
Yeah, it's a massive thing with the pros. You'll see a lot of them just know how to win, and it's quite a big thing, especially when you're playing an amateur. An amateur looks up to a pro and they're thinking they're not favourite here, and even if the pro is playing bad, they just know how to grind out that result.
Yeah, you see it quite a lot. Usually the same faces at the business end of all the tournaments. I see it quite a lot up here. Liam Dunsters and Mark Boyles, and I'm like, it's always the same guys at the tail end, and there's got to be a reason for it, whether it's mentally or. But a lot of them just use their experience and they know how to win, whether it's playing great or whether it's playing ugly, and I think that's something you get just the more events and the more tournaments and the more games you play against these guys.
Yeah, definitely. As you see, Gareth's just clearing up these reds here. Fairly routine.
He's played a great pot kick just to start everything off, and he just makes it look so easy.
That's a real killer for Matty as well. He's just done a nice clearance, and he's hoping for a chance to build and extend, decrease the lead, that Gareth's got on him. But
it was a bad shot Matty's played when he's missed it into the bottom right corner, but we just spoke about it. If you give Gareth any type of invitation, he's just so ruthless, and we're getting to see the best of it right here. There's still a few frames to get to 10, so Matty has to dig in. There is Liam Dunster. He's 3 frames in front of Morgan McInnes. Morgan sending a text message by the looks of it. Paul Harkness. He was telling me he's going to have one more year on the IPA Pro. He's obviously been a top player for loads of years, but he's had a real tough time the last couple of years in his life, and he just feels he's struggled to get up for it a bit, so he's going to give it one more year and see how he goes. But He's a good addition to the pro ranks if he's feeling it and he's at his best.
Yeah, it's definitely a massive thing practicing, especially for the pro level. If you can definitely tell the players who put in more
Definitely.
hours, it does show on the table.
Yeah, and it's that sharpness. That's one of the things you see from Gio. And I had him in here earlier, and he just looks like he's always bang on it. And I think that comes with the table time he puts in. There's obviously loads of people that have got different routines, different lives, whether it be family, work, and what have you. But you can tell someone who's really sharp and really bang on it compared to the guys that just rock up.
It's a bit of a tricky split here. The Reds, there's 2 or 3 problem balls with the Reds. The Yellows equally as difficult. Just wonder if he can make something up here.
He's tried to knock it in off the yellow. He hasn't left anything. I don't think he's left anything at all.
Yeah, unless them 2 Yellows plant into the middle bag, but
Yeah.
he might have to make it, and the cue ball's not guaranteed.
Yeah, straight in. Again, he's not on much. Can he play this off the red, or can he just about nick it in? Off the red. It's not the worst.
No, he's not really left Gareth much here. The Reds are still second favourite in the frame, you'd like to say.
Wonder if Gareth can knock the red inside the black. Just take the top bag, but knowing Gareth, he'll be trying to figure out some kind of finish. Oh, that's going to be a foul.
This is a big chance for Matty now.
Yeah, this is absolutely massive. You won't get too many mistakes from Gareth, so Matty is going to have to punish any mistake that he can get. I'm a little bit surprised at that. That's a good shot he's played. With the free shot, not opening them up to start with, and then having to leave some kind of tough angle on the bottom one and then play a kick. Yeah, he's made more work of this than it had to be.
Yeah, I thought if he would have just gone an inch further on that last positional shot, he would have been perfect, but he did have to just play a cannon there, which always makes it a bit tricky. Still a bit of work to do.
Yeah, I think the yellow he played first into the middle, it went in the top. He could have used his free shot just to open the couple of balls up, and yeah, I'm really surprised at that.
Now these Reds are all on as well. The Yellows have sort of cleared up the path for the Reds. There's not really any balls which you think Gareth wouldn't be able to pot.
Yeah, that's probably the toughest red of all. Just has to get close to it so he can drop it in the middle. I think if he gets this, I think he'll finish these.
If you can just drop this in, it connects nicely to the one on the rail. Looks like he's
he doesn't like it.
taking a different route.
It's not bad. Obviously fancied getting a bit closer. Oh, he's missed it. Does that yellow go inside the red at the pocket?
Yeah, it's been a bit of an edgy frame, this one. Both players had half chances. Feel it would be a bit of a steal if Matty can get these after missing the chance with 2 visits.
It's one of the frames. I know it seems like Gareth is miles away, but 8-3, huge. 7-4, massive difference. For some reason, it has got a bit edgy. A shot to play here. Is he kicking or is he just going to try and drop on it? Take some touch.
Yeah, it's not easy, this. He can't. He stuns into it. It's relying on a bit of luck. He's played a nice shot there.
Yeah, that is a very, very good shot. The stream keeps glitching. If you can hear us, Craig, I'm not sure what can be done to sort that. It's normally something to do with the internet, so hopefully we can get that sorted. Apologies to anyone that's having problems with the stream. Yeah, that's a good finish.
Yeah, we'll be happy to take those out after probably not expecting to come back to the table after he missed the yellows.
Yeah, I must admit, I was surprised myself that Gareth ended up making a mistake on the one into the left middle, but it wasn't easy, it was tight, and he still had a few shots to play after it, even if it did go in. A lovely shot on that yellow to the bottom right corner, just clearing the middle pocket, giving himself a shot. A good value for that frame, Matty Rowland. Seven frames to 4. Probably the most nervy frame that we've seen yet from both players. Gav Robinson's gone 1-up against Dean Shields. The defending champion Gav. He actually lost 10-0 to Robert Stephen and then went on to win the tournament last year.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, unbelievable. It was in the winners' qualification. Robert beat him 10 frames to 0. Gav went on to win the tournament, so
just shows that even if you do have a bad result, you can kick back in and do some damage, and as he has won it, shows the mental strength that a lot of the pros have. They believe in their ability, even if they do throw a bad one in.
yeah, there's a lot of guys that you lose 3, 4, 5-0 in any tournament, never mind 10-0. No matter who it is you're playing against, that can be head-wrecking stuff, and Gav just shrugged it off, comes back and wins the tournament. It's an incredible story, and it just goes to show. I remember being told about Gav years ago, not years ago, quite a while ago. Mark Farnsworth had said to me, he went, the problem with Gav, or not even the problem, the good thing, is it's never his fault. He never believes that he's done anything wrong. So after the game, if he loses, it was because his opponent was lucky or he didn't get the rubs or something just didn't go his way, but he's not played bad. So if he doesn't believe he's done anything wrong, he can't beat himself up. He just goes on to the next one. And I'm thinking, I wish I had that mindset.
Yeah, you see a lot of players in pool that they're beating themselves up after the game, and it is a game of a lot of excuses as well, but players are very self-complacent and do beat themselves up after a loss, or they feel they've not played as well as they can.
Yeah, we've seen it, we've been involved in it, and you see that miss that you have, and I've done it myself, where you convince yourself that it's rolled off, or you convince yourself you've had a bad contact, and it's not until you kind of go home and go, I just made an utter mess of that. And it's one of these sports where we are full of excuses at times, but Gav just dusts himself down and goes again, and it's an amazing kind of attitude to have. This is massive. Absolutely massive.
Yeah, Gareth just landed a bit too close for comfort to that red, and you have to swerve it, which made the pot 10 times harder. And this is quite a big chance now.
If I was a betting man, I would say that Matty's going to get these. Looks like he's just starting to find his groove a little bit. It's always easy sitting here though.
Yeah, definitely. He has got options. He can take these in a few different ways. That yellow at the top probably kisses off the cushion, off the red and in the bag, so it makes it a bit more comfortable to pot. I imagine he'll be potting that one now, leaving the one furthest up the table next to get down for these two.
Yeah, using the red just to widen his angle ever so slightly. Mikey Duncan, if you just go on to Q Score, type in IPA Masters. If you just click on that, you will get all the fixtures, all the matches, all the scores, everything is there.
I don't think he intended to use that yellow and bump it out, but either way, it's landed.
Yeah,
landed pretty nicely.
Really fortunate there. He's underhit this by a long way.
Looks like he's only really got a double to the middle bag.
I don't think it goes in the top. I could be wrong here. Oh, it definitely went, but he was under pressure. The time was running out. He's made a big mistake. I actually thought he might have just taken the bottom one, screwed back, and then left himself similar angle to then just drop on the black, but he obviously felt he could just come round the back of the yellow.
Yeah, it's a big mistake, really. He felt like even if he overhit it, he'd be all right. He'd land anywhere near the blue spot, he'd be fine.
He's all right.
But underhitting it, you don't really get any rewards.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a big thing. There's a few of the guys that are in the coaching world right now, and they talk about value. Certain areas of the table where you get some value, where you don't, and then the percentages of where you'll be perfect or where you'll be good. And there's no reward, as you just say there, for being short, but you can be at the top end of the table if you want.
Yeah, he could have really landed anywhere on the right hand side of the table. He would have had some shot at it to land on the black, but
that is some effort. Oh. I'm thinking to myself there, it is far too slidey, far too new a cloth to play it that wide, but fair play to Matty, he wasn't far away.
Yeah, it looked close when it came off that top rail. You just don't see Gareth missing these from here now.
Yeah, that was big. And it's a big chance. He's only 2 yellows in the black. Nothing for shot. Matty makes a big mistake. Gareth usually doesn't give you a second chance.
He'll be looking to do well this weekend, Gareth. He got to the final last year.
Yeah. It would be a big confidence booster at the tail end of the year that he won the World Championship, going in to defend his title next year.
And you won't be surprised if he won it either.
Oh. He's just in that, I don't know if it was the first round, second round, whatever round it was that he was playing Liam, and Liam was 2 sets in front. Gareth said, look, I need to go for a 2-minute break, and Liam said, that's fine. And Gareth went out the venue, out the room, the main room, up to the room, swapped break cues, came back down with a different break cue and beat Liam 3 sets to 2. And he said, Stevie, I don't even know if I was breaking any better. All I know is I felt better in my head as soon as I changed the cue, and all of a sudden he's beat Liam 3 sets to 2 and went on to win the entire tournament. So some things are just meant to be.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable story, really. Especially two sets down to Liam, you don't expect to get a sniff after that. I remember watching the end of that game on stream and seeing Gareth pot in the final red to land on the black, and he gave it a bit of a fist bump. And you don't normally see that expression from him. But it shows how much it means to the players to come back from a lot.
We actually spoke, Morgan McInnes was in the last match, and there was one of the frames, I think, Gibbs took a good finish and he's gave a little fist bump, and Morgan's going, I love that. It's not like he's being disrespectful, he's not going crazy in someone's face, he's just like, if you score a goal in a game of football, you celebrate the goal, and every time you win a frame it's very similar, but you're expected to keep your emotions in check because we're kind of following snooker as a cue sport. But I don't mind that. If someone wants to give a fist pump, and then you've got the option to do it back, but you need to go and win some frames. And then I really liked that from Gareth, because it showed that it meant something, and maybe inside he wanted to go crazy, but that was the most you got off him, and it was a touch of class, I thought.
Yeah, you don't tend to see it much in normal competitions and tour events, but in international pool, it is massive. Normally, if you win a big frame, a club want to win the match, or even that just gets your team going.
Yep, exactly.
You see players going mental, especially on the finals days. And it does make the atmosphere that much better. And I definitely say there's more passion in the team events than the singles.
I've said forever that I think we miss a trick by not pushing the team stuff. I don't know what format, I don't know what way we do it. I said I would like to have a UK Premier League type thing with all the counties, like Glasgow, Edinburgh, Falkirk, Manchester, Liverpool, however it is. I don't know how it works down south, but I just think that you could fill up an arena, you could have maybe into kind of regional areas and then get a big finals, 2,500 people in an arena. I think you could do it. I think it would end up quite big for TV because of the atmosphere. It would maybe generate some money, I don't know, but it just seems to be something that's forever overlooked. Obviously it's an individual sport where people want to go and do well for themselves and that, but I've always said it, I think we're missing a trick because we aren't snooker. And although people say, I think pool could be like darts, not like this it can't. So it needs, and I think you've seen it in Malta, and obviously even in events in Bridlington and stuff, it can get really, the atmosphere can be amazing, and all it takes is a bit of fire in the belly. But I would love to see someone really go and say, do you know what, I'm going to try and push the team thing, and I honestly think it could work, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's one of the things that it's wishful thinking from me, who grew up in the football kind of thing and just loved the team element, but I think we're missing a trick.
Yeah, luckily enough, playing on the England under-18s teams, we've got to the finals day every event I've been to, and when it gets to that finals day, everyone is looking forward to it, and you either fold or you thrive under the pressure, because the noise is nothing like you've experienced playing in a singles comp before.
That's one of the reasons that I remember my first ever time was in Bridlington with Scotland, and at this time it was 11-man teams, so there was all the nations all the way around, and the amount of singing and shouting, and it was just, I remember just taking a step back and going, wow, this is unbelievable, this is what pool is all about. And I just think there's just maybe something, maybe there's a market there that we're missing, but who knows, maybe someone in the future will put something together, and I would just love to see something like that. But obviously we have our county events twice a year here, the Super 11s and the 15s, and I just think there's something, who knows, but it's about the atmosphere for me, and you don't get that from this type.
We have in England we have county, we have regions, so you have 5 or 6 teams in a region, so right. I play for Manchester, and we'll have Merseyside, Lancashire and Cheshire, etc. Right. And then the top 2 from each group will go to play in a county finals against all the other top 2s from all over the country, so London, Yorkshire, and the atmosphere there is amazing. You get so many people, and when it gets to the finals day again, you can't hear a thing.
Yeah, I just think, imagine that UK-wide, imagine having, whether it be the Irish, the Northern Irish, the Welsh, the English and the Scottish all together, maybe the top 2 from each kind of region or country come together for a major fight. I just think there's an opportunity for me missed, but you never know. it could happen. I think it would be amazing. Gareth missed that long black, and Matty's punished him.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. He was close to the cushion.
Yeah.
There was a bit of pressure on it because he knows he's on the hill if he's potted the black, and he almost feels he's won the game then.
He was disappointed that he left himself so straight on his last red. And unfortunately, he's ended up missing the black. But as you say, it wasn't easy. Roger, it is Stevie Walker and Liam Power. Young Liam, future superstar, up in Scotland for the first time. Is it the first time ever in just Scotland?
Just Scotland
yeah,
in
that's
general,
amazing.
yeah. I haven't been playing for too long. I think I started playing when I was 15. I'm only 18 now. I've been playing for 3 years. My first year on the IPA, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah, that's
a new
amazing.
experience.
Yeah, that's good. The more young players, the more young players, the better it can be. If it's all the old heads, well, eventually they're going to stop playing. So without the youngsters like yourself, there wouldn't be a tour. So yeah, I think that's absolutely phenomenal. And the best part about it is you're enjoying it.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for people, I'd say, 18 and under, is just enjoying it to start with, because, you know, a lot of the people you're playing against have got more experience than you normally.
Yeah, exactly.
20 plus years experience on you, and it just takes time to really learn how the right shots and whatnot. But you know, if you're playing for 5 or 10 years, then you know you'll build into it.
Oh, definitely. That's the more you put in, the more you'll get out. It really is. It sounds like a cliche, but it really is as simple as that. So if you work hard at it, generally you'll get some kind of reward, and it's just good to see that you're enjoying it, because at your age you get people that are maybe talented and they're good and they force it and they go, and they go home beating themselves up because they've not won it, or they've not maybe gone deep in a tournament. And I suppose it's never really always about that. It's just building blocks, and eventually you'll get there.
Yeah, definitely. Quite lucky in England. The youth scene's very talented at the moment, and the organisations make sure that there's plenty of opportunities for us to compete against each other. We have under 25 tours and under 18 tours, and we're always, you know, learning and playing against new players around our age.
Yeah, that's good. And is that like an England-wide thing, or is it set into the regions as well?
No, that's an England-wide thing. So there's not really anything that they have in certain regions. It's just that you have like a national tours, and they'll be held in different counties, but anyone's welcome to enter
that's
them.
good. He's got work to do here. And at 8-5 down, do you really want to be forcing it?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. He might struggle to hold for this red underneath the black here, so
He might be happy if this doesn't drop. But it is going to drop.
looks like he's only really got a double flying into the bunch of yellows on the left.
This is absolutely massive.
The last thing you want to be doing is playing big shots when
He's
you're
played
a
a
few
treble
down.
and he's got it.
Wow. He's judged that to perfection.
Oh, wow. And listen, guys, that was no fluke. He lined it up. He lined it up pre-playing that shot. What a shot. Yeah, he deserved the reward he got there. Good positional. And on the black. And it is 8-6. That was some shot.
Yeah, it was an incredible shot. He lined it up and came out just as he wanted, really. He couldn't have landed much better. And Gareth will be kicking himself because he's missed that black, and 2 frames have gone because of it, and he's just edging closer and closer.
I find it incredible how often that happens. It was Liam earlier when Matty, when he slid the red into the pocket, gone in off, and then he lost 2 in the bounce, and then the exact same thing here. Missed the black, lose 2 frames really in quick succession, and Got a game on our hands now, 8-6.
Yeah, you see it quite a lot. You make a mistake where you should win the frame, and it wasn't a massive mistake from
No.
Gareth. It was a very tough black, but the pool gods do get you back.
They seem to punish you more than once. Looking at it there, 8-6. Gareth has had 5 run-outs in this match. He's in decent form. He's just had a few uncharacteristic errors at the tail end. This looks dry.
That's the last thing you want. But it isn't the worst of dry breaks. There few problems on the reds and equally as many on the yellows.
Yeah, I wonder if the red closest to the right middle will drop in. If it does, he's got a chance, but it does look tight. He can decide to go into it right here if he has to. It looks to me like it would go, but I think Matty's gonna. Is he maybe gonna just drop in? Yeah, he is. That's a good shot. That's it's not came out the way he would have liked.
Yeah, it was always a worry of going into that. It's just the red wasn't guaranteed to come out unless you came underneath it, and if you came underneath it, you weren't guaranteed to land on a red afterwards. So there was a lot of risk involved, but looking to contain the frame.
I think Gareth will just play the yellow over the middle pocket, right on top of the red, I would imagine. Unless he sees some kind of finish here. But I can't. And it's Gareth Ibbott we're talking about. A bit surprised at that shot. I think he's meant to try and knock the yellow down over the middle, but just sliding the other one out at the same time, so both of them went.
He has managed to develop them yellows in the top corner now, so a bit of an attacking safety. And possibly a finish on now after that shot from Matty.
Really surprised. Even if that red landed in the middle of the table and the cue ball lands in the bottom, he's still giving Gareth a go here. Really surprised at that shot. They're just saying, on you go, Gareth, fill your boots. I'll mop up if you make a mistake.
Gareth doesn't have to go for these. There is an option of trying to cover the bag with one of the yellows, and you can't really fault him for trying that if he does, but I don't see him shying down from this finish.
I think these are the type of finishes, when you hand Gareth a chance, he normally takes them.
Yeah, you see it a lot with the top pros. They just have that killer instinct where some other players might shy away from the finish or not fancy it and try and play percentages, but you see the pros who win the tours consistently, they're just ruthless and they'll take out finishes where you might not have fancied them to get them.
It's not easy, but I'm still surprised at Matty just handing Gareth the opportunity to just have a go, but it might work out in the end. But right now, I would rather be Gareth at the table than sitting in my seat. And that'll do nicely. The pace of the brand new Clough, right enough. He might fancy a skill shot.
Yeah, there was always an element of safety involved with that. Taking that ball, it wasn't the easiest pot on the table. He definitely could have played a different ball, but
needs to be careful here. He obviously prefers being dead straight on these, and that's the problem. I think this is a shot, Liam, that I'm very good at, and it's like to me, the science of how the two balls roll forward and the momentum and how it works always fascinated me. And I think that shot is so much easier because they're close, cutting it onto it and just playing it so that the momentum carries forward. When he's playing, and you see him playing down on the white, in Matty's head he has to screw that, but he had to roll it. He had to just let the momentum follow through nice and easy, and as soon as he landed dead straight, I'm thinking he might prove me wrong here, but I did say he obviously prefers it straight, but I just think when they're that close, that is such a difficult shot. You need to have a slight angle on it so you can just run it in. You actually hear people saying all the time, well, you need to play screw back on them. It's just nonsense. You just need to make sure of the pot, and distance can be massive, and it's just about the momentum.
Yeah, you hear a lot of people saying different things about the skill shots. Like you say, most people will say you have to screw them or drag the ball in to keep the first ball you hit from rolling onto
exactly. And Alan Renzy's one of the top coaches in the game. He's I mean, Liam Dunster, Morgan McInnes, to name just a couple that he's coached to winning major titles. I said to him one day, a long time ago when I started playing pool, I went, Renzy, how do you play those 2-in-1s? And he said, Stevie, just practice them and it'll become second nature. And then a while ago I was talking about when the cloth's brand new, how I struggle playing a double. And he said, Stevie, what was it you done to become one of the best I've ever seen at playing 2-in-1s? From anywhere on the table, I was playing them along cushions and stuff because there was a certain point you could catch, and I went, well, I practiced them every day. And he says, well, that's what you do with the doubles. And it just kind of, but it's a myth that you have to play a certain part of it. It's just, there will be a point where the ball's on the, Robert Stephen will say to me a lot, Stevie, can you play a skill shot here? And there'll be a certain point I'll say, that's pretty tough, that might not happen because just where it's situated or where the balls are sitting, but it really is a myth. Most of the time you just need to pot the ball, but people complicate it.
Yeah, it's tricky, and you see a lot of people might de-sell on it or think about it too much because if you don't get it right, it's not missing a pot and handing the table over. You are giving away two visits. And most of the time, when you're playing at a standard like this in the pro section, you don't get another chance.
Massive. That is absolutely massive, and a great point. You're not just handing the table over, it is two visits to your opponent, and these guys don't make many mistakes with one, but if you're giving them a free shot, then it can be absolutely massive. I just thought, I've said it right away, he obviously likes it being dead straight on it, but I just didn't think he could get it that way. And he's gifted Gareth that frame, and now Gareth is on the hill. It's dry. Gareth got an opener. He's on a yellow. Yeah, he's looking at the one inside the red at the bottom.
It's like Robert Stevens about to finish off this game with Corey Rees.
Slange Guevara. Yeah, I mean, being confident playing a 2-in-1 is massive, because if you have any element of doubt that you're going to miss it, then it really isn't the shot you should be playing, because they're difficult enough. Some are easier than others, but much appreciated, Nick.
Yeah, Nick's from my way. Playing quite a few competitions with Nick. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's on the tour. I'm not sure if he's entered it for next year. Hopefully he has, but he's been on the tour this year. Very good player.
Well, let's hope he has. The more good players, the better.
But yeah, with the skill shots, you find a lot of the time when you are playing them, it is a win or lose shot in the frame.
Yeah, it's usually a moment where, you know, if you get it right, it can win you the frame, win you the match, whatever it might be. But I just find it incredible how overcomplicated some people. I know the guys at the top, a lot of them don't even think about it, just go down and roll them in. There will be certain ones that I've asked the question a few times, why didn't you play the 2-in-1 there? And they'll say, oh, I didn't think it was on. And I'll maybe go, I think you could have just dragged that if you just dragged it in and just came round it. And they're like, I never even thought of that. I'm just thinking that and it's just, I think I not overcomplicated, but maybe over-practiced them and made it into some kind of science project where I wanted to be phenomenal at playing 2-in-1s, but doesn't mean you get them all the time. You miss, like missing a normal pot anywhere in the table, you're going to miss probably more than you'll get. But I just thought at that point, Matty looked, I mean, it seemed to me like he was going to go and get it, because he knocked the one into the top left and then just went straight down. He was unlucky there, but that wasn't easy. Yeah, he has. Dave McNamara has. He's been announced, but he's not on the IPA Pro Tour until 2025. So technically, he's still, whatever events he's still in on the UP, he'll be finishing them off. But it has been announced.
That pro section next year looks frightening.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I must admit, I'm looking forward to some of the ties and some of the players that have come back, even some of the new pros, some of the guys that have earned the right this year. Adam Myerscough, who was unbelievable. I mean, the first tour event of the year, and someone was saying to me, I think it was in the com, someone asked on saying, who do you fancy, Stevie? And I went, I could go with the usual names that I know, maybe Gio and what have you, Johnny McDermott and Mark McCarthy and stuff that were playing, but I said I watched the first match that Adam played and I thought he was unbelievable, so I'm going to say him. And he went on and beat Gio in the final. And obviously he's had a good year, and here's one of the pros, Gio, Johnny, Craig McMillan, guy from Scotland who just managed to come out of nowhere this year, and he's going to be on the Pro Tour next year. He finished in the top 4, I think. What an incredible year. And I think at the start of the year, if you said to Greg, by the way, you're going to have a phenomenal year and end up a pro, he would have probably went, maybe someday, but not yet. So it's definitely exciting times. That might be you next year.
Hopefully so, yeah.
Bonnet like a car bonnet. Well, we're getting at least another frame after this. Adam's playing a money game tonight. I actually remember him saying to me something about it, but I can't remember who he was playing, so hope the big man's doing well. 9-7. Matty isn't going away.
No, you have to think of it as just one frame at a time at this point. It's not easy. You can think, oh, I've got no chance against Gareth, but, you know, if he does make a mistake, you do have to pounce on it and
that's it.
Make sure, as he has done there, and every frame is massive now.
Ryan, I think this game was down to begin with as the last mainstream game of today, but Renzi, I don't even know if Craig or anyone's made any different plans, but they were saying to me that there was a possibility because it might be finished just after 9. I think it was about 9 o'clock last night's last game was on, so there might be one more. It could be a loser's qualification, or I don't know, I'd need to have a look, but there might be one after it, mate. Not 100% sure though. I think all the games are actually on. Looking back, I don't think there's anything else to go. Well, saying that, there's loads of games to go, so one of them might be on. There's still Finlay Anderson, Brian Cummins, Gio Edgar, Adam Griffiths, Preston McInnes, Cian Monaghan, Jamie Green, Kevin Adair. There's loads. So there might be a losers qualification match put on. Probably find out after this.
Yeah, you'd imagine they'd put Gio and Adam on that. Looks to be a good game. But then again, there's some good matchups there. Preston's a good player. He plays in the under-18 section with me.
I think David Rooney, Chris Boron, that is a fantastic game as well. Paul Sanderson, Scott Anderson. Probably the Gio game. Preston and Cian, David Rooney and Chris Boron are the three that probably stand out to me. But yeah, I mean, Gio 2025 pro, probably 2024 player of the year, the amount of things that he's won. And Adam Griffiths currently one of the pros, so it's probably the pick of the bunch.
Yeah, Gio won the Scottish men's singles, did he, the other week?
Yeah.
I remember seeing.
Let's try and get one on, mate. Yeah, Gio won the under 23 Scottish title. He won the Scottish doubles title, and he won the Ross McInnes Scottish singles title only last week. So he's had a massive year in Scotland, and he won a couple of IPA tour events as well. So one hell of a year for young Gio.
Yeah, it's unbelievable consistency, really. Doing that well in tournaments against the best players as well. And
is that the shot that wins? Oh, he wanted it a bit further. Could have been the shot that won the match, but straightforward hit for Matty. The Reds aren't great. He's tried to pot that. Yeah, it's just been added literally 2 seconds ago, so Gio Adam Griffiths will be on right after this. PDH 18 or 1989. Often wonder what some of these names or the letters and the abbreviations are all. And then you've got Roger Devine, Ryan Fleming. I mean, I hope there's a good reason for PDH. Patrick David Harrison or something.
he'll be looking to play the yellow on the far right hand side off the red. It still might be a bit tricky though if he just moves the red. Maybe able to land on it if he lands low on the table, but still some work to do here for Matty.
Oh, he's missed it. Yeah, it wasn't even close. Yeah, I think the big thing, Roger, is some of these guys make it look easy, and it's anything but. If it was easy, we would all be multiple title holders, and that's just not the case.
No, not at all. It can be very difficult at times, but these pros do make it just look that bit easier.
Oh, he's missed it. That, I mean, it was thin. I was actually going to say this is tough to get it inside the red. You can see what he was trying. He's made a game of it, Matty. Oh, that's a big error at such a massive stage in the game. With the red on the side cushion, the fact that it's not so easy down the bottom, maybe didn't have to force it. Maybe could have just bounced it out, maybe let Gareth go. I don't know, but I suppose if he gets it inside it, it's the right shot.
Yeah, he will be kicking himself a bit about that one. Giving Gareth 2 shots here, and reds at the bottom look like they can plant and could be all over after this shot. He's played it well.
Yeah, that might be the last shot that Matty Rowland has played. If Gareth Hibbett's got anything to say about it, it will be. A nice cushion on the black. I don't want to jinx him. But these could potentially be the last ball potted in this match. That's even better.
Even if Matty does lose this, it's not the end of the tournament.
No, that's it.
It is double elimination, so players do get a second life. That's why it's so important in these events just pick your head up, like you said about
Yeah.
Gav winning the tournament after losing 10-0 earlier last year. So it's massive to have a strong mentality for these sort of competitions.
I think that has to be some kind of inspiration to anyone that plays these type of events, double elimination. You can lose. You can sometimes lose by being battered, or it could be one of these scrappy games. You might not play well, but you can dust yourself down. You can go again, and that's what Matty has to do here. He's got himself to the deep end of the winner's side. He'll have a losers qualification match in the morning. But Gareth still has to get these. I fancy him to do so, but it's always easier said than done.
Yeah, he's left a nice angle there just to drift up the table. If he lands anywhere right at the blue spot, he should have a shot on the next ball.
Just bring the weight back. Is he just going to run on off the cushion? Yeah, just draw it back. And it will be Gareth Hibbert that goes through to the next round. Matty made a game of it, and at one point it looked like he was going to get steamrolled, Liam.
Yeah, he did fight back there. He could have. You see some people when they go a few behind, they let the heads drop, but he did fight and unfortunately just lost out in the end. So very impressive.
Yeah, well done, Gareth. And Gareth's going to come for a little interview. And Liam, thank you so much, mate, for jumping in. It was an absolute pleasure, and I'm sure you'll be back in again.
No
Are you
worries.
here for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, might have you in tomorrow then, mate. Thanks
No
very
worries.
much.
Thank you very
Class
much.
act. Cheers, son. So Gareth will join me in a moment. And I was delighted there that young Liam came in. I was looking for someone to come in and help me out with that game. And then Preston gave me a nod saying Liam was up for it. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. Good young kid. Loads of potential. Didn't get to see too much of him over the tour this year. I did see his name quite a lot, and then I was told today that he has such a talent. So over the course of 2025, I'm sure he's going to be a name to watch out for. And some of the matches still on the go. Right now, Liam and Morgan going at it. 5-2 Liam Dunster. But yeah, Gareth Hibbert, he is absolutely ruthless. He's the inspiration to most of the guys that are maybe getting on a bit. I mean, I'm in my 40s. I'm relatively young in the world of pool because I didn't start playing it till a later age, and then due to working away for about 10 years, only been playing the last number of years since COVID. But when you see Gareth putting the time in that he does, the dedication, and getting the rewards that he gets, that should be an inspiration to anyone. I'm sure he'll join us for a couple of minutes before the next match comes on, and he is on his way round right now. And I am just about to be joined. Just push it up, mate. By Gareth Hibbert.
Pardon?
Gareth, well done, mate. You got off to a really good start there.
Yeah, I was just a bit sloppy, Steve, to be honest. I don't know, I was rushing because I've not played on the shot clock for a little while. I was rushing shots and taking stuff for granted, and Matty left me off with quite a few. So yeah, I did start quite well, but then just a bit sloppy towards the end.
Yeah, you had five run-outs in the match, and they were in the early part, and young Liam Power was in doing the commentary with me, and I was saying, Gareth, he looks in full flow. There's a lot of matches I've done this weekend that have been quite patchy. And I mean, Gareth, look, he looks bang on it here and then. Maybe that was it, because I was like, you're trying to force the issue a bit.
Yeah, I think you must have cursed me, Steve. I was saying I was playing well, and then I'd go and finish off like that. Yeah, it was just a little scrappy. I've got a new tip on my cue, actually, and I came yesterday thinking the tip will see me through the weekend, but a couple of shots last night I didn't like, so I had a new tip on, and luckily enough, it's just about getting me through, but it's just so reactive, that table, and when you've got a new tip on that you're not 100% with, it's just caught me out a little bit and got away with a few. So
yeah, Matty, he did end up making a couple of mistakes, but he was fighting back. He didn't go away, and probably at one point in time you may be forgiven for thinking, is he going to get me here?
Yeah, especially with that last frame how they came out, because I thought he was going to get them, and then even though he's missed, he's still got me in a lot of trouble, really. And so a couple of shots to just hang in there, and then he's played a bad one, and I've pulled out a decent little finish. But yeah, it's if he got that one, it was definitely game on.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he was very, very patchy. As I say, we thought you were right bang on it from the start, but then the fact that you've said you were kind of rushing things a bit, because I actually did this. I said it looks like Gareth's maybe forcing it a bit here, and I mean, it can be forgiven for happening. 30-second shot clock. Sometimes you have a look over your shoulder, and especially on the outside tables. Is that the first you've been on that this weekend?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I don't think the last tour I played on the TV table either. So it's like probably 3 or 4 months, and it does.
Yeah.
You sort of lose the habit of doing it, and even more so for Matty, because he's obviously on it a lot less than I am. So he was up against it even more, and he mentioned that when I just chatted to him at the end as well.
And tomorrow, looking at the last 16, you're awaiting the winner of one of the games, so you're on 1 o'clock tomorrow. That's not bad.
Yeah, I'll take that, Steve. Yeah, I wish all pool tournaments were like that. That'd be great. But,
yeah, get a bit of a lie, mate. But have you had a good weekend so far?
Yeah, I love coming here, mate. It's always good, and the people are nice, the food's good, the beer's good, you get looked after well, so yeah, you can't knock it. Yeah, it's a funny one actually, a double elim, because you're watching your Boyles and your Farnsworth play in a normal tournament. Obviously you want them people out, but when they're in the other half to you in a double elim, you want them to keep winning, because you know then you can't play them till the final.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
if they drop into the loser side, they can come in anywhere then, so it is a strange one really, but you're willing them on in some ways.
We were talking about the fact that Gav, who won this event last year, lost 10-0 to Robert in the winners qualification match, then went on to win it. So just you talking about the double elimination and the way, do you ever think at any point, right, I don't mind if I lose because I've got a second chance, or is it just a case I just want to keep winning?
Yeah, I think it can take your eye off the ball, but it does make your job easier. But the first game tomorrow is maybe the tricky one, because obviously you don't know your draw, but you're going to play someone who's probably played a first to 7 or maybe even 2 first to 7s in the morning, so they'll be a little bit warmed up, and all of us coming through the winner's side have got it's our first hits of a ball, so that can be a tricky one, but obviously you'd rather be in that position than having to slog through in the morning. So
well done then, mate. Congratulations, Gareth.
Cheers, mate.
And on to tomorrow.
Good to see you.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, see you soon.
And now the last game of the day, Gio Edgar, Adam Griffiths. That's just been put on at the last minute. So I'm going to, guys, give me 2 seconds just to have a quick bathroom break, and then I will be straight back on. But that was great from Gareth, great from all the guys that have popped in over the weekend. It's been fantastic. Get a bit of insight from these guys and what it's like playing double elimination or even on the shot clock and all these kind of things. It's absolutely fantastic. So much appreciated to them. I know it's part of the deal when you're an IPA pro, but it's still good to have that element of the way they come in, the way they talk, the way they come across. It's fantastic.
Table 1, Professor McGuinness, game 1.5.
It's likely to be
I'm now back. Guys, I have to give a massive shout out to Liam Power, the young man. He actually offered his services. He asked, who's doing the commentary with Stevie? Preston McKinnon said, well, I'll ask him for you. And he wanted to come in, he wanted to sit down, he wanted to see what it was all about. He is absolutely loving life on the IPA tour. He wanted to come in with Walk at the Talker, and I thought he done fantastic. As you know, guys, I like to talk away to the guys on the chat function as well as mix that in with all that's happening on the table. Gareth Hibbett was outstanding. Good talking to Gareth after it, but I have to give a big shout to Liam. I thought he was excellent. Slightly nervous at the start, but he offered himself. He came in here and he took it like a duck to water. So I'm pretty sure in future, any big amateur games or anything on the tour, we might even get Liam in again. The general consensus is to try and get one of the top pros to join myself, Pickworth, maybe Dan Fairway on the tour in the coming year. The coming year ahead. But there is going to be some massive amateur ties. There's going to be amateur finals. There's going to be a lot of big games in the open events where top amateurs go head to head with top pros. So it is good to have the insight of the up and comers, and Liam Power for me did fantastic there. Cheers, young man. Gio Edgar, Adam Griffiths. Adam 2-1 in front here. I don't know what it is, guys, but every time I seem to go away for 2 minutes, I come back in and it's one hell of a fudgy frame. Yeah, Stuart, I think it's massive. I could sit here all day and talk about what shot I might play, whether it's the right shot or the wrong shot. I think having an insight from the guys that make it look easy. Gareth Hibbett a moment ago, who openly said that he was forcing the issue and he was trying to kind of hurry. The shot clock caught him out a bit. It's mad when you're sitting here and you see the guy of the level of Gareth and you're saying, looks like he's forcing the issue a touch. And then he comes in and he confirms that that's kind of the way it was. And it's good to hear the pros be bluntly honest and tell us how they're feeling and the way it is, and to have an insight in the way they would go, the shots they would play, the temperament they have, how they're feeling at the time. Scott Gillespie was amazing. He came in and he was open saying that he just didn't feel himself. So having these guys popping their head in and out, whether it's for an interview or to do co-commentary, it is absolutely fantastic. And obviously myself being here from morning to night, to be honest, guys, I wouldn't be anywhere else. I absolutely love doing this. I would have rather played in the tournament as well as doing this, but the operation I was going in for on Monday got cancelled and I didn't have time to enter the tournament, so I missed out. But that means I've been in here all weekend and I will be again tomorrow. My hope is that certain players don't just disappear tomorrow after they lose. Hope is that one or two of them will stay back and help me out as the day progresses. A massive thanks to everyone that's tuned in today. As I say, the last main event, and I think it was in the summertime, the Grand Prix, we had massive numbers on watching on the Sunday, and I'm guessing it will be similar tomorrow. So please make sure you all tune in tomorrow. Bad shot there from Adam. Had to make sure he got the pocket. Worst case scenario, has to get the pocket there. Didn't do so. I mean, it's not terrible. The red on the side cushion. There'll be some double through the gap. I think if you're Gio, oh yeah, is he looking at just bringing it out? Taking the cue ball up the table? Gio may be thinking that the yellow at the bottom left, even if Adam does play it, it might drop in. And all of a sudden, massive favourite in this frame. Yeah, Ross, that's exactly the thing. To me, I think if you know, and you can make sure you've got time to enter, but the fact that, like yourself, it's last minute and the draw and everything's already done is so. And listen, I love playing the game, and I want to play against the best players in these events, bring out the best players. And you only have to look at some of the players on show, even just now on all the tables. We've still got Dan Davey and Ross Fernie playing. We've still got Greg Davis and Craig Marsh, Dave Adenall, Lee Shepherd. It's just non-stop. Cian Monaghan is on against Preston McInnes. Liam Dunster-Morgan still playing. Dean Shields, Gav Robinson. And that's not counting the guys that are already through till tomorrow. So it really is unbelievable, the talent on show. And that's the kind of guys we want to be playing against. I'm sure everyone at home that loves the game, whether they win or lose, enjoy playing against top players. Yeah, Danny, there's a buzz in the air, mate. It's one of the things that people say, well, it's to be expected when one or two guys that have been away for a while come back and new people in charge and what have you. But there is still some of the same happening behind the scenes. Bronnie is a massive, integral part of what the IPA is, and I honestly think without her, it wouldn't be as successful as it's been. I think she's phenomenal at what she does. Mark Pickworth, I'm delighted that he's staying on, because everything I'm doing right now, I am learning a lot from that guy on a daily basis. But the talent on show, that's the big thing. The youngsters coming through. Not only, I mean, young Jaden, Liam, who was just in with me a moment ago, Gio Edgar's only 20. I mean, Johnny McDermott, who's just turned pro as well, he's only early 20s, 23, 24, something like that. So it really is an exciting time. And all the old Teds, like Sir Mark Boyle and Robert Stephen, obviously the Scottish guys, Gareth Hibbert, Mark Farnsworth, all these guys that are in their 40s, 50s even for Gareth. Are they going to be able to keep these youngsters at bay? Exciting times ahead, that is for sure. And then you've got Scott Gillespie, Dave McNamara, Luke Sanchez, is it Adam Davis, some of the guys that's coming back across to the IPA. 2025 is going to be one hell of a year on the tour. And I, for one, I'm looking forward to being involved. Some more TV duty for me, along with Mark, which I'm looking forward to, as well as the commentary duty. And of course, I will be playing on the tour myself. The amazing thing about the IPA is they've always got your back, and they will do whatever it takes to make sure you can do the job to the best of your ability. and allow you to play at the same time. So I can't thank the guys enough. Adam looks like he's feeling good here. A nice stunt back into position. You might decide to come back and just drop the red and come round the back of the other one. But I think the plan is just as easy. Yeah, Danny, I think, like, because I'm myself personally is more inclined to play black ball, especially being in Scotland. The IPA has always probably been the one for me, but there's definitely a different kind of buzz in the air. And it is only going to get bigger and better. And the guys in charge, they don't do things in half measures. What a shot, Adam Griffiths. Fantastic pot and positional shot. Yeah, that's a good shout, Stuart. I'm looking at Gio there. Spoke about what's been working for him and what hasn't. And he's almost an off here. He is an off. Oh my word, Adam Griffiths, what are you doing? Oh, absolute disbelief. Absolute disbelief. That is incredible. He'll be kicking himself there. That is one that has simply just got away. And Gio Edgar 3-2 in front. What a massive frame and what a massive break this could have been. Adam 3-2 up with the break would have been huge. Now 3-2 down and he's under pressure. And it's dry. Yeah, I'm in absolute shock here. That is a massive mistake to make. You just drop it and make sure nothing crazy, no mistake. I'm not really sure if Adam maybe thought, if you ask me, he should have just been playing a little screw shot towards the bunch of yellows. It's a delicate screw, just make sure you can't go anywhere near a bag, and instead you go straight in, and it is unfortunate, but it's a bad mistake. It's not a rub, it's a really, really bad mistake. Yeah, Ross, listen, I don't mind the fact that he's played it in at pace because it shows confidence just to go and bang it in, but for me, if you're going to play that shot, you have to have some element of control over the cue ball, and I think that's where you either play the delicate screw or you run it in at real pace and make sure your cue ball's going off the top cushion. I mean, listen, Adam will be the first to say, he will be the very first to say that that was a horrendous mistake. And we know that he's 10 times better than that. It's just one of the things that happens. It happens to us all. Long day, rush of blood, not thinking straight. But instead of being 3-2 up and on his break, he finds himself 3-2 down and slightly up against it. But that pot right there tells me that he is still feeling pretty confident. And he is definitely a player in good form right now, so let's see if he can hit back and correct that mistake at the earliest opportunity. This is a big shot here because he can't play the yellow cushion first, red and in. So if he can get inside the one closest to the red, that's what he's playing. Oh. Listen, I've got the luxury, guys, of seeing this 1 second later. Yeah, I got to see it again. He's put rakes aside on that, loads of bottom left, and it came swinging off the cushion. But the big thing there, it didn't have to be, I think, plain ball. Maybe just a little bit of bottom would have been enough there, just to give him the angle that he needed. But he's got another go at it here. And the big thing for Adam is he's at the table, and that is what matters. And that is a fantastic shot. So controlled. I absolutely love that shot. Absolutely love that shot. You still got a shot to play here, and it's not easy. I don't think it goes clean, so it's cushion first. Oh, it does go clean. It does go clean. And he's got his cue through the gap for the black. What a finish from Adam Griffiths. Wow. What a finish. Adam Griffiths, superb. And it's 3-all. What a way to hit back, guys. That finish was a monster. That right there is the mark of a guy in good form. Wow. Really, really impressed with that finish from Adam. Smash, bang, wallop. Superb. Just think, a moment ago, had he not made that monumental mistake, would it, could it, maybe should it before two? Instead it's 3-all, and Gio's going down the middle once again. Yeah, this time he gets one. And with it, a massive chance. The only question for Gio here is whether he goes reds or yellows, because I think both have got a slight degree of difficulty in one or two shots, but over the piece, I fancy him to get these. As the yellows, he's already knocked one in. Now, just a case of navigating his way through these. Playing the gap for the one to the right middle. Still a couple of shots to play here. You have to say he looks composed, he looks in good fashion here. He just has to make sure he just stuns out just about enough. Is he going to come at the black? Or just a stun high, I like that. And he's giving himself just the right angle. I think he might be able to just push onto the red here. If he can. And I think Gio Edgar is in massive shape to take these away. Yeah, good shot. As I say, guys, there was a bit of difficulty involved in the finish. They weren't just straightforward. They had to find some gaps, manufacture some angles. They were there, and I expect someone of Gio's talent to take them. However, he's done it in great fashion. He was worried there. There's no doubt Gio was worried. He was in one of the... he took a little step just to the side, and he's thinking, please don't keep rolling, White. And the cue ball did stop just in time. And I tell you what, this has been a fantastic response from Gio after Adam took a monster in the last one. Bangs it home, and it is 4-3 Gio in this race to 7. And wow, guys, we have got some match in our hands here. Adam looks bang on it, Gio looks bang on it. It's going to be who makes the least mistakes, I feel, that's going to win this match. Big break. Cluster down the bottom. Makes life slightly difficult. Adam having a look to see if there's some kind of 3-ball plant there, but I think there's more to be done before then. I think he'll take reds. I think he'll drop on, yeah, he'll drop onto the bottom one and try and open things up that way. Just wants a right angle. I think his preference would be to stun off the yellow and find his way back out, but it's not going to be easy. And it's what he's tried. In fairness, it is what he's tried. It just wasn't easy. That's the thing here. It might look easy at times, but it definitely isn't. And Adam, he's trying to force the issue. He's 4-3 down. He's potting really well. He's, by the way, if this goes in the top right, is he going to knock it in? Oh, ho, ho, ho. I tell you what, man, that was close. I thought it was going to come round, knock it home. But unfortunately for Adam, the fluke did not come off. And it does mean he's let Gio back to the table. And he's got some work to do here. Can he just drop in, play a snooker? Or does he have to play the 1-2, the right middle? He's going to have to watch his time. I don't actually even see a referee. Is this match on the shot clock? I don't think it is. And that's been quite a while. No, I actually heard some beeps there, so maybe it is. Maybe it is, and I have just looked through from where I'm sitting to see if... Do you know what I'm hearing, guys? I'm hearing the beeps on the snooker on the TV. Walker the Talker's lost the plot. Yeah, guys, this match is not actually on the shot clock. There's no referees. There's referees in the building, but there is nobody refereeing this match, so I think it's because the last match scheduled for the referees to get on their bike. Was the last one, and it's only the daft one here, Walker, that's still left doing a job. Well, that is a huge mistake from Adam. I did actually say that this could boil down to who makes the least mistakes. And what I will say is, no matter what, this is the last match of the day for me. Since everyone else has gone home, I think it's only fair that the talker gets to jump in the car and head home for a early late night. And there's still matches going on around the venue just now. I've seen George Henderson heading to the table. He goes up against Bash Maksud. That'll be a good match. Big Georgie boy, teammate of mine in the Glasgow Pool League. Great guy into the bargain. Well, good luck, Georgie boy. George is a Scottish Londoner. He actually talks like he's just walked out of a Only Fools and Horses advert. But what a guy. What a guy. He is the man for train tickets. Liam Dunster 8-3 in front of Morgan McInnes. Dean Shields, Gav Robinson having a right old ding-dong. 6-5 to Dean. And the defending champ having his work cut out there. Gio about to go 5 frames to 3 in front. I think this might be the last stream match of the day. Well, even if it's not, guys, I'm out of here. So Gio going to go down the front again. It is 5-3. And he hasn't put his frame on the board. Yeah, that's it done now. A huge break, but it's a dry break. The yellows are all there. The walker, the talker, the sleeper is going to be tonight. Yeah, it's been a long day. Yeah, Ryan, do you know what? As I say, George is one of my teammates in the Glasgow League. We first met when he was playing in Motherwell, and he was playing in a team against myself, Big Rab, John McFarlane. I mean, we've got a decent side, and George would just go to the table and just stroke in a finish like it was nothing. And I used to say to guys, listen, we should get him in our team. Nah, I'm not sure he's ready, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, ready? It's league pool. And I actually said to him, listen, big man, I would love you in my team in the Glasgow League. I know everyone's got good leagues and stuff like that, but the Glasgow League is a pretty high standard, Ryan. And he actually came and he said, Stevie, I'm not so sure that team you've got is exceptional. Myself, Ryan Davey, Rooney, Renzi, Big Jack. I mean, it's a quite a talented team. Greg McMillan, what have you. It's a good side, and I'm like, listen, mate, you're right in there. But he would always talk about playing So guys, I think it might have frozen at your end, it frozen at my end. It's actually buffering again. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully it's just a minimal problem. If you've had any problems, I do apologise. It's doing it again. Or if someone's maybe knocked a wire or something, I'm sure Craig will sort it, but I was rambling on about Big George for a while there, and it seemed to freeze, but he is an absolute legend of a guy. Yeah, glad it's back on, guys. I don't know what happened there. I think I was talking Big George up so much that the live stream was getting fed up with it. But yeah, Ryan, all I was saying, I don't know if you heard any of it, he always talks about those times, talks about yourself, Mark, and some of the guys that he played with back then, and he talks about you in a great way. Absolutely, obviously, loved days, and I think he's a class act. And I did steal him from Ross's team, but just a top player, top guy. But that's the big thing for me. He is just an absolute legend of a guy. I don't think he likes my bad moods right enough at times, but nah, George is he's one of my good mates. We got one like a house on fire, and it's hard not to, because he is a great guy, and he's playing Bash Maksud. It is in the first frame. I can see from where I am. That'll be a tough match. George is not a walkover for anyone. But Gio about to go on the hill here. And it is going to be 6 frames to 3. Adam Griffiths is going to break. But is the writing on the wall? I don't know what's happening. Every time I look up at the TV screen, there's something happening on the snooker. Ryan Evans, Jimmy White, picking balls out of I don't know what that is. Looks like a furnace. Must be a redraw every single round in the snooker shootout. Oh, he's in off. Look at this, man. Wow, when it rains it pours. And unfortunately for Adam Griffiths here, he has walked right into the eye of the storm. I don't know where I get some of that stuff from. I really don't. It just rolls off the tongue. Looks to me like Gio is going to play yellows. He might change his mind now. I don't think he's on one. And the problem with that is the red on the left-hand side doesn't go anywhere now but the top. So he's cut the thin yellow back, and he's still got work to do. What a shot. If that drops in, oh, I thought it was going to fall there. Now Adam Griffiths, if you have a magic wand, it is time to bring it out and use it. These are not easy. But I don't see any major hiding place here, so I get the feeling and the impression that Adam will have a go here. George Henderson, 1 frame in front. I'll be keeping an eye on that. I'd really love the big man to get through to tomorrow. He's put a lot of effort in over the last while. And he is going to be playing on the IPA tour next year as well. And it's going to be good to have the big man. No doubt he'll end up some kind of travel companion of mine. I won't mind taking the big man down with me. As long as he knows he has to stay till Monday. The commentator won't get a Sunday night off, that's for sure. Still get that one red. That's going to pose probably all of his problems. If he gets this, it'll be another one of those absolute monster finishes. Sometimes you have to hold your hand up. Say well done. Ross Fernie 6, Dan Davey 5, Greg Davis 4, Craig Marsh 6. Brian Cumming is 4-3 up on Finlay Anderson. So this isn't far away from where Adam Griffiths pointed his cue. Is he planning on dropping this up the line, just coming through the gap? Oh, wow. I tell you what. Oh, my. If he played that just a touch softer, a little bit softer, he gets that. I think he gets that. I really do. I think he gets that. Probably 9 out of 10 if he plays that just a touch softer, and he's absolutely hammered it. He's hammered it, and unfortunately, I think the writing is on the wall now, and I think Gio will be through till tomorrow. Absolutely incredible stuff. He absolutely nailed that. He absolutely nailed it. And the only thing that kept it out was the pace. Oh, there's the jester from Leicester on in the snooker shootout. Gio, a lad from Ayrshire, about to take another step in this IPA Masters tournament. McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar, it is the IPA, and it is Gio Edgar. That's through to tomorrow. Still a lot of pool to be played for Gio. Gonna have to bring himself through that loser's side, but it is all over for me, guys. I don't think there'll be any interviews after that match. Yeah, so I'm going to pack up, guys. I'm going to get myself together, and I will see every one of you guys tomorrow. Craig can throw another match on the stream if he wants. I will not be here for it, but I do look forward to tomorrow, where we will crown the IPA Masters champion. Will Gav Robinson somehow hang in and get his title, keep a hold of it, or will we have a new champion?